production of activity that will continue until the very last human being on Earth. Of course, this dual crisis does not only remind us the importance of agriculture and food, it also reminded us the frailties and the weaknesses of the existing agricultural and food systems. The crises uh, deepens the inequalities by having a larger impact on the poor, the ones without options, the ones that are vulnerable and disadvantaged. It shed light on things that we were denying to see. It warned us on what we should do, why we should do it, and how we should do it. Well, yes, we have to start right away to end this world that is based on money exchange. In order to end this process, the most rational, urgent, and humanitarian approach would be to start with the existing agriculture and food system. If we can improve or strengthen the existing agriculture and food system, in other words, if we fix it one way or another, we can make it, we could actually make it um, more compatible with societal and natural well-being. But we are way beyond that point. So it is no longer an option for us, but it's a necessity to rebuild agriculture. This has to raise on two pillars. The first pillar is to go back to the roots of agriculture and make it r- respect nature once again. And the second pillar is to make sure that agriculture regains its structure that attaches importance to human value and dignity. In order to make this happen, we have to leave the human-oriented nature approach that believes that nature is there for humans' benefits and it is there to be conquered and it's to be intervened with. We have to switch to a life-oriented earth ethics. Let me try to explain what this means. I'm referring to GMOs. I'm referring to machines and digital technologies. We're moving towards an unmanned agriculture. We're talking about patented seeds. We're talking about factory farming, factory livestock farming, and vertical agriculture. Of course, the destruction on natural resources is multidimensional. Agricultural land today has lost most of its qualities due to overprocessing, intensive use of chemicals, wrong irrigation practices, etc. So we see pollution and erosion of agricultural land as well. Agricultural land is also now open to non-agricultural use, and we see more and more concrete replacing agricultural lands. Unfortunately, uh, agricultural land's value is only considered when considering revenues, but actually the land itself, the soil itself, is the host for all human beings. It regulates all food and water cycles, and it acts as a carbon sink as well. Aldo Leopold said, "We have an ethical responsibility towards the soil." This is a very important quotation that we should never forget. The existence and continuity of life is only possible through water. Unfortunately, in this beautiful blue planet, clean water is limited and its distribution is not balanced. So we have to consume each and every drop meticulously. Agricultural activities make up for more than 70% of the water consumption in the world, and we still do not attach enough importance to saving water and not polluting the water. For example, in Turkey, the share of pressurized irrigation is only 30%. We disregard our information and our knowledge on dry agriculture, and we forget or overlook the rain harvest practices. Biodiversity. Let me say a couple of words on biodiversity. The Village Institutes Organization Law, which was enacted in 1942, gave teachers working in villages the task of protecting local biodiversity. It's been 80 years. This law was enacted in 1942, but today we have neoliberal globalization and specifically global agriculture and food system, which rapidly depletes every type of diversity, including what we eat. We do not only deplete live species in nature, uh, production and profit-oriented industrial agriculture focuses on monoculture, it monopolizes seeds, and it depletes local species. We're losing pollen carriers such as bees, and we're moving towards a very monotonous and monolithic nutrition. Climate change, increasing temperatures, declining precipitation, and other sudden and violent climate events have more and more impact on our lives. Industrial agriculture has agriculture as as its number one victim, and it's the number one perpetrator of climate change, unfortunately. The share of food and agriculture in greenhouse gas emissions is constantly rising. According to FAO data, one third of all the produced food goes to waste. This is not only about waste. When you waste or throw away um, a food item, then you actually create waste for the labor, the input, the energy, and the finance that was needed for the production of that item. Um, it creates an unnecessary burden on natural resources. And when the food gets lost, the greenhouse gas that was created, that was generated in the production of it, doesn't get lost. It still stays in the atmosphere. This is actually confiscating the rights of future generations or throwing our future into garbage. Well, food supply, well, we see more and more distance being covered, that is, food miles are getting longer and longer, and this has a huge burden on nature. The soy, the soybeans that are produced in Brazil, the soy plant that is produced in Brazil, goes all the way from Brazil to China as feed for chicken. Chicken in China, fed with Brazilian soybeans, are then slaughtered and sent to continental Africa, for example, Nigeria. This is not black humor. It is a fact, and it's a very saddening fact. The crises that we experience show us the importance of reducing food miles and pay attached importance to providing support to local production and local consumption. With its existing structure, global agriculture and the food system viciously destroys the nature. This phenomenon worries us in providing the increasing human population with sufficient nutrition in 20 years' time. This actually means that we are diminishing the right to life of future generations, and it brings about a huge responsibility and blame on our shoulders. And the most dramatic aspect is that people who destroy nature through their activities um, see this horrible cost and price to be paid as external, and they do not assume the responsibility. So the cost and the price still remains to be paid by the society, the future generations, and nature. Dear friends, in my opinion, there are two pillars in the rebuilding of agriculture and food systems. I think I touched upon these two criteria. The first of these two criteria, which is going back to the roots in agriculture and respect for nature. I will now move on to the second building block, which is vital in my opinion, which is the human value and the protection of human value and dignity. So here we have to touch upon starvation and the right to food. We're about to complete the first quarter of the 21st century, but still 1 out of 9 people around the world go to bed hungry. This is a shame, and it is the number one reason why we have to restructure the agriculture and the food system that we have established rapidly. The right to food is a fundamental right. It is in law, but it is not implemented in practice. And this has to do with the fact that the agricultural and food system is blind to solidarity and just distribution. This is actually a legal mechanism that gives people the right to ask the state for an explanation. I would like to share with you the FAO slogan as well. The poor are not the beneficiary of the food assistance, they're the subject of the right to food. Food sovereignty and the right to choose is very much limited today because agricultural and food system is now under the hegemony of global capital, which limits the options for both the producers and the consumers. Of course, there are some positive civil movements um, that try to stand against these developments. For example, there's a small farmers movement, La Via Campesina, which paves the way for important developments and deserves support. We have local solidarity networks and participatory uh, guarantee systems or safeguard systems, which are becoming more and more widespread. And it's a hope for the future. Without food sovereignty and food safety, um, it's not possible to have access to food safety. So, following the global pandemic, it became clear that food is not any commodity, and it started to shake the throne of free market economy. Self-sufficiency gained importance again. And we see that there are some meaningful developments taking place, such as consumer rights and access to toxic-free tables or food. We believe that consumers assume certain responsibilities in addition to rights. That's why we attach a lot of importance to food traceability, especially ethical traceability. One of the biggest weaknesses of the existing agriculture and food system is that it doesn't respect label, and it is cruel. We still have small and medium-sized family farming, which is forced to leave their agricultural activities because family farming has become dependent on the input of global giants. But in order to save them, we have to support them. We have to encourage the formation of cooperatives, farming cooperatives, and we have to make sure that we create a future, a respectable future for young people who want to stay in agriculture. Seasonal agricultural workers still work without any social security under very cumbersome positions. Laborers working in slaughterhouses work under conditions that do not fit the 21st century, and the biggest child labor exploitation takes place in agriculture and food. Rural women who make up a significant part of agricultural labor do not get the return of their labor as much as they should. In rural societies, gender equality is a fact. And it's a very visible fact in access to healthcare and educational services and ownership of land and other production tools and vehicles. It is very important for rural women to be empowered, to have a fair income, and to have an equal say and equal opportunities with men. This will lead, this will be the key to increase efficiency and productivity, uh, revitalization of rural areas, protection of nature, um, a struggle against poverty, and a better education for children. Agricultural knowledge has now become a commodity, and multinational giants control much of this knowledge. That is why the responsibility of scientists and researchers is now higher than before. Science and research ethics in the field of food and agriculture is more important than before. So science shouldn't only focus on technologies that increases production and productivity. We need research that also deals with the problems of family establishments. We have to strengthen the agricultural information system through participatory approaches. And I also would like to say a couple of words on the confiscation of land, which is becoming more and more common. There is no equal or just distribution and solidarity in global agriculture and food. Rich nations and companies lease land in poor countries, and this is very problematic in terms of the food safety of that country. And this type of confiscation or buying and renting leave people without any hope. So, let me give you a summary of what I have told you so far. The existing agricultural and food system cannot remain this way. We need a transformation, which is, of course, indispensable. We cannot escape it. This transformation will have to be in line with scientific and ethical values. It will have to be just, virtuous, and based on solidarity. It has to be respectful to human rights and labor. And as targets, we believe that this transformation has to start with a participatory approach and transparent approach as soon as possible, and that's why we have to start our debate right away, distinguished participants. Dear colleagues, when I was establishing Target in mid-2016, I made a reference to a Chinese proverb and said, I wish I had done this 20 years ago, but this is the second best time to do it. And so far, since our establishment, we were able to undersign some of the firsts in agricultural and food ethics in our country. We contributed to the realization of some of the firsts, but some of the other firsts are not realized yet, in spite of all our efforts. But we developed great bonds and friendships as well. So I believe we played an important role in raising awareness and sensitivity on this issue. We covered a lot of distance, we made great friends from different nations, and we gathered many memories. Target is the first and only national food and agricultural ethics civil society organization that organizes international congresses in a regular manner. Of course, it wasn't easy to organize this third congress because it's online. I would like to thank my colleagues in the organizing committee for their very hard work. I also would like to thank all my international colleagues who responded to my call. We have panelists, we have keynote speakers, we have chair people. I would like to thank them all for being here with us at this Congress, all the researchers and scientists and uh, NGO members of our country. And I also would like to thank all the participants for their questions in advance. We have a special session from FAO Turkey office. I also would like to thank YourSafe and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation for financing our Congress. I also would like to thank Anticon for providing us with the technical support and interpretation at the Congress. And I hope that this Congress will help us strengthen ethical values in the field of agriculture and food. I wish all of us a very successful Congress. I greet you all with respect. Thank you. Dear Professor, thank you very much. Now we will move on to the opening conference. We have Professor Matthias Kaiser with us from the University of Bergen Center for the Study of the Sciences and Humanities.
I do not master the Turkish language. I have to speak in English. I hope this will be okay and understandable for all of you. And I will try to speak slowly, at least. So, good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends in Turkey and other places, and especially, I must say, dear Cemal Taluk and dear Yasemin Yalim, my friends from Ankara and from the Target Conference. I must say it's always an honor, it's always a great honor, really, to be asked to participate and even to speak in your conference and on agricultural and food ethics. I'm deeply touched by that. And even though this is an online conference, I feel that I can maintain my contact to you, and particularly to you in Turkey and my colleagues over there via these conferences. And I hope we can strengthen these ties even further in the future. We are living in very difficult times. COVID-19 has hit all of us all over the world and has shown us how extreme events can radically change our lives. But so has climate change. Climate change has also shown us many extreme weather events that we now have to get used to, in particular also in regard the food production all over the world, be it floods, be it extreme heat, be it other storms or other extreme weather events. These are events that we need to get used to. And also political circumstances have been becoming, I would say, more serious and concerning. Academic freedom is under pressure in many places. The freedom to speak your mind is under pressure many places. And particularly because of these things, I welcome the opportunity to speak and the opportunity to hear opinions on, particularly on our food situations in these target conferences. I do hope that the political circumstances will allow us to keep this open and free dialogue also in the future. I will speak about a report, and I try now to share my screen because I have some slides. Let me just see if the host can enable me to share my screen. That would be very good, because then I can actually show my slides. Anyway, what I'm going to talk about is this report. It is called the Report on the Long Food Movement. I still cannot share my screen. I don't know who the host is, who's doing this, but it would be very nice if it would be enabled for me to share the screen. In any case, what we are realizing is we are still in pandemic times. We are still in the middle of it. There is no end to it right now, but we can already see that there will be at least a time when things are getting lighter again in terms of COVID-19. Let me just, sorry, I think I need to send the message here. So we can see that there will be something that we can call post-pandemic times coming up soon. And so what is happening is that we can now already see that we need to get ready for planning our food system in these post-pandemic times. I don't know if you feel ready for that, but this is one of the positive sides of the current pandemic, namely that we feel ready to initiate changes, that we need to initiate changes in many areas of our lives, among other in the food system. And still not, I'm very sorry, I'm still not able to share my screen here. Is the organizer hearing me? Hello? Can I share my screen? You have to make me a co-host in order to be able to share my screen. Okay, it seems now I can. Okay, here we are. So this is the title of my talk, The Usual or Unusual Society of 2045, a critical look at the long food movement. And what, as I said, what we will question is, how can we prepare for the future in regard to our food systems? And so there are all kinds of slogans around how this will be done. I must say, I personally don't have much sympathy for the slogan that apparently the UK, or that politicians in the UK have been using, building back better. I don't think we have to look back, that we are not building back anything, even if it would be better. I think what we have to do is we have to take the opportunity and leap forward. And that is because we have already realized that there is radical change needed in the workings of our food system. So radical change has been called for already several years ago. This is a report I mentioned the last time I was speaking in the Target conference from SAPEA on sustainable food systems. And one of the conclusions there was business as usual is no longer a viable option and radical change is required. And so do other reports. Even the FAO has concluded that much. So business as usual is no option. We need to have radical change in our food system. The question is then, what would that radical change involve? Well, there have been concepts around, and last time I was talking in the Target conference, I was critical towards one of the very well-known reports that was trying to give us a pointer to the future, and that is this report, the Eat Lancet report. And I was not very happy with that report. I felt it was much too much top-down, neglecting cultural and ecological diversity. It was too light-footed on scientific rigor, with very doubtful and alarmist claims, like the one that if we just follow the diet they recommend, 11 million lives will be saved every year. I was also very doubtful about the blind faith on scientific quantifications and models. Precise nutritional effects neglect, I would say, very deep uncertainties in the sciences for that. And also that the report was mainly designed for the affluent part of the world, that most part of the world would not be covered by this. So I felt there was not much use as guidance for the post-pandemic food systems. So are there alternatives? Well, I must say, without much modesty, I would like to point you to an article that colleagues of mine and I have published in 2021, and it's published in the journal Food Ethics. It's called Towards Post-Pandemic Sustainable and Ethical Food System. That was published from the authors Goldson, Buclias, Gluckman, Allen, Bardsley, and Lamb, and me. And one of the things, or well, what are the main claims? What we are saying here is that the post-pandemic food system needs to recognize that governance has to be bottom-up, that we have to take regional looks at the food systems, local even, that we absolutely need to foster cross-sectoral dialogues, that we cannot approach the post-pandemic food system in a partisan way. We need to be non-partisan, and we need to culture a deliberative approach for that. So, and one of the things that was very much important for us in this paper was that we wanted to include an ethical lens. We felt that we can only make progress with our food system if we indeed include an ethical lens explicitly, that is, divergent value landscapes at multiple scales and facilitate an open and respectful dialogue, that we explicitly address value conflicts, that framing the problems is part of the deliberative process, that we need to invoke science, but also other knowledge systems like indigenous knowledge systems, that we need to recognize the inherent biases in scientific modeling and adopt a post-normal science approach. So basically, we were asking to dare to opt for a new normal as a rupture from the past and radically reset most of society. So again, what we are looking forward is to make a big leap forward rather than building back anything, even if it would be better. Now, and this is also the setting where this report comes in, the Long Food Movement report, with several lead authors. Pat Mooney is the first one here, and you can see the rest of them, and produced with an international advisory board of 21 members. It was published in 2021, and it is, I would say, a very interesting reading that I would like to recommend, and I will tell you why in a minute. So what makes the report different? First of all, you probably know about the report from the Stockholm Resilience Center that was talking about, planetary boundaries. Many of those papers that are discussing future food systems are based on precisely this, but only this. This report, the Long Food Movement, is recognizing that the planetary boundaries approach can only offer an imperfect overview of a moving, multidimensional, and complex global puzzle. It is necessarily incomplete and has its critics. Among others, it has really neglected social change and cultural diversity. So this recognition is one of the features of this report. Secondly, what I like the most is that the report is recognizing the importance of civil society for addressing the challenges ahead and initiate change. And civil society is any kind of formally or informally organized network of non-state actors. This is social movements, non-governmental organizations, small-scale producers, trade unions, community-based organizations, and allies working towards food systems serving the public good, grounded in human rights and trying to operate within planetary boundaries. And that kind of work we can already see starting in many small cities and municipalities, where organizations and groups are trying to contribute to new kinds of food system, particularly now as a consequence of the COVID-19, where the global food supply chains were disturbed. And we were looking at our local short supply chains. Well, more on that later. Furthermore, this report, what I like particularly about this is it is recognizing the power dimensions in current affairs of our food system. This is something that I have been lacking in many other reports earlier, of course, from the FAO, but also from others. It is not only a matter of a wish list, how to eat or how to produce, but it is also a matter of social and political conflict. And this report sets up a conflict between civil society actors versus the global food industry, biodigital giants, as they call them, and other global actors. And you can see here a picture of some troubling developments that, for example, many large global companies control a lot of our food system. You see a farm equipment. The top 6 companies control 52%. Fertilizers, the top 5 producers control over 50%. Seed and agrichemicals, top 4 companies control over 70%. So anyway, so this is a conflict between civil society and the global food industry. And we should not forget that more than 70% of our global population is not fed by these companies, but is still living from small-scale producers. And anyway, very local products. So this is something that is very interesting, and I will jump over this. They were also observing how the global food industry is changing policy, among others, on GMOs. But so the question is the future of the food system really predictable? And you probably know the term from Nassim Taleb about the black swan, that is unexpected events that change everything. What people seem to forget is that Taleb was also saying that many of those events are actually still predictable, for example, the financial crisis. And the authors claim that it's not only the black swans, but there are gray swans. The shocks that we experienced were in fact predicted. I mean, these both pandemics, climate change, and are predictable. So they are, in a way, nothing that are totally unexpected, but we can prepare for them. So in this setting, this report sets up a struggle between 2 forces, as I said, the civil society and agri-food business, big agri-food business. And in order to come to grips with what would the future look like when we look at these actors, they set up 2 scenarios. One, which they call agro-business as usual, which is a little bit misleading, because in effect, what they are doing is they're saying also agro-business is very much adaptable to new, and they have to adapt to new challenges like climate change, like different consumer wishes for example, more fair trade or extensive labeling and all of that. So, but they basically are always answering with some kind of new techno fixes as silver bullets to meet existing crises. So in this scenario, what they call the agribusiness as usual, the power relations remain largely unchanged. That is still that the large agrobusinesses are exerting very influential policies on our governments even and on society. The alternative is what they call civil society as unusual. Now, and that is because of environmental breakdowns, pandemics, food security threats, and other new developments that will force civil society to react, to take charge of these things. So, and as we have seen during COVID-19, there is the ability in society to respond quickly to these pressures and to these changes. So this scenario is very different from the agribusiness as usual. And it is definitely the scenario that is favored in this report. So how can we reach the long-term unusual civil society? Well, basically the report says there are 4 different pathways. First, it is about rooting food system in diversity, agroecology, and human rights. That is basically a focus on the small-scale producer, on the diversity that we already see on different continents, on different regions, and that we focus on, for example, human rights, the right of nature integrity, and also form some new contracts between the state and society. We have to do this because they say the crises that we are experiencing are not going to go away. They will be with us in new forms, whatever, but we will have to face new crises for the next 25 years at least. So this is the one pathway that we recognize diversity and work with it. We recognize agroecology and we recognize human rights. This is the one pathway. The second pathway is related to that, and that is transforming governance structures. And that is precisely what I was missing in the Lancet report. This report is basically arguing for a bottom-up governance structure. That is that we are building food policies through food policy councils, new forms of citizen participation. And we are cracking down on corporate impunity and techno-fixes. So new governance structures might be essential to form this other scenario. The pathway number 3 is looking at financial flows, shifting those financial flows. And particularly important is that we need to stop major commodity subsidies. One is here mentioned, the fuel subsidies for trawlers in fishing, of course. They are first in line. They are continuing big damages, environmental damages. But also levying junk food and taxing corporations fairly. That is, taxes on unhealthy food, on sugar products, for example, and soft drinks or other things. So this is another pathway. And the first pathway is rethinking the modalities of civil society collaboration. That is, we need to come out of thinking of our civil society organizations as isolated. We need to have collaboration between different sectors. Cross-sectoral collaboration needs to become the norm. We need to build new partnerships. So in that setting, the report concludes that yes, this future entails opportunities and unquantifiable transaction costs. And all of this is very uncertain, but it has at least a possibility. And also it recognizes that victories may be won at one time and then lost again. And there is also the risk of co-option of many of these alternatives. And even if we follow the path that they describe in this second scenario, all of this may not be enough to bring humanity back to a safe operating space. But basically, civil society can and must transform itself. And it must start to do this now in our post-pandemic times. And as history has shown, for example, the history of wars or other deep crises, people can adapt almost overnight. So they conclude that COVID-19 has shown that tomorrow anything is possible. This is the report that I was mentioned. Now I'm concluding with my personal assessment of the Long Food Movement report. I must say I was very happy to read that report because this is one of the few reports that adequately addresses the crucial challenges and opportunities for the development of our food system. It is not hyper-specific like the Lancet report, but instead it explicitly names the forces and powers that moves or can move the system, the movers and shakers, so to speak, for the good and for the bad. It endorses the food system as interlocking with various other systems, ecological, social, economical, and cultural. It opposes big agribusiness out of learned history. All their techno fixes just increased the problems another place, had side effects, and increased social injustice. It places the leverage points not entirely with the consumers or the farmers, but it has all of us, civil society, involved. And finally, it demands an ethical appeal to all of us as members of civil society. So in that sense, I think this is indeed an extremely recommendable report, even though it sometimes reads as if it was a new utopia. But I don't think we need to give up hope for the future. Rather, we should work hard on it to work for a new utopia in our food system. And with that, I conclude my talk and thank you for your very kind attention. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Matthias Kaiser for the opening conference. And now we are going to give a 15-minute break to our conference, and we will be back here at 10:45 Turkish time. Thank you, with respects.
Welcome back to the first session and the first panel on animal welfare and ethics. This panel is going to be led by Frank Albee Myboom from Utrecht University Ethics Institute. I hope I was able to pronounce your surname correctly.
Okay. Are we ready to start, I think? So I share my screen with you. And change it here. So welcome to this session on animal welfare and ethics, and thank you very much for inviting me and for the nice introduction. What I would like to do in this 30 minutes is to look at the position of animals and especially livestock farming in the context of the broader agricultural and ethics discussion. So these are the points I would like to follow, positioning the discussion on animals in a dynamic context of increasing moral issues in agriculture and food, then showing why a start in the position of animals is for more than one reason interesting to explore current and future ethical issues. I will tell a little bit about why I think the focus on animal welfare is somewhere between a blind spot in the discussion on agriculture and food, and at the same time another risk of serving as a kind of overarching concept. I will finish with a few points where I think we need to broaden the discussion on the ethics of livestock farming. So of course, and that already followed from the very nice introduction by Matthias Kaiser, that this agriculture and food is of course in a very dynamic context where we started with food security and expanded with more and more relevant topics, and currently could say, well, it's about sustainability, but at the same time, it's not to say that we, let's say, solve the issues of food security or that we solve the ethical issues related to food safety to a certain extent, and they're still there, and it becomes more complex. And that's also, I think, important to be aware in the context of livestock farming. So quite often it's seen as starting from a kind of problem of technology to produce as much as possible food, also reflecting in all kind of technologies related to animal production, changing into additional issues of food safety, leading in at least parts of the world to more than enough production, but at the same time leading to the new issues in terms of public health. And at the same time, that discussion again is in a context where we see a growing population, leading to again new challenges in the way we produce our food, and popping up the issues of the environment, biodiversity. And that's not only a problem in terms of the environment, but also issues in terms of culture. So is there still the diversity you want to choose that is in line with cultural traditions, with religious traditions? So you see the whole discussion is dynamic, but also increasing and really increasing in terms of complexity. And if we add to this picture the current challenges in terms of climate change, I think we more or less have maybe not a complete picture here, definitely not, but shows how it adds and becomes more and more complex. At the same time, this is embedded in discussions on focusing on a very private level. So what's my choice with regard to climate change, or what is my choice in terms of the food choice? And at the same time, we have those issues in terms of public. Again, we have similar things in terms of local and global. So this is, and that's the reason why I start with this rather broad overview. I think this is the background of a lot of discussions we have in livestock farming and ethics. And then the question is, what exactly is the position of the animal in this? And you could say, well, it's actually is the cause of a lot of problems. So it's, for instance, contributing to climate change, or it's maybe not the cause, but it's a kind of multiplier. At the same time, you could say, well, now the animal is actually the victim. The victim in terms of a loss of biodiversity, but also a reduced space to live. It could be an inspiration, so in terms of biomimicry, or even seen as a solution. And of course, it is not a completely as a complete list of all the roles, but I think the issue here is that on the one hand, you have that complex field of developments that all raise relevant ethical issues in the agri-food sector, and at the same time, the position of the animal in that complex is unclear as well. And I think the discussion is also too complex for one view or on one role of the animal. If you fix on one, you may overlook relevant dimensions of the discussions on future food and agriculture. And what I said already on the slide here, it's not only in technical terms. There's not the idea that if you look to the animal only as a cause of problems, that you can say, well, then you may overlook that animals could contribute to sustainable development in agriculture as well, but also that there are all kinds of power and justice relations, that there are issues of precaution underlying the whole debate. So it's simply, I think it's too complex to say the animal is a problem or the animal is the solution. And from a normative perspective, I think we sincerely run the risk that the animal and its moral position is overlooked if we try to pinpoint the position of the animal on one of this type of labels. And my starting point for today is, let's look from the perspective of the animal, looking at developments in agriculture and food production. But you could say, well, that sounds nice, but that only further complicates the situation, which is already highly complex, because yes, animals play a role in food transition, but at the same time, there's position in society, and that's not only a national society, but especially if you look at European level or a global level, the position of the animal itself is also still in transition. So you see certain trends in the sense that there is an increasing attention to animal welfare, that there is an increasing trend to see the animal not only as a resource for all kinds of human needs, but at the same time, we still do not have a consensus. So the few pictures I show you here are still part of the current debate, from the whole idea that well, animals are there for human production and human consumption, to the idea that animals have rights and should be protected in a way that in the end would lead to the end of livestock farming as such. But I think if you take the combination of animals and transitions that we see in the current context of agriculture and food, these animals can have different relevant functions. So they could function as in a heuristic way. So they contribute to different perspective of the tradition. So it's a way to look, and sometimes also a different way to look at a transition in agriculture and food. And that may help us to have an idea of what actually is the nature of the problem, what values are underlying. If we look at the animals, why are they overlooked? Why are they leading to certain conflicts? So they help us to clarify. I've also think they can have an epistemic function to look from the perspective of the animal. Because in combination, it helps getting grip understanding on also the position of the animal and the position. And so it's a two-way approach. It's a different way of looking at the transitions, but it also helps to get more grip on what actually is our position with regard to animals in our society. And a more normative position or function is the approach aims to prevent that animals become or remain that blind spot in current food transitions. And I think that already would be problematic if its part is not explicit, but also because we have very strong reasons to take the position for animals seriously for their own sake. So to make that a little bit more clear, I would take an example and look at the development of circular agriculture. So that is the idea that starts enclosing cycles of nutrients and other resources to minimize loss and the impact on climate change. So you see a picture on the right on a very simplified idea of that. And of course, that already raises questions, in the sense that on what scale should we close the cycle? Is that on a national level? Is that on regional, so 3 or 4 countries, so for instance Scandinavia, or would you say no, that should be on a global scale? And it raised the questions on what impact it may have on our consumption patterns, and not only in terms of how we farm and how we produce, but also on our ways of consumption. And of course, it has all kinds of questions related to the perception, but also the roles farmers have. But at the same time, this transition has a direct impact on animals and their health and welfare. In the sense that in the current forms of livestock farming, it's clear that these animals may have a clear contribution to climate change, to biodiversity loss, but at the same time, they are part of the reason. So to find better ways, more sustainable ways of animal production. So that is the, let's say, the role of being the cause or the starting point to look for the circular agriculture. At the same time, also within agriculture, circular agriculture, these animals can play an important role in the sense that they can eat certain plants that we as humans cannot. They can convert biomass that we do not like or we cannot eat. So in that sense, these animals can play a role in terms of closing these circles. So in that sense, I think it is clear that animals in circular agriculture play a role. And as such, that is also not ignored. But the interesting thing is that the health and welfare dimension, so the more animal-related interests, seem to be a blind spot. And I show you that with an example from the Dutch context, where the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality put circular agriculture as one of their focus points for sustainable development in agriculture. And the interesting thing is that on the one hand, and that's from the first vision document from 2018, there you see that the ministry says, well, if you look at the benchmark, so what our policy should meet as conditions, then they list 9 points, and you can see at point 7 has animal welfare been considered. So in that sense, you could say, well, that sounds perfect. Yeah, so they see that in more technical terms, these animals play a role, but they also have included welfare as well. However, if we then look at the 2019 document, so 1 year later, where they have that plan of action, so how to put this all in place, and all kind of more practical issues are mentioned in terms of finance, in terms of feasibility, and if we then focus on the search key of animal welfare, in the whole document you do not find animal welfare at all. And of course you could say, well, that's only one document, but I think that's paradigmatic for a lot of situations where at least this helps in looking how, at least in this specific context of the Dutch development of circular agriculture, the animal is positioned, but also how the transition is seen. So from the heuristic perspective, I think focusing on the animals helps us to show that the animal tend to be evaluated as a problem. Yeah? So it's mainly the source of greenhouse gas emissions to be a source of public health risk, rather than as a solution or a victim. So and victim is also beyond diversity laws only. So it's clear that at least it shows a certain perspective of the animal in this transition. In the epistemic way, I think it shows that we still have a problem to position the animal and their welfare as a really embedded part of sustainable development. So it's also what you may aware of the discussions with for instance, defining sustainability in the triple P, the people, planet, profit, or prosperity, where it's also unclear where the animal actually fits in. Yeah, is that the planet, but is that also the individual animal? Is it people? But does that mean that people and animals are equals? So I think that also still reflects in the way the governmental documents I showed struggled with that element of animal welfare. And finally, in a normative way, I think this helps to show that these animals are recognized as morally considerable. So animal welfare is mentioned, but at the same time, not that much embedded yet. That when we start making this operational, these animal welfare and health related issues are at the top of mind immediately. So that still is I think an important point in terms of the attention for animal welfare in livestock farming. You still see that it is overlooked as a kind of independent parameter. It's still also quite often start in a rather shallow view on what welfare means, in the sense that it's quite often still perceived as long as the animal is healthy, or the animal is not directly harmed in terms of pain, that already counts as welfare, where I think we have good reasons to broaden that perspective. And it's also not always developed in line with more complex issues. So as I said, I showed you the rather complex and dynamic context of agriculture and food. And the welfare discussion is not always in line with it in terms of developments that with big data or artificial intelligence or new ways of housing, you'll also get new questions about animal welfare, which cannot be reduced to the prevention of illness or the prevention of pain. At the same time, you see that animal welfare is proposed as a kind of a key term. And I think that actually leads to certain risks. And that key term is because I showed you the different views we still have with regard to animals in the position. But if we talk to each other, it seems that animal welfare could serve as a kind of common denominator. So there are very few people who really would say animal welfare is completely rubbish and just skip it at all. So it's quite often seen as something that that link us to each other. However, as I said, it's not without risks. And that is, if we take animal welfare as a kind of lingua franca, or as what we use currently English as the common language in the academic world, that helps to understand and talk to each other. But at the same time, what you see is that people start to translate all kinds of considerations in terms of animal welfare. And I think that really overloads the concept of animal welfare, in the sense that people actually think, for instance, a certain development is making the animal much more into an instrument, and that as such is problematic. But because I think that's not accepted as an argument, discussing it with you, I translate it into a welfare problem. And as a result, we end up with all kinds of welfare discussions, welfare research, which has a merit in its own. But you cannot discuss concerns with regard to the instrumentalization of animals in terms of animal welfare. So you're overloading that concept, and it doesn't do justice to a very important concept we have. And the other is that if you say, well, animal welfare is that overarching concept, you really exclude, or at least you run the risk that other important issues remain discussed, like those that evolve from human-animal relationship or more virtue-based arguments. So yes, I think the blind spot is a problem, but to consider it as the only key aspect is seriously problematic. So I would say we have to, and we have very strong reasons to focus on animal welfare as far as we are aware of its limits in the public debate on food issues in food. And just to show you this picture or this point in a very crude way, but if you just have a number of positions with regard to the moral status of animals, then you could say each of these positions, although they are very different from just animals seen as mere instruments to animals should be protected by rights because of their dignity. Each of these perspectives would indeed agree that animal welfare is an important concept. However, you already see the difference as well. If you see the animal mainly as an instrument, you would probably say, yes, welfare fits in my argument as long as it's in my interest. And in the position of animals having rights, then you would say, yes, of course, animal welfare is important, but only next to other considerations. So even if an animal is cared for very well, but it implies that you have to infringe on its freedom rights or even have to kill it, then animal welfare is on a different level. So it is important to be aware that if we talk with each other about animal welfare, what kind of arguments and basic assumptions underlie. And to show that in a recent development of computer vision and using sensor data, which we discussed also in one of my projects, where with this data and with these sensors, it's possible to follow the behavior of, in this case, poultry, and that allows us to get a lot of additional data, which is allowed to already have grip on welfare problems and at an early stage even prevent serious welfare problems. So you could say that really is an addition to animal. However, here again, even if you focus on this only from a welfare perspective, I think you lose that there are also relevant arguments and legitimate arguments from an animal-human relationship. And so the fact that if you look to animals only from your tablet, instead of walking through a farm, then that might have an impact on the human-animal relationship. At the same time, issues we for instance have with regard to humans, if they are followed 24/7 by cameras, you can say, well, maybe that's a bit different with animals, but at the same time, certain concerns of instrumentalizing that animal may pop up here as well. And on a broader level, you could say, isn't it something which Matthias Kaiser also referred to these issues of the technofix? So isn't it the blind spot for more fundamental issues in livestock farming? If we would focus this development only on welfare, we would lose focus on each of these points. And it's not to say that by discussing these 3 points, we immediately can say the innovation is right or wrong, but at least shows the complexity and multi-layered dimension, which I think is too important to lose. So that leads to my final points. I think the ethics of livestock farming really would benefit from a more broad discussion. So the first point is beyond animal welfare. So yes, it is a key aspect as long as we are aware of its limits. And the arguments related to animal relationship, to animal integrity, to its capacities and rights need to be included. And yes, that does complicate the discussion, but I think that's not a problem, but is simply to do justice to the complexity of the problem at stake. So that's I think a first point that we should take on board in discussing the ethics of livestock farming for future developments. And the second one is that I think it's important to broaden the discussion beyond the point pro or against meat for a number of reasons. So first, I think that is still a discussion that is ongoing. There are, of course, strong positions there, but it's ongoing, and therefore it requires a careful democratic process rather than just saying this all boils down to yes or no against meat. And even if you say, well, the moral ideal is to stop producing meat, then still we are faced with a reality where meat consumption is still increasing, and where meat production is still big business. So I think there is a moral imperative towards farmers, towards animals, to really carefully reflect on this and do not simply close this all to the pro or against meat. And I think also the focus simplifies the complexity I hope you showed you that is at stake. So it is not simply about one product or line of products, but it has direct impact on the responsibilities of all at stake, the cultural dimensions of food, certain power relations of big companies and small farmers, etc., etc. So, of course, you could discuss this along the line of what is the ideal with regard to meat consumption, but it is not, and I think we should not simplify it to the yes or no against one type of product. And the other point, and that was also reflected in the first lecture this morning, I think it's important to have more than experts. This is a very complex debate, and already if we only focus on animal welfare, it is highly complicated to get conceptual grip. But at the same time, if we only focus on the experts, how important they are, we lose something. So it's not enough. So we need public engagement, because if you focus on the technical experts only, as you see here on the quote, omitting the true breadth and these issues by limiting our perspective to dominant perspective. So we run the risk that you end up with a kind of bubble, maybe a technical bubble, or from the perspective of nature and food, but we really need to open up the debate and use the knowledge and competence of public engagement. And finally, I think it's important to focus more than only on the innovation. So what you see is that there is a trend to bringing ethics when there is something new. So we have gene editing. It's new. We see the increasing role of big data. So that's why ethics should be come in. And of course, that is important because if something changes, that might be a strong reason to reflect, and that might lead to moral problems that need to be discussed. However, that there is the tendency to restrict ethical reflection to what's new. And that implies that if an innovation does not change the status quo, it could be seen as morally neutral. However, what is new and how that is evaluated is not self-evident. And I want to quickly show you this with one example from a project we just finished on gene editing, where the researchers in the interview said, well, gene editing actually is not new. There's a lot of continuity with the existing technology. So yes, of course, we have to be careful, but it doesn't raise real moral concerns. And we also ask in focus group discussions, member of the public, what do you think of gene editing? And they say, well, it's not really new. There's a lot of continuity, but there is continuity with how companies already manipulate animals. And therefore, this only multiplies the problem we already have. So here you can see that the reference to whether it's new or whether it's not new, in that sense, in this case, both the researchers and the members of the public agree on the fact that it's not really new, but the evaluation of that newness or the lack of newness is completely different. So I think it is important that our focus on the innovation or what is new could seriously limit our focus on the future aspects of agriculture and food. So we run the risk that only focusing on its existing ethical issues do not take that the new or the technologies could or perpetuate or aggravate these issues. And the innovation is, of course, only not just a technology, just a technique, but it is part of a certain practice that we could have strong ethical views and need for ethical reflection. So that leads to the point that I think if we look at the ethics of livestock farming, we need an integrated approach that is multidisciplinary, that is combining different elements and a broad view on problems, and also a chain approach. And that is because it simply is too multi-layered to be discussed by one discipline. It's also too multidimensional to address by one perspective or one view on the animal, but it's also too complex to be answered by one partner. So this is, of course, a challenge because it's not simply saying, well, if you take this as the root, I can tell you how to deal with the ethical issues with regard to the ethics of livestock farming. However, I think this more integrated approach really is a necessity to make next steps and also more sustainable steps in the future development of the role of animals in food production. I leave it for here. Thank you very much. So I stop sharing and I have to look at the, oops. What is our question? The chat. Thank you very much, Matthias. You ask, do you think that the issue of animal welfare is typically a focus of the rich and affluent global north rather than the global south? Yes, that's a very relevant question. I think my main answer would say no. At the same time, of course, you see huge differences on a global level. But if you, for instance, look at both countries in Asia, for instance, in China, where you also see an increasing discussion about animal welfare. Of course, in no way comparable as discussions we have, for instance, in the UK or Scandinavia, but still, it's definitely not something I would say limited to the north as well. But of course, I think it is important to be aware in this type of discussion of is this something that we import from, let's say, the north or the west to other countries, or is it also embedded in more cultural traditions countries have, how they deal with animals? But I think as far as I studied it, which is, to be honest, limited, but there are a number of cultures also in well, many parts of the world where there are ideas about responsible use of animals and responsible human-animal interaction. So I think maybe specific concepts we use, for instance, in Europe or the US on animal welfare are specific, but the idea of being careful with animals, I would say it's not, in principle, definitely not restricted to one part of the world. Thank you. So you said thank you very much for the animal welfare approach. I affair of the conventional farming. I'm not quite sure why I get your point. What do you mean that how the link is with the conventional farming? That's a bit of a handicap with the chat. Let's say I think with conventional farming, the problem. Oh, okay, so the neoliberal approach. I think the point here is that animal welfare. I see the issue is that traditional farmers had a very broad set of values, and these were related to nature, to animals, to society, and because of well, partly the value of food security, economic reasons, we forced farmers to narrow down their set of values to those that really focus on production, making profit, efficiency, and in that context, animal welfare never has been embedded as a stable value. Now, for all kind of reasons, and also from society, you again, so in that sense, it's a kind of development where you first narrow down and now open again, say to all kind of farmers. Well, now you have to deal with all kind of values, including welfare again, which from a market perspective does not really fit. So in the sense that, of course, as long as you can make money out of animal welfare, it's no problem. But animal welfare as such is not a dimension that easily fits in an economic perspective. And also, if you look at international trade regulations, you could ban certain products because of health risk. You could ban certain things for safety, but not because of different levels of animal welfare. All right. Yes, that's a good point. We have to move because we are running out of time otherwise. So thank you very much for this. So the next on the program is Abdullah Özin, and I give you the floor for your presentation.
Well, good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful program, and I'm very happy to be able to attend. And I hope and pray that the remaining of the program will be just as fruitful. Once I start sharing my screen with you, I am going to deliver my presentation. I have a special thank you to Mr. Rector and everybody else involved in the realization of this organization. This is such a beautiful gathering, and I have no doubts whatsoever as to how much it will contribute to our discussions. And I will take you through a different perspective. Actually, it's not a different perspective because it is something that we have already been discussing. I have prepared my presentations in English, but there's Turkish interpretation. You are going to follow my presentation in the English language, while you may be able to listen to the translation at the same time. And I am going to talk to you about the animal welfare from the point of the animals, from the point of view of the animals. This is what we need to do. We have to take a closer look at the animal welfare from the perspective of the researcher and the scientists and the animals. The previous speakers talked about different perspectives, and there might be some overlapping issues, but I think this is a very significant topic. As I said before, we call our cows besi in Turkey. So I am going to talk to you about animal welfare from the point of view of besi. I know that Western countries call cows besi as well. I hope I will be able to convey the message accurately and to the point. I'm actually a historian, and I'm going to walk you through the historic development of animal welfare concept, if you would allow me. And I would like to look at the historical origin of animal welfare concept. It's about housebreaking the animals first, the housebroken animals that started living with the humans without harming them for the first time. During this process, the food that we used to create, the food that we used to produce was shared by the members of the community. And first, we housebroke our dogs. They became our important allies, and they became our alarm systems. They became our protectors. So it was a very fruitful partnership between the man and the dog. And we were driven by this partnership, actually. So housebreaking animals had been one of the most outstanding approaches of the human race since the dawn of time. It wasn't seen as anything negative. Thousands of years, hundreds of years, it used to be a relationship of sharing. It was a mutual relationship. You give, I take. So it was a reciprocal relation of benefit. But then, of course, people started discovering the profitability of this relationship. So we started earning, we started winning, and they started losing. The animals started losing the more we started winning. During the 20th century, some regulations were actually enacted in order to protect the animal welfare, but it was not a very widespread approach. We were concerned about the rights of the animals. We were concerned about what we owed to them most of the time, but we basically neglected their expectations. As we were transitioning from agriculture to industry, the industrialization brought us how we would handle animals differently. So we took animals as a part of industry. We started using them in our laboratories. We started using the animals in universities without ever being concerned about their welfare. At the beginning of the century, we had some regulations in place, but it was never global. And the developments in the aftermath of the Second World War led to us commercially using the animals for profitability. But then, of course, in 1970s, a reactionary reflex started to emerge. People started reacting to the way we handled animals and the way we use them. And that led to us to make a choice. Certain concepts had to be revisited and certain concepts had to be redesigned. We needed to redefine the rights of the animals. We needed to open to discussion what the rights of the animals would be. There was a path that we followed in the creation of the Human Rights Ensemble, and we had to adopt a similar approach to the creation of the ensemble of the human rights. The universal legal norms that led to the creation of the human rights would still apply to the animal rights. Quite recently, while we were defining the rights, while we were distributing the rights, we always based our endeavors on differences. The blacks, the whites, women, men. There was always a discrimination between different members of the communities. Men used to have more power than the women. Blacks used to have less rights than the whites. So we evolved in time, we matured, and then we realized that we were making mistakes. The distribution of the rights should not be based on differences, but rather similarities. Based on similarities will always boil down to the fact that we are objects of life. We should be free from pain. We should be free from suffering. So there's equality between similars, which requires a similar treatment. So this was the main idea. If we move on from the topic of the commonalities between animals and humans, then we can come up with a more reliable structure. The human rights philosophy, in an irreversible fashion, will become really difficult to handle in the future, because if we think that animals are similar to humans, then it will require that animals will have the same rights as the humans, and this will not be acceptable by many of the societies around the world. We are still continuing, we are still involved in animal husbandry, livestocking, and we are still consuming food made out of animals. So we have to come to an acceptable level of animal treatment. It has to be humane, it has to be equal, and it has to be right. The animal welfare concept is very important for everybody around the world, and the equal consideration will have to be redesigned and revisited in order to include sustainability. So we introduced certain rules as to how we handle animals as humans. It's still on our table, and it is still a very hot topic in our agendas. But those discussions have not matured the level we wanted them. We can still see it today. As long as we treat animals in a humane fashion, there will be no problems. There is a framework created by the international community, fed by the laws, the regulations, and certain principles. And those principles are quite inspiring. And while we are handling these issues, we have to at least provide clean water and sufficient food, an appropriate environment for them. We have to help them express normal behavior, and we have to protect them from pain, injury, disease, fear, and distress. And while we are doing that, we have to think that we will be okay. But it's not okay. We're not okay. When we dwell into the details of the situation, nothing is okay. We have reached a certain point. We were okay. We were relieved, and we were a little bit relaxed in the way we handled animals, and we created a common language. However, we still have problems. We have the good intentions, we have the best of intentions, but those intentions are not sufficient. We have carried out legislative amendments. We introduced new laws, but they were not sufficient. They were not adequate. When it came to implementation of those regulations, nothing seemed to have worked. The lawmakers and the people who were leading these efforts, supposedly, remained quite away from the practicality. They were detached from the practicality. They had no experience in the field whatsoever, so they didn't know the nature of the business. So we were introduced with new products, the animal-friendly products, coming from the farms where animal welfare standards were upheld. So a new sector was actually emerging, creating alternatives to the existing choices. But the policymakers were far away from keeping up. What we wanted within the animal-friendly products was ethics. We wanted to be ethical in our handling of the animals. There was a very significant paradox here. People were ready to pay more to the animal-friendly products, but there were not so many. They were ready to pay 10%, 15% more to the animal-friendly products, but if you look at the consumer numbers, they consist of a very small percentage of the entire population. %70 or 80% of the people started inclining towards the animal-friendly products in time, and that was really surprising for people. While purchasing such products, people's concerns were about health, not animal welfare. They thought that they were accessing healthy food by paying 15% or 20% more to animal-friendly products. So they didn't seem to have been concerned about the animal welfare, but rather they were more concerned about their own health. So they had not internalized the animal welfare concept in the way we wish them to do that. It is still the case, actually. I'm speaking with the past tense, but it is still the case. So in order to perceive this right, in order to pursue this path correctly, we need a different approach. This is something well known. It's not inventing the wheel from scratch. When we're talking about animal welfare, it's quite actually simple to understand. If you sympathize with animals, then you will solve all of the problems. If you don't follow this path, you will end up leading animals to suffer, and it's unacceptable. So in order to avoid that, we have to internalize these messages, and we have to internalize the concept of animal welfare. Now, I would like to dwell upon the technical details of animal welfare. There are so many details, but as a symbolic gesture, I just wanted to share certain information with you on this slide. You probably know all of them already. The animals are visual creatures, and they are controlled by what they see. This is a very important feature that discriminates animals from humans. We have verbal communication possibilities. We can use words to communicate, but animals are much more detailed approach, the more detailed approached creatures because they have a great visual memory. The animals don't have preliminary ideas in life. That's why while they are roaming the cities or roaming the towns, they have the necessity of focusing more specifically as to what they see around them in order to position themselves correctly. This is a very powerful tool. Normally in humans, if you are lacking one sensitivity, the other sensitivities seem to develop further. And the same thing is applicable to animals as well. And in order to place them, in order to locate themselves correctly in life and in their surroundings, they have a very detailed and a visual approach. But we don't have such a visual approach. We don't have such a detailed approach. That's why in the places where we house the animals, we are not usually so very careful. We don't think about how they are sheltered. We don't think about how they are nurtured. And we don't necessarily think about how they need to behave. So these details are lacking the way we organize the animal husbandry farms, for example. So this is an area where we need to rethink and where we need to revisit in order to create concepts that are becoming of animals and that are speaking out to the animals. This is the reason why we are experiencing these bottlenecks in animal welfare discussions. There are certain ways of behavior that we need to understand when it comes to animals. When animals behave differently or bizarrely, that's what we call it. They're not acting bizarre, they're not acting differently, but as we cannot think like them, we believe that their ways of acting are bizarre and quite different. We should be concerned. We should be concerned. We are talking about why the animals are balking, for example, and we started thinking about why the animals are balking, why they are resisting, why they are not moving when we want them to move. For example, in this place, there is a dark corridor that they don't want to enter. When they are spooked, when animals are spooked, they don't want to move. There's a list as to why an animal would balk, an animal would not move. For example, sparkling reflections on puddles would scare them off. Chains that jiggles, metal clanging or banging would lead to animals standing where they are. And when they don't move, we usually get very frustrated, we usually get very angry, and we start beating them, we start forcing them, or we start harming them. So there are so many reasons as to why we need to understand how animals react the way they do. For example, if a piece of plastic is moving, then they would be spooked. So we have to have their own perspective in order to understand why they would resist the things we want them to do. For example, when it comes to hearing, animals are very, very sensitive. All grazing animals are very sensitive. They often see with their ears, and this is a description that I saw a couple of years ago and I really liked it. And loud and high frequency noises are stressful to the animals. They don't like to hear such high noises. It is shown that screaming in an animal's ear creates a level of stress in the animals, which is quite close to an electric jolt, which is quite close to electric shock. And you can immediately harm the welfare of an animal. And noses, smelling, they are very sensitive. They are hundreds of thousands of times more sensitive than animals. And usually smelling by animals is used to detect a negative development, or a threat, if you will. For example, here we have an animal that has fallen into a squeeze chute and got stuck for 15 minutes due to a mechanical failure of the chute. The terrified urinated in the chute before he was finally released. The other cattle, even those who hadn't witnessed the fall, refused to come near that chute until after the area had been secured. Until the place was immediately cleaned, until the area was hosed down, the other animals refrained from coming closer to the chute. So this is what they perceive, and this is how they live their lives. And touching the animals, this is a problem. How an animal is touched will affect how they would react to you. We most probably have read something about how we need to touch the animals, and we were always alerted to the fact that we needed to be careful. Sometimes animals would perceive the way you touch them as a threat. So there are certain techniques that we need to adopt, and there are certain ways which we need to follow in order to touch the animals and stroke the animals. And another important feature of an animal is, of course, the seeing. Vision is the most prominent of the sense to stimulate the behavior of animals. Their vision is designed to detect motion, and animals are very vigilant. This allows them to be constantly aware of any sudden movement that may signal the approach of danger. They need to be alert at all times. If you move fast, they will be concerned, they will be disturbed. So while you are trying to lead an animal, you need to be slow, and steady movement in close distances with the animals is not threatening to them. So they will be quite cooperative with you. So if I need to wrap up, I need to say, we need to understand the language of the animals. And in order for that to be possible, we have to understand the way they communicate. We have to understand how we touch, how we handle them. We need to understand that they act differently, they live differently, and they react differently than we do. And if we can understand the way they react, then many of the problems will be eradicated. We will enjoy more productivity, and there will be less accidents, and the animals will live in greater welfare. And this is a responsibility for us from an ethical point of view. And this is the reason why I wanted to deliver this presentation. This is very much fitting to the human dignity and human ethical values. 20 years ago, when I was delivering a similar presentation, when I was talking about the principles of animal welfare, at least we needed to do this and this and this was the way I talked. That was what I believed, and that was the language I have used. I've always said, okay, at least we should protect animals from pain, injury, and diseases. I was using the word at least as much as I could in order to convey my messages to the listeners. But now I am replacing that with as much as possible, because we have to ensure animal welfare as much as possible. We have to save them as much as possible. We have to comfort them as much as possible is the language that I use, because on a global scale, the number of the people who are aware of animal welfare is on the rise. The more we can do, the more we can achieve, the better off we shall be. And only through this, in the future, we will see less and less animal welfare related issues and problems, and the lives of people will always be improved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk, and also putting us on the line of taking the animal welfare seriously, also from the perspective of the animal. For reasons of time, I propose we directly go to the next presentation and look at questions from the chat if they are at the end of this session. So I would like to ask Dr. Hazim Götkin to continue to our presentation. I think Hazim Gökçin could start presentation. I see the name in the screen, but maybe it takes too long. We change the order, and I have Recep Kulcu. I don't know whether you are already here and could. Ah, yes, excellent. Yes, perfect. Yes, that would be nice. Okay, so then I leave you to the floor. Yes, it's not yet in presenters mode, but you shared it. Yes, just leave it like here.
Thank you. Distinguished speakers, distinguished participants, and first of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this meeting, Professor Jamal Talou, and everyone on the organizing committee. Thank you all for being here. My presentation will be on my field of specialization. I teach at the Faculty of Agriculture, but I also have a master's degree and a PhD degree at the Department of Philosophy. Maybe I should have named myself doctor rather than professor, because I will approach the issue from a philosophical point of view rather than a agricultural point of view. Okay, applied ethical approaches. Applied ethical approaches were developed as a philosophical approach following the Industrial Revolution. So the purpose was to create some ethical principles, but of course, applied ethics is not independent from normative ethics, theoretical ethics, because our aim, after all, is to be able to develop norms responding to the problems that we experience. And they can be theological, deontological, or axiological. So the norms can be based on 3 different theories. These are not necessarily alternatives. They can be complementary in certain aspects. However, today we will mostly focus on environmental ethics, bioethics, and agricultural ethics. Bioethics and agricultural ethics can be seen as a subdivision of environmental ethics, actually, be it livestock or agriculture. They're all based on the environment, and that is why this is a debate that takes place under the general umbrella of environmental ethics. Let me have a look at the history of this discussion. Let's have a look at ancient Greek philosophy. Of course, we divide it as before Socrates and after Socrates. Before Socrates, we have Pythagoras, Parmenides, Anaxagoras, and Empedocles. And they claim that there is a spirit that is called the nu in animals. In other words, they believe that there are sentient beings, and these philosophers do not consume any items of animal origin. Especially Empedocles is very strict on this issue. He even stated that by eating animals, you eat your human sisters and brothers. But Arist with Aristo, this has changed. He doesn't believe that there's a nu in animals, and Descartes and Lamettrie carried it even further and approached animals as if they were machines or automated machines. But this is how this is not how it's continued in philosophy. John Stuart Mill expanded the definition of ethics to involve all sentient beings. So this is a very important development, because here ethics and the definition of it, the content of it was expanded to include all sentient beings. So environmental ethics cover all life and non-life elements. There are three basic approaches here: human-oriented, uh, life-oriented, and environment-oriented. Human-oriented approach was developed first, and then came the other theories criticizing the human-oriented approach. Of course, the Industrial Revolution is a human-centered revolution. I'm sorry, somebody switched on their microphone, so we're hearing two sounds at the same time. Can other speakers please mute themselves? Thank you. The human-centered agricultural revolution came as a result of this human-oriented approach, and following humans' control over environment, human beings gained more and more power. And following the Industrial Revolution, people started to fight against the environment, and they became more destructive and diminishing. And following the environmental awareness, the rise of environmental awareness in the world, came the biocentric approach and the ecocentric approach. The ecocentric approach covers all live elements as well as non-live elements. These two approaches both criticize the human-centric approach. So philosophy is an act of asking questions, you know. So what are the first questions that come to mind? Does everything in nature exist for human beings? If human beings have a right to intervene in the nature, what are the limits of this intervention? Because you need a limitation at one point. if we move away from a human-centered approach to a environment-centered approach or ecocentric approach, then you can't sustain most of the activities that we have today. So we will try to reach a compromise. And for that, of course, we have to accept the right of the human beings to intervene in nature. But what's the limit? Do animals have feelings? Are they sentient beings? This is a question to which nobody has said no to since maybe the 70s. Are human beings and other live beings in nature equal? At first, we can immediately say yes, but if we were to question our own lives, we would see that this is not how we implement it. In these theories, we see that there are certain concepts that we learned from theoreticians. Uh, you know, in 1970s, there was racism against different colors and gender discrimination as well. And a new concept was added to these two by Peter Singer, which is speciesism. And Singer states that speciesism is the same with racism and gender discrimination. And in the departments of philosophy, you see that the applied ethics textbook, mostly covers Peter Singer's theories and concepts. Tom Regan believes that animals are also the subject of life, just like human beings, and therefore should have equal rights. Of course, we have following modernization, we moved away from nature more and more. In ancient times, nature, for example, was more of a subject rather than an object in shamanism. Again, we see a similar approach from Empedocles, saying that in the Golden Age, the humanity falls from heights. Now, human beings love to strangle animals. Uh, there was only one man who shared the love between human beings and animals with human beings, with the rest of the world, and that single man was Pythagoras. Pythagoras was a vegetarian himself. Following the rise in environmental awareness came the Universal Declaration of Animal Rights by UNESCO. All animals are born equal and have the same right to existence, is Article number 1. We may think that this is being said for stray animals or pets only, but that is not true. Let me give you an example. There are 8 million straight animals in Turkey, but there are approximately 400 million farm animals. So most of the animals are not seen by the civil society. That's why I believe that animal rights are important. Another article is that all animals have the right to be respected. Human beings are animals themselves. They share their knowledge with animals, and all animals have the right to be protected by animals. If animals are to be killed, it has to be done instantly without any fear or pain. Another article is about farm animals. And this article states that all animals have the right to reproduce in line with criteria that are in line with their species criteria. So any change that human beings do on this is against these rights. And then there is another article on working animals. There are many strict animals as well, stating that certain animals being killed constantly is a genocide. Bramwell report was a starting point, actually, when it comes to animal welfare. Good housing, good nutrition, health, and proper behavior. These are the four main principles that are mentioned in the report, which serves as a starting point. However, as Dr. Ozan said, it becomes too technical at times. It's like we're not talking about sentient beings, but we're talking about a completely different process. Here, for example, you see perceived welfare and the productivity of farm animals, and by creating a link between the two, they try to calculate maximum welfare. This is a technical approach. Point B is maximum welfare. As we move from B to C, we make a compromise on animal welfare. Point C means that human beings make a compromise on animal welfare for their own interests. Of course, this may be an important indicator from an economic point of view, but from a philosophical point of view, or from a environmental ethics point of view, one should ask, what's the limit? Do the animal welfare practices reach their targets? Voiceless actually scores 50 countries according to the legislation and applied welfare. It's very interesting here. We have API and VACI. API shows us the legislation, and here we see that industrial countries or developed countries, they're not very good in terms of their legislation. I mean, very good countries are not there. When we look at the legislation, developed countries are under good, but when we check the welfare, applied welfare, this time we see traditional farming societies, whether smaller establishments, for example, where people have one-on-one links with their animals and where, cattle have names. India, for example, is there. Maybe it has to do with their beliefs as well. Of course, they have different religions, but there's a certain segment of the society which is vegetarian, and then there is the Republic of Tanzania, Kenya, Nigeria. These are countries that are involved in traditional livestock farming, actually. Here, they're insufficient, the category insufficient. Turkey is there. France, Japan, UK, Denmark, Spain, they're all here in terms of welfare. And United States is here under the insufficient category when it comes to legislation. Turkey has shortcomings as well. For example, the Republic of Tanzania is insufficient in terms of legislation, but they were in the good category in practice. And very weak countries are Russia, United States, and the weakest is Australia, together with Belarus, in terms of welfare, that is, practiced welfare. That's interesting. And what does this mean? Well, in practice, animal welfare is lower in countries where there's industrial livestock farming. In spite of the fact that there are pieces of legislation, there are laws in place, the report of Voiceless shows us that applied welfare is law. So developed countries have their legislation in place, but in practice, they can't enhance animal welfare. It has to do with the fact that they produce a lot, they have poultry farms. I mean, free range poultry farming is becoming more widespread, of course, but free range farming still doesn't meet the welfare conditions that we used to have in traditional chicken farming. But if you turn it into an industrial factory, then the existing technologies don't get you very far in terms of animal welfare. So, to wrap up, animal welfare is not an issue that should be approached from a technical point of view. There has to be an ethical background to increasing awareness of the society. And we shouldn't approach this only from a sectoral point of view, but also from a societal point of view. And I think we have to very well explain the environmental ethical background of this to the society. And we have to create a consensus or a compromise where ecocentric or biocentric approaches are not neglected. Of course, there are certain, walks of life. There are vegans, maybe their criticism, maybe their approach may be too radical for the larger society. But other than that, of course, they can, their criticism is still valid. Or male chicks, for example, male chicks are culled in the egg industry. An awareness was created on this issue in France, and the French Ministry of Agriculture stated in 2020 that this had to be stopped, and certain restaurants also declared that they wouldn't be buying from those producers. So we'll see some developments in the upcoming years, and there will be certain limitations or restrictions introduced, apparently. Maybe we may think that vegans and vegetarians are radical, at least certain segments of the society may think that they're radical, but this issue was made topical thanks to their efforts. So one has to look for a solution compromising all the segments of the society. And as I said before, we have to work in all schools as well, starting with preschool training all the way up to master's degrees. TÜBİTAK, the Turkish science agency, has such projects, for example, because people are no longer in touch with nature. I mean, milk is not only a product in a pack. It comes from a live being. That being has children as well. And this is a sacred bond. This is what children has to learn at an early age. Otherwise, people will see recent legal amendments as a hurdle, and we'll try to find a way around those recent laws. It's easier to enact a law, but it's harder for the society to internalize those principles. It takes a longer time, and it's a very important background as well. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for this very rich talk, bridging ancient philosophy, a lot of interesting thoughts from more recent
Felsefeyi
ethics.
ve daha güncel düşünceleri, etik kuralları bir araya getiren konuşmanızdan dolayı ben teşekkür ediyorum. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Are there any questions?
I think we should go to the presentation by Hazim Göksin, also for reasons of time, and we're running into the to the lunch break otherwise. So I think we have to move to the final presentation, and unfortunately, I think we do not have time for the Q&A. Because we're already now at starting of the presentation. So if Hazim Göksin could start with his presentation, it would be very nice. Oh, you're still muted at this moment. Yeah, that's excellent.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I would like to salute all of the participants and all of the viewers with love and respect. I'm not going to take much of your time because the time is very limited. I am just going to read you the presentation that I had previously drafted. Welfare of the animals has been in the top agenda of the animal husbandry on a global scale for this last 60 years. But the discussion of animal welfare became quite significant after the year 2016's UN ratification of the resolution on animal welfare by 146 countries. And ever since then, many developments had unfolded and many legislative amendments had been carried out. When animal welfare was first discussed, it was only based on the stress levels of the animals. But as a result of the developments in the animal husbandry sector, the focus shifted towards the emotions of the animals, focusing on their feelings instead of their physical shelters. In 1965, the Bramble Committee first defined the animal welfare. And according to this definition, if an animal is in a good situation, both physically and mentally, if they can express their feelings quite comfortably, and if they are not harmed or they are not forced to suffering in any way, then it means they have a welfare. So animal welfare stands for being physically and psychologically robust. While we are talking about animal welfare, we have to talk about the psychology, the physical conditions that the animals are kept in, as well as the way that they express themselves. The adaptation of animals to their surroundings will always signify their level of welfare. Animal welfare has become a joint topic for all the veterinarians and animal handlers on a global scale. Under this, we need to understand the behaviors and the needs of the animals more. And we have to contribute to the welfare of the pets that we keep at homes. We have pets, exotic animals, wild animals, and animals that we keep for milk, and other sources. But while we are keeping those animals, we have to ensure their welfare, their health, and their integrity. Animal ethics and animal treatment, as well as animal integrity, are indispensable parties of our discussions today. Any animal that is not kept under the ideal circumstances is bound to catch diseases and spread those diseases. The inspection of the laboratory testing is another important issue that I'd like to touch upon. After having read my briefing, I just want to touch upon two more issues. Quite lately, we have been seeing these discussions in the global media. And a corporation in the United States focused on a laboratory in Thailand where puppies were being used for testing purposes. Of course, it was heavily reacted to on a global scale. And puppies were put in a cage where there were some corrosive beetles, and these beetles ended up eating these puppies, and that was heavily reacted to as well. Such activities, unfortunately, continue as we speak. So we need to establish animal welfare ethical commissions, which will focus on the animal testing purposes in Turkey as well. Another issue, after having touched upon the puppies that were completely consumed by the nuts, the midges, if you will, in Turkey, there is great production of pet animals, and the developers of pets are not taking care of them physically or mentally. They need to be in natural environments. They need to be able to run and roam freely, but the pet developers or the pet growers are not paying much attention to what they need. And also the stray animals. The stray animals, we need to focus on them as well. The stray animals don't want to live in the urban locations. The animal lovers defend the fact that they need to be kept where they are in the cities. But I don't agree with them. By the central administrations or the local administrations, they need to be moved to places where they can live freely, where they can live happily instead of urban locations. All of the topics that I wanted to touch upon were previously touched upon by the speakers before me. That's why I want to cut my presentation short here due to time constraints. I would like to thank each and every one of you for organizing this conference. And I hope and pray that the conference will be the most fruitful and successful one.
Thank you very much for this nice talk, and adding also to the broadness of what we heard in this session on animal welfare and ethics. And I think it nicely shows how the different dimensions of ethics, of ethology and biology of the animals really are needed all together in making important steps in the discussion of future agriculture and food production. I hand over the floor to the master of ceremony for this conference, because we have to close this session here, and we go to the lunch break. So thank you very much, and I now hand over to the organizer.
Well, yes, our panel has ended. I would like to thank Frank Bijbom for leading this panel and the distinguished participants who took over the floor. And we are going to have a lunch break now. And in the afternoon, the first session will be launched at 1:30 Turkish time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the third International Agricultural and Food Ethics Congress organized by Target. This session is going to be chaired by Uygun Aksoy, the president of the Ecological Agriculture Association. I pass the floor on to Uygun Aksoy to run this session.
Ooh. Can you hear the sound? Because I've lost the sound. Can anyone hear me? There's no sound coming through.
It may have to do with Miss Aksoy's microphone, because I think she's the one who's streaming the video. Or her connection.
Depth will sort of directly address the question of how to feed a city, and actually both Plato and Aristotle, who you see here, were very obsessed with the question. And they came up with this concept of what they called oikonomia. That just means household management. And the idea is that the ideal arrangement is one in which every citizen has a house in the city and a farm in the countryside, and the farm feeds the house. That is oikonomia. And of course, if every citizen has this arrangement, then the city itself will be self-sufficient, which both Plato and Aristotle thought was a very good thing, because they thought if a city could feed itself, it would then have some chance of being politically independent. I find this fascinating because I think it sort of speaks of a duality that the Greeks were very aware of, and in fact I've used Aristotle's term here, political animals, in which he talks about the fact that humans are political, so they need to gather together in society in order to sort of express themselves properly, but also we need sustenance from the natural world, we're animals. And so how you bring these two things together in an ideal arrangement was really why both Plato and Aristotle recommended that the city should remain small, because only then would you be able to have this ideal arrangement of oikonomia. And as I say, many cities in the ancient world, obviously not Rome, that sort of broke the trend, and I'm not going to talk about that today, but you know, Rome sort of really pioneered the modern kind of way of feeding yourself from lands very far away. But you know, that was an exception. Most cities in the pre-industrial world did remain relatively small, particularly those that were inland. And to the greatest extent possible that they could, they actually fed themselves from their local hinterland. So they did, in fact, practice some form of oikonomia. And I love this image. I mean, it's actually my favorite image, really, the Ambrogio Lorenzetti allegory of the effects of good government, which really portrays, in a sense, the ideal relationship between the city and the countryside, and the idea of having the two in perfect balance. And it's really sort of only because, you know, in the 14th century in Italy, there was a resurgence of the idea of the city-state, that people were able again to sort of see the power of this idea, which had really been lost actually since the fall of Rome. And I also find it fascinating that this image is called the allegory of the effects of good government, because what it's really telling you is that it is politicians' responsibility and the leaders of the city to make sure that this balance between city and country is maintained. I mean, of course, today, as we know, most cities have nothing like this kind of balance. Most of the power in the world resides in cities. Most of the food that feeds cities comes from all over the world, very often from highly artificial landscapes like the one on the right in the Mato Grosso in Brazil. And actually, people living in cities don't really have any conception of where their food comes from generally. So we're very distanced, both in terms of physical distance, but also mentally from where our food comes from. And I call this the urban paradox because basically it goes back to Aristotle's recognition of our duality as humans and our need for society and for nature. And the idea that sort of there's a question of, you know, the more we live in cities in order to be together, the further and further away we get from nature and from the sources of our sustenance. And it's a real problem. And the question is, how are we going to actually, you know, resolve this paradox? How are we going to find, you know, better ways of living and bring society and nature back together again? Well, how did we get here? Well, again, I'm sort of talking about, you know, thousands of years worth of history and kind of enormous sort of leaps, but a critical moment in the evolution of cities was the coming of the railways, for the obvious reason that the railways, for the first time, actually allowed food to be transported rapidly over long distances, which meant that there wasn't this problem of how to feed the city and, you know, get the food into the city fresh, which had existed before. And really, it's a pivotal moment in urban evolution. And three key things change at this point. The first of which is that cities themselves start to expand very rapidly. The second of which is that food, which had been very visible in the city, because if you imagine, you know, animals walking to market and actually being physically present in the city, now they're going to be killed outside and come in as dead meat. So people are no longer going to physically see food in the city. And thirdly, politicians who had up to this point been kind of more or less responsible for feeding the city actually sort of cede responsibility over to the nascent food industries, which of course, again, is the situation in which we find ourselves today. So here's just a graphic example of the expansion of London after the coming of the railways. It's very, very rapid. You very quickly get a city that you couldn't from just one or two little markets in the centre. And it's the beginning of what regional geography. The landscape is transformed at the same time or just shortly afterwards. So, for example, when the railways come to the American Great West, which had been an enormous expanse of grassland inhabited by bison and Native Americans, the bison is slaughtered, the Native Americans moved to reservations in order to create the world's first vast model. A really great thing at the time, because people also came up with the idea of feeding the excess. What to do with it. They started feeding it to cattle, which of course was the beginning of the industrial livestock revolution as we know it today. The invention of cheap meat, and I put sort of enormous inverted commas around the word cheap, because of course, as we now know, there's nothing cheap about it. It just externalizes the true cost of eating. Indeed, the sort of consequence of eating like this became visible quite rapidly. The famous Dust Bowl, where this kind of land that had been grassland is being ploughed up annually to create grain crops without any thought of replacing nutrients in the soil. The soil got more and more friable and eventually just blew away in a series of disastrous storms after drought in the 1930s, and millions of farmers were displaced. So it's a huge ecological catastrophe in a way that gave rise to a conversation that we're still having today, really, which is often portrayed as the question of how we are going to feed the world, which is a formulation that I hate, because it raises the question of who we are and whether the world wants us to feed it anyway, and all the rest of it. But nevertheless, this kind of opposing set of ideas about what the best way to produce food is. On the left-hand side, you have, the father of sort of chemical farming, really, Justus Liebig, who was the first German chemist, the first man to really work out what the key nutrients that plants need to grow are: NPK, nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus. And of course, the Haber-Bosch process, which allows atmospheric nitrogen to be fixed, which allows chemical fertilizers to be produced. And this is really the basis of monocultural food production, which makes it possible, but of course isn't very good for the plants or the soil, or indeed for us who eat the plants. On the right-hand side, Albert Howard, really the father of the modern organic movement, who understood that actually all of that was denying what really goes on in living soil between the plants, which form living connections with soil fungi. And there's a kind of underground trade going on where the plants feed the fungi sugars and the fungi feed the plants micronutrients and minerals that they can extract directly from rock, which is really the basis of plant health and therefore our health, because of course all our food system is based on plants, land-based food. So that was a sort of actually an argument that Albert Howard and the organic movement were winning, until unfortunately we had World War II. And of course, in wartime, basically, it's all about producing a huge amount of food as fast as possible. So the whole organic movement got crushed under this kind of the weight of this need to produce food, which went down the chemical route, which of course it continued to do after the war. We've created this illusion of cheap food that doesn't really exist, and we've done it by externalizing the true cost of food production, emissions to fresh water, much of which is from non-renewable resources, diet-related disease and obesity, COVID and pandemics like COVID, which of course are partly to do with the fact that we've denuded the biodiversity in our environment, which makes it more possible for pathogens to jump into our world, vast amounts of food waste, because of course we don't value food, feeding grain to animals, about a third of the harvest, using vast amounts of energy, compared to the amount of calories we get back from the system, and of course, entering a sixth mass extinction because the use of pesticides is killing off insect and bird life. So there is no such thing as cheap food, but it seems that that's the way the world is still going, because of course there's huge embedded power in this model, and we're all got used to sort of not really working to feed ourselves and just sort of eating whatever the global food industry wants to chuck at us. So it is a sort of, I call this my Armageddon slide. It's really, the catastrophe that we're facing, and of course now we of many of the downsides of this way of eating. We know we've got to do it differently, which of course means that we have to live differently too. So where are we going to go from here? Now, I think one thing to realize that we have entered a neo-geographical age. So, when the trains came and when sort of the Industrial Revolution happened, in a sense, it sort of heralded a brief period when we could almost ignore geography, or anyway, we did ignore geography. We treated nature as if it came for free. We sort of obliterated distance and so on. And now I think we have to sort of rethink how we live a good life within the confines of, you know, the idea of obviously planetary limitations, but also geography itself, and the question of where you are on the planet is very relevant. And the centric price, which is technology is the answer, but what was the, obviously that's a good life. How do we live? What is a good society? They're all utopian questions, and they're ancient. And of course, I've just spoken about the Greeks and their concern about how to feed a city, and that really extends all the way through utopian thought. So, for example, we have Thomas More's Utopia, which is a critique of the London of Tudor times and saying it was too big and greedy, and proposing going back to a sort of series of semi-independent city-states. And Ebenezer Howard's Garden Cities model is really Thomas More with railways. It's Ebenezer Howard trying to balance our needs for society and for nature by limiting the size of the city and surrounding it with productive farmland, and indeed putting the farmland in the ownership of the city, so that when land values rose, it was actually the community that benefited, not some random developer. I mean, I think all of these are still extremely, in fact, increasingly pertinent and interesting ideas that are becoming extremely relevant again, because we have entered, as I say, the neo-geographical age. But there's a problem. And the problem is that utopia can't exist because it aims at perfection, and it has a double derivation from the Greek words good and no, meaning either good place or no place. And indeed, this is why I invented the word Utopia all those years ago, because I was trying to find a Greek equivalent that actually used food as its lens, because as I said earlier, food shapes our lives in multiple ways. And I just thought by seeing the world through the lens of food and actually valuing food again critically, we could rethink the way not only how we eat, but how we live. So if we look at, sort of imagine the food system, and of course there are many more steps in it than the ones I'm representing here, but you know, at every stage in the food system, in the food journey, we have choices. So, you know, do we raise cattle in enormous concentrated feeding lots like the one on the left, or do we allow them to eat grass, which is what of course they can do that we can't, which is why we co-evolved with them in the first place. Do we leave the city in the name of efficiency to buy our food in a supermarket, or just dial it up on Deliveroo, or do we actually go into a physical space and meet other people when we buy our food? Do we take time for food? You know, so 1 in 5 meals in America before COVID, by the way, was being eaten in a car, which I still find absolutely mind-boggling. Or do we take time and enjoy food again and use that as a basis of enjoyment and really sort of being with our friends and family? So they're all choices, but the question really is not whether these are better or worse ways of doing things, but actually, you know, what kind of a life do they actually create as choices? And I think, you know, to a certain extent, they come down to opposing paradigms, which, you know, I've sort of shown 2 pictures here. Actually, the girl on the left is drinking Soylent. I don't know whether you've heard of Soylent, but it's a kind of food substitute invented by an engineer called Rob Reinhardt in Silicon Valley. And his idea was, you know, if you just have all the nutrients that we need for life, you can just chuck them down and then be free to do whatever you like. But on the other hand, we have this kind of emerging movement now where people are saying, you know, we need to get back to working with our hands, getting pleasure from simple things, making things, and so on. The sourdough revolution, very opposite ways of conceiving of a good life. And they actually do stem from, if you like, opposing philosophies. That is Rob Reinhardt, the inventor of Soylent, who says, I love this quote, "Worrying about something as simple as food in the digital age is weird." I'll just let that sink in for a moment. He thinks food is simple, and worrying about it is weird. Or on the other hand, we have Epicurus, who very simply says self-sufficiency is freedom. And Epicurus's view was, kind of basically we have to eat, so we may as well enjoy it and actually work with our bodies, which are programmed to give us pleasure when we do the right thing. So it's a much simpler vision of a good life to do with looking after yourself, growing food, making food, sharing it with your friends and so on. And I have to say, you know, to sort of stop any speculation that may be going on there, that I am very much in Epicurus's camp on this one. I think it's very important to say, and I did mention it earlier, that of course there is no one-size solution to any of this. You know, we've, through time, evolved ways of living in an extraordinary variety of environments. And that really is one of the great successes of the human species, is its ability to adapt. But of course, you know, how one should live, might live well, and how one might eat well in a different landscape is going to entirely depend on local conditions. I think it's very important we remember that when all of these global solutions are presented by, or very often by, big ag, let's face it. I think clearly we need to remind ourselves of the true value of food, and it's very ironic that it tends to be during a crisis that we remember how important food is. You know, London in the Second World War, Havana after the fall of the Soviet Union, Detroit after the cars left, people went very quickly, not only back to growing their own food, but also building up new networks through food, which of course also we saw under lockdown this year and last. I think we need to address the food system. It's highly monopolistic, as you can see from this diagram on the left. What the food movement really does, I think, is it joins the roots, the branches, and that's something that I think we need to really pursue going forward, because if you believe, as I do, that a food system and society map onto each other directly, then if you want to live in a democracy, you can't have a food system that looks like the one left. And for my love, Carlo Petrini, instead of being passive consumers of, for example, through community-supported agriculture programs like Angelic Organics in Chicago, or entering, you know, food co-ops, joining food co-ops where people really run their own supermarket effectively and do long-term deals with local farmers. But also, of course, it doesn't have to be just about consumers. It can also be about farmers getting together, have more power and more voice, or be like city within this framework. I think it's essential that we incorporate food thinking that has cities taking space for markets, preserving local infrastructure. Very importantly, I mean, I put in this photo from Makalima Market in Nairobi, where I was only a few years ago, and unfortunately it's now being closed down, which I find very sad.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, can you hear me? I'm just wondering whether it would be easier for me to just talk over the pictures. The presentation's nearly over anyway. I can't hear anybody.
Working for soil with nature, not in forestry, that are incredibly productive and bring the city and the country together. So this again is kind of going back to the really Aristotelian idea of how we balance society and nature. And again, there are many fascinating examples of how to do that, both, you know, not just from recent ones, but Patrick Geddes was already talking about how to preserve strips of countryside so the city grew into a star shape in the 20th century, early 20th century. Modern ideas like Bernard Viljoen saying we need to bring productive food back into the city in strips so that we achieve the same thing in a sort of post-fitting sort of way.
I'm just trying to think, because I've got other presentations with me. I weirdly, for some reason, don't have my Turkish one, the one I sent you, but I've got other presentations. I could literally just do the end of the talk using another presentation. Would that be easier? I've got one I did recently, for example, in Elmira. Would that be easier? I can't, just do it and make it quick is what Jeff's saying.
Obvious, which of course means that
Shall I just share my screen and do the end of the talk live? Yes,
I
it will be
think
okay.
there
I'll do that. I'll do that. Okay, good. I'm doing it.
Problem with the
If that's going to
connection
work.
at the beginning, and the problem.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully. It's the desktop. My desktop is coming up, but not my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
You can. Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay. So the bit that you missed at the beginning was when I was explaining Sitopia. And Sitopia is basically just a word I invented. It means food place, and it basically was just to express the fact that we live in a world shaped by food, and our bodies and minds and landscapes and cities and politics and economics and climate are all shaped by food. So that was the idea at the beginning. And then I need to go to the end. Oh, I don't know, what is that? End show. I'll just skip to the end. So I think we had most of that. I think we'd kind of got up to about here, and it all started going pear-shaped, didn't it? So I'll just do that bit. Yes, I was talking about the way food systems and societies basically mirror one another. So, you know, if we want to live in a democratic society, we can't have a food system that looks like the one on the left, which is basically monopolistic. And that was just from a study that was done by Jan Willem Grievink, who's a Dutch agronomist living in the, Dutch agronomist. So basically on the right-hand side, what you can see is, you know, what happens when you join the roots to the branches of the system. It sort of actually sort of makes it much more complex and much more reflective of a sort of the possibility of multiple social relationships. And I love Carlo Petrini's term that he uses of co-producers, which is the idea that instead of just being passive consumers of food, we're actually active producers, and we work with the people who feed us. And again, there's many examples of this. For example, here, Angelic Organics is a community-supported agriculture farm outside Chicago, actually the biggest one in the United States. And the idea there is that people living in the city pay the farmers to feed them ahead of time, and maybe even go and work on the farm. Wakalima Market, actually very sadly, this is now closed down in Nairobi, but it was this amazing wholesale market. And again, you know, it supported many small scale producers coming into the city. And as you can see from this picture, it also had a very sort of powerful social element to it. So these institutions really matter, and we need to protect them. You know, again, everything I'm talking about is about how small scale and local can start to resonate at a greater scale. So obviously, you know, farmers cooperatives is one way of achieving that sort of greater power for small scale producers. And on the right-hand side at the bottom, you know, Singaporean food courts, which is just an example of an urban institution supported by the city, but which allow small-scale businesses to operate within them. So a lot of the food businesses in Singaporean food courts are actually just family businesses. Obviously, or maybe not obviously, but, you know, I'm an architect, so, you know, the idea of incorporating food in the way we imagine cities seems very obvious. That can be everything from allowing food growing back into the city to incorporating food in policy making, making space for farmers markets, very importantly, preserving infrastructure in the countryside as well, such as local abattoirs. which have been disappearing at a very rapid rate as the sort of everything scales up. But of course, if we're going to use animals in regenerative farming systems, we need the local infrastructure to support them. Things like food hubs, bringing those back into cities, which again replicates, I talked at the beginning about the way the temple in the city of Ur was like a kind of food hub in a way. And I think, there's a huge scope for these kinds of spaces that are about buying and selling, but also about socializing around food, both in the city and in the countryside. And then, of course, the idea of bringing food growing into at a scale back into the city, which replicates in a way the market gardens that used to surround cities. They can be vertical farms. I actually have a few issues about vertical farms, but maybe we can discuss that in the Q&A if there's any time. And I know, well, Eugen, for example, is an expert in organic farming, so will know more about this than I do. But, just to say that there are these incredible examples and a huge, definitely a very palpable upsurge of interest in regenerative farming. So working with the soil as opposed to against it. I think, that conversation's over with the mass extinction that we're facing at the moment. We need to be working with the soil again, and there's great uptake in, for example, in no-till, things like mob grazing, so moving away from the livestock, the sort of the cheap meat model of industrial livestock farming, which again, is generally agreed now, I think, to be an ecological catastrophe, to sort of eating much less meat, but much higher quality if it's raised in these sorts of systems. And of course, the cows eat grass, which is why we co-evolved with them in the first place, mimicking forests and so on. And, at a bigger scale, at the regional scale, of course, it's also about bringing the city and the country together. So going back to what Aristotle was talking about, the duality, our duality, how do we bring the city and the country together? Of course, utopia itself is a sort of represents perhaps the greatest tradition of addressing this question. And as I said at the beginning, feels like a long time ago, the Greeks actually said, keep the city small, because that's how you can ensure that it can feed itself from its own hinterland. But of course, that's far from the only model. We can preserve strips of countryside, as Patrick Geddes was suggesting, or we can reintroduce productive growing into the city, as the English architects, English-based architects, Bernard Viljoen suggest, or we can interrogate the productive food shed of a city like New York and say, okay, what could be grown here, and how can we strengthen the ties between the hinterland and the city? And again, Brooklyn Food Co-op, which I briefly showed you, is an example of how we can do that. And then on the right hand bottom, MVRDV's project for Almere Oosterwald in the Netherlands, which incorporates food growing into a new urban plan. And actually, I just visited that recently, and I don't think it's turning out quite as they imagined. So again, there's sort of things we could talk about there. But it's really trying to establish the urban-rural balance, which is what the wonderful Lorenzetti I showed you really, for me, epitomizes. I call these landscapes for human and non-human flourishing, because I think that's really what we're trying to get to. We're trying to work out a way of inhabiting land that allows us to flourish as humans, so we have access to society and to nature, but also allows nature to flourish, because of course there is no human flourishing without natural flourishing. And again, there's many examples of this around the world, food-based projects, food hubs, food growing, incorporating sort of suburban farming into the city plan, or designing new cities around the idea of food growing. So that's what Sitopia is. It's really about seeing the world through the lens of food. I'm sorry the sound was so bad when in the pre-recorded version of this. But really just to say, I think, the problems that we're in are because we've created this illusion of cheap food by externalizing the true cost of what we eat. And we have to reincorporate the value back into food, and then aim to create societies where everybody eats well, because if you eat well, everything else follows. And of course, this involves tax reform and land reform. I will just say it's quite a revolutionary idea. And if you want to know more, it's all in this book. And thank you very much, and apologies for the sort of the technical hitches earlier.
I don't know how, but my let's say it automatically is muted. Maybe it's the host who's muting me at a certain time. Thanks for your very nice talk and for the book. I think it's quite challenging for all of us to read the whole book to get a better idea. For the economia and the urban or peri-urban agriculture, I think currently one thing that we are facing is the pollution. So even if it brings an alternative within the organic community, the major issue that is being discussed is how to avoid pollution. I mean, on both sides, pollution onto the society's, let's say, goods, or the pollution coming from the urban onto the production system.
Yes, yes, that's very interesting. And again, I think, you know, part of it is to do with the fact that we've kind of peripheralized food as a problem, you know, and then the city gets on with its thing and food is kind of somehow over here. And what was very interesting, for example, in Cuba, you know, after the fall of the Soviet Union, was that, you know, when they went back to farming, because America immediately put a trade embargo on Cuba and they couldn't get access to any of their usual chemicals, they were forced to go organic. And of course, that was brilliant because you don't want, you know, pesticides in the middle of the city. So, you know, I think it's part of a sort of a general recognition now that we, as I say, we're living in what I call a neo-geographical age, and we have to absorb, you know, there's no just chucking the rubbish out into some void anymore. We have to actually, you know, think about ourselves as living on a spaceship, as it were, and clean up our cycles effectively.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
There was a question from Levent. He also raised his hand from the very beginning. I think it was partially covered by the discussion that we had at the end, but I will be forwarding his comments as well to you. Now I am glad to invite our second speaker, Jeff Tansey, member of the Food Ethics Council and an old friend who worked in Turkey at Ege University as well. The floor is yours, Jeff.
Thank you.
Sorry for the delay. It's my fault, and you will have your time as well.
Okay, can you see the screen, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Merhaba, teşekkür ederim davet için. Şimdi İngilizce'de devam edeceğim. Kusura bakma Türkler. As we gather today virtually, the Glasgow Food Climate Summit is in the latest in a long line of conferences trying to address global problems such as climate change, biodiversity loss, hunger and malnutrition. We know today's food systems are major contributors to climate destabilization. They're also badly affected by it. But with suitable transformations, food systems could help mitigate a potential climate catastrophe. The questions are in what way, in whose interest, by what means, and to what ends will this transformation occur? In recent years, numerous reports have called for transformation in our food systems, as this 2021 report by the World Bank and others on food finance architecture summarized it. Food systems are no longer, have come a long way, but are no longer fit for purpose. Here, I briefly reflect on some of the huge shifts in thinking about food security, in science and technology, in global rules and power dynamics in our food system since the 1970s that has led us to the food systems we have today. Now, 50 years ago, in the summer of 1971, I was excited to be working at the oldest agricultural research institution in the world in Rothamsted, southern England. This was part of my soil science degree at the University of Aberdeen. I didn't think about ethics and certainly never heard the word in any of my lectures, but simply thought that doing something that might help feed people would be a good thing. Now, soil science is a wonderfully integrative degree connecting biology, geology, physics, chemistry, microbiology, thermodynamics, and lots more to try and understand that most complex system under our feet. But I felt something was missing. People, because it's people who decide what is done with the soil, what happens to biodiversity and our natural resources. Postgraduate research in the history of science and social studies of science and technology and economic history helped give me a broader understanding of their importance in driving the direction of change. And my first job led me to help develop and launch and edit a new journal on food policy. Because in the 1970s, about 460 million people were estimated to be undernourished, excluding the centrally planned Asian economies. In the early 1970s, there were droughts and famines in parts of Africa, grain price rises, a dramatic fourfold price rise in crude oil by OPEC in 73 to 74. And there were concerns about population growth, how the world would manage its resources, highlighted by the Club of Rome's Limits to Growth report in 1972. This looked at potential problems 40 to 50 years ahead. The first environmental summit was held in Stockholm in 1972, and a World Population Conference in August 1974, followed by a World Food Conference in November 1974. At this World Food Conference, governments solemnly proclaimed every man, woman, and child has the inalienable rights to be free from hunger and malnutrition in order to develop their physical and mental faculties. Something we are clearly still a long way from achieving. Now, this conference put the highest priority on accelerating food production in developing countries, measures to assure world food security to protect consumers in times of crop failures, and new international institutions to maintain the political will towards action and to promote greater investment in food production. A new international fund on agricultural development was established, as well as a new global information early warning system on food and agriculture at FAO, and a committee on food security there, and the World Food Council, amongst other things. The council was supposed to be the UN's umbrella organization on food matters, but was never effectual and ceased to exist in 1993. And it was at this conference in 74 that food security was narrowly defined as the availability at all times of adequate world food supplies of basic foodstuffs to sustain a steady expansion of food consumption and to offset fluctuations in production and prices. A year later, the first issue of Food Policy in November 75 opened with this quote from a document prepared for the Rome conference. The food crisis of the past 2 years has drawn attention dramatically to both the interdependence of production, trade, stocks and prices, and the serious unpreparedness of the world as a whole to meet the vagaries of the weather. You could almost have written that today. Looking though at that first issue of Food Policy, there are so many familiar themes in what is being discussed today. Agricultural economist Tim Josling's article highlighted two major approaches to seeking adequate world food supplies, one focused on production, the other on distribution. He also commented, food issues are in fact becoming more closely related to general economic and social concerns in most countries in the world. It is the vital but elusive ingredient of political will that sets the pace for a resolution of these issues. Now, the political will issue is still very much with us today, as you can see in Glasgow at COP26. I left Food Policy in 77 and came to Turkey in 1978 to help establish an agricultural extension and communications centre at Ege University when I first met Ugun. That was my first of many visits to Turkey, some for further work, as with the TÜYAP project in 1986 to 88, others to write about agricultural and other developments. I later worked in Albania, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and travelled widely to various food and farming projects, most memorably in Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi after the genocide in the mid-1990s. Now, while much attention focused on developing countries and problems of undernutrition and production in the 1970s, the opposite problem arose in the richer world. The post-Second World War focus on increasing food production through intensification of farming via mechanization, monocultures, fertilizers, and pesticides involved huge subsidies and led to a problem of overproduction of basic grain and feed crops in North America and Europe. A 1981 report on food policy from the Rich World's Club, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, discussed how this overproduction, coupled with limited demand and saturated markets, were driving food system innovation. Now, the big problem For any food and farming business in a market economy predicated on continual economic growth is that you don't need much food for an active and healthy life. You only need enough. And far too much food was being produced for populations on relatively traditional diets in saturated markets. This put increased pressure, competitive pressure on businesses to look for technological innovations to give them an edge, increase productivity from the land, labour or capital used, and to diversify. Responses to this included turning cheap commodity crops into meat and dairy through animals and a massive meatification of diets. Others included exporting subsidized crops to developing countries, undermining local farming systems, but providing cheap food for urban populations, and encouraging the use of soy and grain-based feeding system for animals, as well as promoting changed dietary patterns. The OECD report also identified three major trends affecting food and farming. One was an economic concentration of power. This has accelerated since then and is taking place across all sectors of the food system, from energy production, input provision, catering, retailing, wholesaling, machinery manufacture, seed production. But it's also happening far more widely, social media, communications, and much more. The second trend was serving global markets through long supply chains, which accelerated after the fall of the Soviet Union and opening up of China. Products from seeds to foodstuffs that can be sold widely are developed, reducing agricultural biodiversity, producing similar crops and animals across the world, and leading to more homogenized diets. It remains to be seen if the fragility of long supply chains highlighted during the pandemic impact this continued trend. A third trend was to try to increase control over the variables in which an actor in the food system has to work, whether that's managing the land, the workforce, the business, information or markets. These tools for control include political, economic and military power, which are what extended European control over much of the world from the 1500s and shaped today's food system. Others are science and technology, information management, laws and regulations to further particular interests or restrain them, and market power through takeovers and mergers. Major developments in science and technology have underpinned some of the big changes underway by providing new tools for control. One was the discovery of DNA. Subsequent developments in biology have enabled an unprecedented ability to manipulate organisms. This attracted former chemical companies into plant breeding. Developments in computing, communications, and the capacity to analyze massive amounts of data was just another requirement for the development of biotechnology, just-in-time production systems, social media, and more. Pressures also grew from industries whose business models depend on strong intellectual property rights and which sought to globalize them. This they achieved through the negotiations in the Uruguay round of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, begun in 1986, which led to the establishment of the World Trade Organization in 1994, and also brought agriculture into the trade rules. Now, this occurred before and partly precipitated the final big shift that is underway and has happened since that 1981 OECD report. And that is geopolitical. As economic and military power shifts in the world, away from the West, Europe and North America, to East and South, China, India and beyond. And this will play out in a massive but as yet unclear way this century. I saw this political shift, geopolitical shift, firsthand from the late 1990s in my work with negotiators at the World Trade Organization on the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, TRIPS agreement, and its impact on food security, biodiversity, trade, and access to medicines. Now, while the Quad, the USA, European Community, Canada, and Japan, may have set the initial agenda for the WTO, countries in the South began to organize and resist their demands and continue to do so in many ongoing negotiations. The new rules embodied in the WTO were just one of a number of changes in global rules. Others affected biodiversity, with the creation of conventional biological diversity at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, control of plant varieties through the revision of the UPOV Convention and the creation of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, as well as developments in the World Intellectual Property Organization. These rules have greatly increased the complexity for food system actors. I can't go into them in this short talk, but you can read more about them in this free to download book, The Future Control of Food, as well as other materials on my website. So despite the promises, hunger remained a persistent problem, to which was added growing numbers of overweight and obese people affected by non-communicable diseases linked to poor dietary consumption patterns. In December 1992, an international conference on nutrition was held in Rome, jointly organized by FAO and WHO. I was working as a consultant then and hired by FAO to write the initial draft declaration and plan of action. Once again, governments pledged to make all efforts to eliminate famine and famine-related deaths, to substantially reduce starvation and widespread chronic hunger and diet-related communicable and non-communicable diseases by 2000. However, it was made clear to me that the draft was to steer clear of any very specific targets. I also wrote the FAO's World Food Day booklet in 1992 called Creating a Well-Fed World. And this involved extensive discussions with FAO's food security staff. And we decided to focus on the ingredients that go to make up food security, because these range hugely from exchange rate to gender relations, income to storage facilities, and many, many more. And the balance needed varies whether you're talking about individuals, households, nations, or the planet. Now, between 1990 and 1995, I researched and wrote a book called The Food System, a Guide with Tony Worsley. Now, the term food system was rarely used at the time, and it became one of the first books on food systems. We took what has now become known as an actor-based approach. The actors each have to deal with three basics. The system's biological. It's a product of a particular history and could be different. And food is central to human culture and human needs. But what happens in food systems is down to the social, economic, and political environment the actors operate in. Now, four key words strike me as important to reflect on at looking at what happens in food systems and the future: power, control, risks, and benefits. First, power. An important question to ask of any proposal or technological innovation is who or what people or institutions are empowered or disempowered by what is proposed now and in the future. What outcomes may be locked in or out? Too often when you hear discussions about how food systems work, they're abstracted from the reality of who drives the what. The next question is, how do different kinds of power enable different actors to enhance or diminish their influence and control over the different aspects of the food system? Such control methods range from farming practices to cultural norms, legal regimes, such as those on trade rules, seed laws, and intellectual property, to the direction of research and development, gender relations, and whose knowledge is included and counted. The two other words concern who and what carries the risks involved from actions taken or not taken to transform food systems, and who gets the benefits from them now and in the future. That is why polluter pays, precautionary principles, and true cost accounting, as well as strict liability regimes that hold innovators to account for harms that occur, unintended or not, are important to have. These are also questions of contemporary and intergenerational justice. Now, 22 years after the first World Food Conference came the World Food Summit in 1996. The understanding of food security had expanded to be a situation that exists when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. The word social was added after physical in 2001, and this remains the main definition today. Governments at the summit said that their goal was eradicating hunger and they would halve the number of undernourished people by 2015. Later, this and other goals were incorporated into the 8 Millennium Development Goals, agreed by leaders at the UN in 2000, each of which had definite targets and prompted much action, even if they failed to be fully met. In 2015, these goals were succeeded by 17 more interconnected and interdisciplinary sustainable development goals, which include zero hunger by 2030. Crucially, still missing from the definition of food security was any consideration of who had power to decide what was done in the food system, nor any reference to the way food was produced and its impact on the environment and biodiversity. Also missing was a factor highlighted by Simon Maxwell: the absence of fear. Fear that there would be no food in the lean period after the last harvest and before the next, or that you would not be able to feed yourself or family owing to lack of money, work, or access to land. A notable development from 1996 World Food Summit was the growth of civil society movements of peasants and others from Latin America, Africa, and Asia, which extended to Europe and North America and evolved into the food sovereignty movement, which embraced the missing elements. Excuse me. In 2000, the then Commission on Human Rights established the role of the Special Rapporteur on the right to food. While the right to food is enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, Article 25, much greater focus on this has developed in the last 20 years, with some countries including it in their constitutions and many civil society groups championing it. Also in 2000, I was invited to join the Food Ethics Council, a voluntary not-for-profit group in the UK working for a fair food system. I hadn't heard of it at the time, and nor was food ethics much discussed. I was attracted by its attempt to look holistically at the food system. I liked how it framed ethical considerations around three pillars: respect for the well-being of people, animals, and the environment; for autonomy, enabling people and animals to have meaningful choice in their lives and control; and respect for justice in the sense of fairness. The following 10 years, we've promoted greater consideration of these issues, as I've discussed in previous speeches in the earlier target congresses. We also brought a focus to the conditions of people working through the food system and what they face through our Food and Fairness Inquiry in 2010. This focused on fair shares, fair play, and fair say within our food systems. This and continued other work has helped bring ethics more firmly into the agenda in looking at food systems, at least in the UK. The continued failure to end hunger, dietary patterns producing high levels of obesity, and concerns over global food security after the food price spikes of 2008-9 led to a World Food Summit on food security in 2009. The growing food sovereignty movement organised a parallel People's Summit alongside the formal Food Security Summit. And food security was defined as the right of peoples to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, and their right to define their own food and agriculture systems. In 2020, a report to the Committee on Food Security expanded the accepted FAO definition to talk about 6 dimensions of food security. These are availability, access, economic, social, and physical, utilization, and stability. And new ones, agency and sustainability. Now, these latter 2 elements begin to address the emissions of power and environmental sustainability within earlier ways of thinking about food security. And yet, between 720 and 811 million people in the world faced hunger in 2020, according to FAO, for whom there was no food security. And in September 2021, finally, a one-day virtual contentious food systems summit called for by the UN Secretary General in 2019 in recognition of the need for change. It came as the global pandemic continued, with many countries yet to vaccinate their populations, and which highlighted yet again some of the continuing problems with our food and farming systems. Many civil society groups felt this supposedly inclusive summit had been hijacked by large agribusiness, industrial farming model interests, which had expended greatly since the 70s and organised a counter summit alongside it. Now, that 2021 Food Finance Architecture report noted that the apparent food system success over the last century in largely feeding a population that has risen from 1.6 to 7.6 billion and bringing down food prices, that these accomplishments have not been universally shared, however, and carry unacknowledged environmental, health, social and economic costs, which they estimated between $6 and $12 trillion annually and only generating a market value of 10 trillion. Even they felt these costs continue to rise under a business as usual scenario. So, like Tim Josling's comment from 1975, there are still two very different focuses on how to get away from the business as usual approach to food system transformation. In 2011, a report for the European Commission characterized them as the productivity and sufficiency narratives. The first focused on increased productivity and technology, the second on distribution and agroecological production approaches. The Long Food Movement report, which Matthias spoke about this start of the Congress, elaborated on these further. Now, thankfully, over the last 10 to 15 years, we have seen a much greater recognition of the need for a systems approach and a recognition that the food system is part of a larger socio-economic system and political economy. And it requires changes in these larger systems to fully address problems in our food systems. As was said in a webinar on power relationships within food systems in the run-up to the UN Food Systems Summit, talking of food system transformation without addressing power relations is pointless. Power is almost always absent from economic textbooks, which tend to ignore the respective bargaining power of parties involved, said the former UN Special Rapporteur on the right to food, Olivier de Schutter. If you want to discuss ethics, you must discuss power. So this is a far from incomplete overview of events and trends since I went to Rothamsted 50 years ago. I'm convinced food is a crucial lens through which to see the world and how well it is working. We can never solve problems of hunger and malnutrition, sustainability or poverty by just producing more food, nor only by the use of science and technology. The central challenges to life on Earth concern how we organize our societies, the nature of our economics, and if we can learn to cooperate over how to use the world's resources. And these are not technical questions, but ethical, social, cultural, political, and economic ones. They have to be joined up together, and how our food systems function is a key indicator of our success in this. That's why we need the kind of deliberative, constructive work that engages people across their divides, that the Food Ethics Council, this Turkish Agricultural&Food Ethics Association, and others can offer to help people weave a way through these multiple challenges. I hope you'll find the resources in the Online Food Systems Academy, which I established and curate, helpful in this, and also the many interviews and other materials that go with the blog that goes with it. It's a daunting task in the face of a set of world leaders seemingly singularly and collectively unsuited to address these challenges. The good news is that there is many people and groups around the world who recognize the need for greater cooperation, are taking action, as we've heard, and empowering themselves with knowledge. Our collective knowledge of how Earth systems work is much greater than when I started, and there are many opportunities for action. How we tackle the challenges for our food systems is central to the health and well-being of all life on Earth and avoiding more wars and major conflicts this century. Throughout my life, there's been enough food to feed everybody, and there still is. The question is who eats what, where, and how can everyone be empowered to have fair, healthy and sustainable diets? Now you can help see it's finally answered. Good luck and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for a very inspiring talk. From the chat, I couldn't see any, or from the Q&A, I couldn't see any additional comments or questions. I have just one point to ask you to get your opinion. Personally, I think we are undermining a little bit the input suppliers or the inputs, how globalized they are and how they are creating the power or the control, as you were mentioning somewhere in your talk. And when it comes to true cost accounting or food, let's say, prices, I think this globalized system of inputs are also highly effective in organic, we prefer to use more on-farm resources as input. So I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, well, the whole development in the 20th century has been based upon replacing circular economy, biological economy with external inputs to simplify systems. I think one of the things we should look at is that these are about techno fixes to simplify the problems that come from developing monocultures. And therefore you have to have them if you're going to try and achieve a very narrow focus on one aspect of a plant, its yield, or having all the plants the same everywhere in a field, or all the animals. And you need these kind of technologies in order to do that. And it's more complicated. And also the fact that many of the products are produced go into industrial production systems, which want the similar kind of products with the same structure, the same characteristics in order to fit in the manufacturing processes that they feed into. So yeah, also these industries have been based on huge subsidies over decades, as we see currently the fossil fuel industries, which these are based on, have had massive and continue to get massive subsidies in their development. It's just one of the many aspects of how the systems of control have developed over the years, and where technologies could be seen. And I think the really modern science, and what we're talking about is really 19th century vision of science, of controlling things. As we understand how Earth systems work, we should be working with them. And that's the new ecology that's coming in. That's our better understanding. And we work with a system rather than trying to trample straight over it.
Thank you very much. In case there are additional questions or comments at the end of the session, and if we have time, I will forward them to you. And thanks a lot once more. It was nice to see you. Our third speaker is Mimi Elizabeth Lam from Bergen University in Norway. The floor is yours, Mimi. She's going to give us her views on seafood ethics.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. Just to make sure, do you see my screen?
Can you make it full screen? Yes, we can.
It appears to be full screen to me, but let's try it again.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Great. Okay. So I'd like to talk to you about seafood ethics. And so first, I'm going to give you my take-home message, and in case you don't follow me right through to the end of my presentation. And that is that sustaining fisheries is an ethical dilemma involving trade-offs of values. So how do I reach that conclusion? Well, the starting point of my talk and my research on seafood ethics began with the Marie Curie Fellowship that I took up with Matthias Kaiser at the University of Bergen. And it was called Enhancing Seafood Ethics and Sustainability. And what I presented and developed in this project was to develop an ethical or value-based approach to sustainability. Because often in discussions of sustainability, one talks about the three pillars: the ecological, the economic, and social pillars of sustainability. And and they often come as competing objectives. So my approach has been to take ethics as a more integrative approach to trying to achieve more sustainable fisheries, and in the process also more just fisheries. So in tackling this problem, one had to come up with a definition of seafood ethics, because it hasn't really been taken up by researchers in fisheries or in ocean science. And so what Matthias and I came up with as a working definition is that seafood ethics is the descriptive and evaluative study and normative reflection of values, value-based trade-offs, and ethical dilemmas of stakeholders and citizens along diverse seafood value chains. So why did we bother coining a new term or discipline, even an interdisciplinary approach of seafood ethics? And that is to try to enhance marine resource sustainability, because if you follow any of the literature around fisheries, it's always about that the stocks are in decline and that there's such global overfishing going on. And why can we not stop that? And the approach that we have taken is that we really need to better understand humans' values in relation to the sea and the fishery resources within it. And by that greater understanding of our values related to the sea, that we can transform seafood policy and governance in a way that can foster more sustainable and just fisheries. And part of this definition talks about the seafood value chains, which starts first in the case of seafood with the fish in the sea that are then either extracted by fishers, if they're producers, or farmed by aquaculture farmers. And then they may be processed and distributed to different regions in the world to be sold for consumers to ultimately eat as food. And all along the way, in these different seafood value chains are diverse values that influence the decisions that are being made by the various actors along those seafood value chains. And so the work that we've been doing is to try to better articulate what these diverse values are. And in this talk, I'm going to focus on the production side. In other work, I've talked about the entire value chain, but for simplicity, I think we'll just illustrate the point by focusing on two different fishery case studies. But before I do that, I wanted to bring up this notion of values, which is integral to the ethical approach we're taking, because values, the whole, I think research in values is highly contested. And so it's difficult to even sometimes come up with a definition of values, let alone a methodological approach. So I'm not really going to give a definition here, but just some common points about what we think values are. And the first is that they are reference points for evaluating something as positive or negative. And by so doing, they orient our behavior, can motivate our action, and that they often have both rational and emotional dimensions. So now if I turn my focus onto fish, because I'm interested in seafood and fisheries, that fish has obviously important food value. And this is a picture of a Norwegian cod soup. And we know that fish provides about 10% of the global caloric intake. So it's extremely important to people all over the world for its food value. In addition, it can be important as livelihood value. So the fish sector supports the livelihoods of about 10 to 12% of the global population. And it includes both small-scale fishermen, as depicted here, someone in the Azores in Portugal, as well as large-scale fisheries. And there's often tensions between these two sectors. In addition, fish can provide important profit value. And fish is, in fact, the most traded food commodity. So here's a picture of a bluefin tuna that was sold for 1.74 million in 2013 in Tokyo. And really, actually, here it was more for the symbolic value, I think, for because the press obviously wrote about the enormous value of this single tuna. But throughout all the different fisheries in the world, obviously it has high profit value to those that are involved in as fish producers and harvesters, but also along the entire value chain. Fish also has important cultural value in embodying cultural identity and shared knowledge. And this is an image of a print done by Haida artist April White. And it was actually a commissioned work in a project that I led on herring people, looking at how art and science can influence a better understanding of the importance of our oceans next to us, to the members of the local communities, and also to the ecosystems that surround us. And finally, that takes us then to fish as important ecological value. And this is a depiction of the complex food web in Haida Gwaii, which is where April is from. And it's an indigenous community in northern British Columbia. And it's a very complex food web that links these different species in Haida Gwaii. So why study values in fisheries? Because for the most part, it's been absent. Increasingly, people are starting to look at values, but for the longest time, fisheries has really been dominated by ecologists and economists. But there's been greater recognition of the importance of understanding, as I mentioned earlier, human interactions with the sea and why people do what they do. Why do they fish, or why do we eat fish, or why do we choose not to fish? And so if we can better understand different people's values in relation to the sea, then that might facilitate greater stakeholder buy-in in different fisheries policies, as well as legitimize decision-making, and also to engage the broader society, because often fisheries decisions are dominated by vested interests that include the fishermen. But obviously fish are a public resource. And so we need to bring in members of civil society, as Matthias mentioned in his opening keynote. And as well, by a focus on values, perhaps that may resolve policy trade-offs and conflicts that emerge in the management of fisheries. And finally, that it can potentially also enhance fisheries sustainability, which is my particular focus. Yeah, and this is just a connection to some of the different literature that defines wicked policy problems and post-normal science problems, that recognizing the plurality of values that exist within society, and that if we can articulate them, then that might help solve these wicked or post-normal science problems. So as I mentioned, I'm going to focus on two case studies. The first is the Canadian Pacific herring fishery, and the second is the Norwegian spring spawning herring fishery. They both focus on herring because herring is a small forage fish, a pelagic fish, and is very central, as you saw earlier, to the marine food web. And so it actually is it's a good focal species to look at in the marine food webs, because there's often a confluence of values around that small fish. And so then hence it's a good species to look at if we want to try to get a sense of what the different values are and how to resolve the different value conflicts. So the first case study I mentioned is the Canadian Pacific herring fishery. And it's the conflict is between members of the local and indigenous communities and the herring fishing industry over the management by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which is the federal body in Canada responsible for managing fisheries. And this was a collaborative project that I executed at the University of British Columbia at the Institute for the Oceans and Fisheries, funded by the Peter Wall Institute of Advanced Studies. And on the left is a map of, just to situate you geographically. So there's Canada, British Columbia is the westernmost province, and Haida Gwaii is in the northern central part of the province. And so, as I mentioned, herring is a forage fish, and so it occupies the middle of the marine food web, and as a consequence provides important ecosystem, it has an important ecosystem provisioning role within the food web. It also has important cultural value as a traditional food for the many indigenous communities that live along the coast. And so this is a picture of herring spawn on kelp. So it's the egg of the herring that is stuck onto, it's very sticky, onto kelp. And that is actually what the indigenous people collect, not the fish itself, but the egg, which is a highly nutritious food source in the spring. And then, of course, as a fishery, herring represents important social economic value. And so this is a picture of the commercial roe herring fishery, where you see, in contrast to the cultural value of herring, where the herring are actually not eaten or captured, that in the commercial fishery, that the herring is in fact killed. And so it's obviously less sustainable being a capture fishery. The approach that we took to try to resolve the conflict was to not focus on the ecological, cultural, or socioeconomic value of herring, which we felt would just perpetuate the conflict, but to try to come up with a set of universal and contextualized values that we asked people to prioritize. And so this is a set of 12 values that we used, and they were depicted with images by April White, whom I introduced earlier, a Haida artist that we collaborated with. And so this set of 12 values are ones that came from moral foundations theory, Schwartz's theory, and Haida values that were articulated earlier in the literature. So with this set of 12 values, rather, we asked people from the Haida Gwai community to rank order them in terms of importance. And what you see here is that the most important value was respect and responsibility. And then others such as interconnectedness and well-being were less valued. In comparison, members of the herring industry also prioritize respect and responsibility highly. And so what we find is that despite the conflict, the prioritization of values by the members of these two conflicting stakeholder groups was quite similar, surprisingly, in fact. And then what we did next was we asked members of those two communities to think about different fishery management scenarios. And we designed 4 scenarios that would focus on the different values of herring. And so one scenario was that there would be no fishing. And so obviously that prioritized the ecological value. Another was just the commercial spawn on kelp fishery, prioritizing the cultural value of herring. The third was the existing policy, focusing on the socioeconomic value of herring. And the last was to manage those 2 fisheries I mentioned, the commercial roe herring fishery and the more traditional spawn on kelp fishery, to manage them separately. And that was in recognition of the plurality of values of herring. And so this chart, I guess, shows the different preferences of those scenarios by the Haida Gwaii community to start with, which is that the fishery remain closed, or that one just has the spawn on kelp fishery open. The industry members, you can see, actually preferred very different scenarios. And the one that was most preferred was one that we called Heart of Herring, which was in fact the current policy that was in place at the time of our research. And so you can see as a consequence that despite their very common value prioritizations, that they had very different preferences for the management of the herring. And that is in fact what led to the conflict. Yes. And so just to sum that up, what we did was to put in a science policy table to make explicit the different trade-offs from these value-based scenarios. And we did it in a color-coded fashion, that these are the results of our interviews of members from the Haida Gwaii community and the herring industry. And if it's color-coded green, it means that it was highly preferred, and if red, not preferred, and the colors in between, obviously along the gradient of preferences. And so what you see is the no fishing scenario was the one that was most preferred by members of the Haida Gwaii community, and the existing policy, the one that was most preferred by the industry. And what we did in addition to those interviews of stakeholder preferences was ecological modeling to look at the ecological and social economic impacts and risks of those scenarios. And similarly, using this color coding where green has a low impact and red has a high impact. And so what you see, don't worry about the details, but the point of this approach was to show and make transparent the impacts and risks of these different value-based scenarios, to present that to policymakers to help them decide what was the best approach to managing the fishery, given that the societal acceptability, I guess, of those scenarios, and also the impact on the ecosystem. And so this also can serve as a deliberation tool by bringing together different stakeholders and trying to understand what the various trade-offs are in these different proposed management scenarios. So the second case study is looking at work that I'm currently doing here in Bergen at the University of Bergen, is on the Norwegian spring spawning herring fishery. And this is different from the Canadian case study, which was simpler, even though it was complex. It was simpler because it was situated within Canada. And so it was a conflict amongst two stakeholder groups within the country. In the case of Norwegian spring spawning herring, it's a very complex multi-jurisdictional fishery that has 6 different countries, well, not countries, but the EU, as well as Norway. It seems like we're going automatically here, but Norway, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, the Russian Federation, the European Union, and the United Kingdom. And what I just wanted to show is that this is a complex fishery that the International Council for the Exploration of Sea provides scientific recommendations to the policymakers. And it's work that we've been doing as an extension of the ECs project I presented with different colleagues that involves 4 different institutions and 3 funding agencies to support this research. And just as a quick summary, I'm not going to go into the details, but I wanted to show how we're extending the research or the approach I presented earlier. And here, what we've done is come up with, again, value-based scenarios that prioritize different values, whether it be marine conservation for the unfished scenario, or the food for the food security, the current management by that was adopted by the recommendations of ICES, which is, I would argue, more of a political compromise because it was negotiated by policymakers. Or to, if we fished the herring to collapse, then that would be prioritizing the short-term profit. And what this shows is, in comparison to what we did in the previous research, we're using 2 ecological models to test the robustness of the modeling results. In addition, we will do interviews of stakeholders, but that's been delayed because of COVID. But what I wanted to do is situate this research now in terms of looking at fisheries is when we're managing marine resources, that there's not just fisheries being prosecuted, but there's also aquaculture, energy production, transportation, tourism, and recreation. That's just some examples of the different activities that are happening in the sea. And so as a consequence of these diverse seascape activities, there's diverse values, and that can lead to competing activities that, oops, okay, something strange has happened. Sorry. That it can lead to competing activities where people may want to either use or protect the coastal and marine resources. And as a result, that can lead to conflicts and policy trade-offs. So within this project, managing ethical Norwegian seascape activities, or MENSA for short, our overarching aim is to develop an integrated ethical approach to the sustainable management of Norwegian seascape activities. And we're focusing on the values of Norwegian stakeholders and citizens to try to negotiate the ensuing trade-offs. And so the MENSA project has 3 objectives, is to come up with a greater theoretical understanding of marine resource values and valuation in seascapes. That's the theoretical objective. And then methodologically is to try to come up with different approaches to elicit societal values of seas and coasts and the activities associated with marine resources in Norway. And the third is more of an empirical objective, which is to actually evaluate these value trade-offs and to reconcile resource conflicts within an ethical framework for management strategy evaluation. And so just, I'm winding down now, but I just wanted to step back a little bit and look at seascapes, and why I decided to focus on seascapes as the way to tackle these different value conflicts. And seascapes represent the intersections of land and sea, nature and culture, and science and art. And what we see depicted on the right is an image by Renoir that's called Seascape. And we're using these images to try to evoke not just the rationality, I guess, of the people we're interviewing, but also their emotions, because often it's people's emotional responses to situations that determine their actions and behaviors. So if we look at seascape values and trade-offs, there's the recognition that values are diverse and often depend on the activity of focus or the goal, even the context and scale. And that's something that we're trying to address in our research here as we refine our methodological approach to eliciting values related to the sea. And so I'm concluding here with the main objective of this project is to try to evaluate trade-offs and to reconcile resource conflicts by focusing on value and ecosystem-based management scenarios. And we're doing that within an ethical governance approach, which we've defined to be participatory, deliberative, transparent, and accountable decision-making designed to synthesize diverse sources of knowledge and to reconcile a plurality of values. And so with this approach, we hope to offer a proof of concept model at the national level of how to reconcile policy trade-offs to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals with a focus on SDG 14, 15, and 16. And so again, my take-home message and my conclusion here is that sustaining fisheries is an ethical dilemma involving trade-offs of values. And these are the two projects that I've been leading to better articulate what those ethical dilemmas are and to elicit the values that are often in conflict in the management of marine resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting, I think, and again, inspiring speech. There are no more questions or comments, and there was one question, as I said, and Caroline kindly replied to that question that was raised by Levent Bey. So I would like to first apologize for the technical inconvenience that occurred. And I would like to extend our thanks to our speakers for their valuable contribution. And all the recordings will be available on YouTube. So if you have any, let's say, wish to look back, it's a good opportunity. Thank you again. And for the participants, I'm happy to end this session. And even if we have taken some of your break, sorry for that.
Thanks, everyone. Great to be with you.
Bu oturumumuz sona ermiştir. Oturumu yöneten oturum başkanı Sayın.
The session has ended. We would like to thank the chairperson, Uygun Aksoy, for leading this session. Our next session will begin at 15:15 Turkish time. With respects, take care.
Agriculture and Food Ethics Congress. Welcome to our session. The session will be shared by Ufuk Özdağ from Hacettepe University Soil Ethics Application and Research Center. She is the director of the center. I turn the floor over to her now. You're muted, Professor.
Tamam, değil mi?
You can hear me, right? Yes, we can hear you.
Herkese merhabalar diyorum.
I would like to give a warm welcome to all
Tarım
of
ve
you.
Gıda Etiği Derneğimizin 3. kongresinde
Welcome to this third
bir araya
congress of
geldik.
our
Çok başarılı,
Agriculture
verimli bir
and Food
oturum
Ethics
diliyorum tüm
Association. I would like to
konuşmacılarımıza.
wish all of you a productive
Bu
session.
oturumumuzda 5 konuşmacımız var.
We will have 5
İlk
speakers
önce
in our
doktor
panel.
öğretim üyesi Gülsüm
We
Önal'la
will first
başlayacağız.
start with Assistant Professor
Daha
Gülsüm Önal,
sonra Melike
to be
Bahçeci,
followed
Sait
by
Engin
Melike
Deniz,
Bahçeci,
Abdullah
Sait Engin
Ünlü,
Deniz,
Derya
Abdullah
Baykal,
Ünlü,
Erdem
Derya Baykal,
Ak
and
tarafından
Erdem Ak.
hazırlanan ikinci konuşmayı
And
dinleyeceğiz.
they will be
Daha
presenting the
sonra
second
Nihal Can
presentation.
Ağırbaş ve
They will be
Sibel
followed by
Sarıçam'ın
Nihal Can
bildirileri
Ağırbaş
var.
and Sibel Sarıçam's
Dördüncü olarak
presentation.
Profesör Doktor Meltem
Fourth
Yılmaz ve
speakers will
Nergis
be
Amirov'un
Meltem Yılmaz and
konuşmasını
Nergis
dinleyeceğiz. En son
Amirov.
olarak da Nazlı
And the
Özcan
final
Çöken ve
presentation
Didem
today will be made by
Saloğlu'nun
Nazlı Özcan
konuşmalarını
and Didem
dinleyeceğiz.
Saloğlu.
Öncelikle doktor öğretim üyesi
I
Gülsüm
will
Önal.
first turn the floor over
Kendisi
to
hakkında
Assistant
çok kısa
Professor
bir
Gülsüm
bilgi
Önal.
vermek istiyorum.
Just to
Kendisi
give you
tıp
some information
doktorudur.
about her
Anadolu
biography, she's
Üniversitesi
a
Tıp
medical
Fakültesi
doctor
mezunudur
and
konuşmacımız.
graduate of Anadolu
Tıp
University
etiği
School of
uzmanı,
Medicine. She is
İstanbul
an expert
Üniversitesi
in
Cerrahpaşa Tıp
medical
Fakültesi
ethics
Tıp
and
Tarihi ve Deontoloji ana bilim dalıdır
is
uzmanlığı.
received
Çalışmış
her
olduğu
specialization
kurumlar
from Cerrahpaşa
Şişli,
University School
Hamidiye,
of Deontology.
Eftal,
She
Çocuk
worked for
İzlem
Şişli
Merkezi,
Hamidiye
Şişli
at
Hamidiye,
Five
Eftal Eğitim
Hospital,
ve Araştırma
Children's Monitor
Hastanesi'nde Araştırma
Center,
Etik Kurulu'nda
and she
bulunmuştur.
also served as a
Halen
member
Trakya
of the Research
Üniversitesi Tıp
Ethics Board of
Fakültesi
this
Tıp
hospital,
Tarihi ve
and
Etik
she
Anabilim
is
dalında
currently teaching at
çalışmaktadır.
Trakya University
Kendisinin
Department of
ağırlıklı çalışma
Medical
alanları
History
tıp
and
etiği,
Deontology.
adalet
She
ilkesi,
focuses on
hasta
medical
hakları,
ethics,
kadın hakları ve insan
patient
haklarından
rights, women's
oluşmaktadır.
rights, justice and
Bugünkü
human rights.
konuşmasının başlığı
And her
Son
presentation
Umut.
is titled
Paris
The
İklim
Last
Anlaşması etik açıdan
Paris
bir değerlendirme.
Climate
Bu
Agreement and
platformu şu
Ethical
anda size
Assessment.
bırakıyorum.
So let me turn the floor over to you, Dr. Anna. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank my association Target, as well as the moderator, and say hello to all participants, national and international. This is indeed the most vital issue that we are facing today. This is probably the major issue that has big ramifications for all of our lives. And I hope that this long session will be productive for everyone. Today, I will talk about the Paris Climate Agreement as the most comprehensive accord in this ecological crisis, and not just a crisis, we're facing an economic catastrophe right now. So I wanted to create some awareness over this agreement and touch upon its ethical aspects. This, unfortunately, was viewed as the last hope for a long time, but now this week, COP26 is now termed as last hope, or rather last exit. Now, why? What does this document tell us? These are things that we all know perhaps, but I would like to go through each and every article and connect them to bioethics. I believe this will be useful for all of you. So I'm not just going to talk about food safety, but tackle the issue of bioethics at large. But before I do that, let me share my screen with you. And hopefully I will remain within the limits of my time. I promise I will do that. First of all, why do we call it the last exit or the last resort? Right now, they keep talking about the last chance, the last exit for our world in Scotland, Glasgow. The Paris Climate Agreement since 2015 was supposed to be subject to control every 5 years, monitoring every 5 years. So in 2020, we would be assessing what we had done so far, but due to COVID-19, it was postponed to this week. And this is actually a time that we have been undergoing a lot of climate disasters, such as forest fires, global warming. There are many different impacts of climate change that we are now facing. And I don't have the time to go into all of these climate disasters. But all of these concrete phenomena have shown us that climate change is not a change anymore. It is now a crisis. It is now a catastrophe. This is what I believe. And I have extended many calls about the application of the Paris Agreement and the preparations of COP26, about the application of measures that have hitherto remained unapplied. First of all, we are really facing important aspects of climate change, and today we have the most comprehensive document, the Paris Agreement, that has the biggest number of participants so far in the world. We will look at its impact, but first of all, let's take a look at COP26. What do we expect from COP26, seen from our perspective? And of course, this is the first big summit meeting, so I thought that we could go over some of its goals and targets. First of all, the goal was to limit climate warming by 1.5 degrees until 2015, to give a net zero commitment until 2050, to fund these. Various countries have started, or it's been foreseen that they will be funding these activities, and a book of rules, a rule book, will be written. These are among the official targets of COP26. These are important, and many calls started to be extended before the agreement. And we have been extending many calls from the field of medicine, but the World Health Organization too called for sustainability and ecological responsibility and accountability in medical services. And he also submitted a draft healthcare program to COP26. He's also one of the participants. And of course, the medical community is very good, very large, and there are 300 institutions that represent 45 million physicians and healthcare professionals, and they all signed an open letter. And the open letter was submitted to COP26, and the letter says that the COVID-19 pandemic shed new light on the problems and pains of humans, animals, and our environment, the very sensitive connections among them, and it set 10 priorities for creating sustainability for the world and for healthcare services. And also Maria Neira, who is the healthcare director, environment, climate change and healthcare director of WHO, also said that this is the most acute way in which the climate crisis has become evident in the field of healthcare. The editors of healthcare journals around the world have also stated that current leaders have failed to reduce climate change or limit climate change with 1.5 degrees, and that is the biggest failure that they have. And they also made a call for urgent action to restore biodiversity and protect health. And for an ecological design of healthcare services, we also need to change our own healthcare systems. And healthcare institutions have actually started creating examples for reducing the use of fossil fuels. $42 billion worth of fossil fuels have been decommissioned by healthcare institutions, and that can be an example. And the editors of the health journal have published that article, and they emphasize saying that we are as strong as our weakest member in the global environment, just as we are in COVID-19 pandemic. So they're emphasizing the difference, the discrepancies among the least developed and developed countries, and they call for empowering developing countries and making them stronger. So this is where we are now. Calls are being extended for urgent action. And how did we get here? The first international climate agreement actually started in the 1970s. In 1972, the Stockholm Conference emphasized the importance of ecological problems. In 1992, in the Rio de Janeiro World Summit, a few important documents were produced. And a series of major documents were issued, the Biodiversity Agreement, Climate Change Framework Agreement. These were all created in 1992. And a third important one was about the agreement, the accord against desertification, which is in close connection with food safety. And then between 1997 and 2005, the Kyoto Protocol was the most important international document. However, it ended in failure. And let me tell you that the agreement on fighting desertification is very important for food safety because it really underlies food safety in that it touches upon the overlap of desertification, climate change, and biodiversity. The fact that there is no fair distribution of the production of food, which threatens agricultural future, and there are big gaps among the levels of development of countries. And I think that there is also a very controversial protocol here, which became effective in 2003, the Cartagena Biosafety Protocol. However, it is the first of its kind, and it has been an important milestone. It may be sufficient or insufficient, inadequate, but it still launched the process. Despite this background, we have not been successful, and looking back the past 5 years, I think it was the worst 5 years ever. Now, why? In fact, we see the conditions leading up to the climate agreement as being the main factor there. The carbon trade was created, and it created a system whereby countries could merely buy clean air in the Kyoto Protocol, and we're hoping that this will come to an end with the Paris Climate Agreement. So the conditions leading up to the Paris Agreement have to do with the fact that other international instruments have largely failed in the past. But this time we don't have the option of failing. We have to be successful. So in that sense, we have to think more holistically and draw attention to various injustices, and the Paris Climate Accord aims to overcome these. And this is what the preamble says. Developing country parties have special needs that have to be accepted by developed countries, in that carbon trade will no longer be happening. And an emphasis was made on the crucial relationship between climate change action, intervention, and impact, and fair access to sustainable development and elimination of poverty. And also special sensitivities should be taken into consideration in watching for food safety. So these are some problems that it emphasizes and purports to provide solutions to. And it also acknowledges the fact that climate change is a common concern for the humanity, and it also draws links between other points such as human rights, healthcare rights, indigenous rights, local communities, immigrants, children, the disabled, vulnerable people, gender equity, the empowerment of women, intergenerational justice are some issues that are linked to climate change via the Paris Climate Agreement, and commits to pay respect to these issues. So what are the main principles that have crystallized? We see there is the idea of a holistic justice, vulnerable groups, respect to vulnerable groups and people, transparency and participation are important principles emphasized in this agreement. And when we look at the different articles, Article 2.1 aims to eliminate, eradicate poverty, and talks about mathematical. And this actually says in concrete terms, it will create fairness or equity that will give everybody what they deserve and what they have right to under, so there will be different and diversified power under diversified mechanisms. And let me also tell you that the president of Malawi said this very clearly at COP26, and it's actually, there are countries, he said there are countries that cannot even afford to send delegates to COP26. So either you give the necessary support, otherwise life on Earth will come to an end. I mean, I'm reformulating what he said, but this is the statement. And in Glasgow, these aspects of the agreement are under a lot of discussion. And then transparency, environmental integrity, accuracy, completeness, commensurability, and consistency are important principles. The Paris Agreement talked about a voluntary basis, an optional basis, while the Kyoto Protocol was a mandatory framework. So that actually takes it away from legal boundness and towards a more flexible framework. And it also talks about vulnerable developing countries and island countries that are facing climate disasters currently. Those are given a lot of attention. Vulnerable communities are given special attention, as well as the needs of the indigenous communities that work with the local knowledge. So they will be monitored from that perspective. Dr. Önal, your time is up. Please wrap up. Okay, I will then wrap up without going into further detail. And the last principle is a participation. Indeed, a participatory partnership needs to be established with the communities, and this is actually emphasized in different points. Despite this, there is no legal framework, mandatory framework, and that is a big problem. And what I can state here is that people's participation, social participation has to be there for all political decisions. And there are actually a lot of criticisms, like Dietzel has very harsh critique of this framework, but still, I personally think that despite these inadequacies, WHO really made a very important extension for action. And this is a special call for the Paris Agreement. There are 10 articles actually that WHO includes in the call. Instead of enumerating them, I should say that these are in general a call for applying the principles that I have talked about so far, integrating all healthcare systems into this, and make sure that there will be a lot of participation. Thank you very much. I hope I haven't exceeded my time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gülsüm Önal. We have listened to your presentation last hope, Paris Climate Agreement Evaluation from an Ethical Perspective. It has been an interesting presentation. We have another 4 speakers in this session, so let's get all the questions in the end. You could type them in chat box if you like, or you can also unmute yourselves and ask your questions to the panelists.
Şimdi sıra geldi ikinci
konuşmacılarımıza,
konuşmacılarımıza diyorum. Çünkü
speakers actually.
araştırmacı
I have to
hazırladı
call
bu
them as
bildiriyi.
speakers because there
Melike
are 5
Bahçeci,
researchers
Sait
who
Engin Deniz,
prepared
Abdullah
this
Ünlü,
presentation. Melike
Derya
Bahçeci,
Baykal ve
Sait Engin
Erdem
Deniz,
Hak.
Abdullah Ünlü, Derya
Bildiriyi
Baykal,
de
and Erdem
Sayın
Hak.
Melike Bahçeci
Madam
sunacak.
Melike Bahçeci will be delivering the presentation.
The effect of climate change on agriculture and adaptation of agriculture başlıklı İngilizce bildiriyi bize Melike Bahçeci
So we will be listening
sunacak.
to the presentation.
Evet, mikrofonu ben
The effect
Melike
of climate
Bahçeci'ye
change
bırakıyorum
on
ve
agriculture and
kendisini
adaptation of
tanıtmasını
agriculture.
isteyeceğim çünkü
I will be
iletişim
leaving the
kuramadık.
floor to Melike
O
Bahçeci. I would
yüzden
like to kindly ask you to
elimde
introduce yourself because we have not
bir
had the chance
biyografi yok.
to
Melike Hanım
communicate
kendinizi
before, so I
bir
do not
parça
have
ve
information
diğer
about your
tabii
profile. So I would like to
bildiriyi
kindly
diğer
ask
hazırlayan
Melike
arkadaşlardan da
to
bahsederseniz
introduce
iyi olur.
yourself, and also maybe you can give us information about the others who have prepared this. Well, are you able
Evet,
to
geliyor.
hear me clearly? Oh, yes, we can. My name is Melike Bahçeci. I am working on my PhD. We have Sait Engin Deniz, Abdullah Ünlü, Derya Baykal, Erdem Ak. Can you hear me properly? Unfortunately, we're
Melike
not
Hanım
able
sesiniz iyi
to hear
gelmiyor.
the speaker clearly.
Seste bir sorun var ama.
Well, you have a problem, a technical problem with the sound.
Belki kulaklık
You
kullanırsanız.
might try using headphones if possible.
Evet, şimdi daha iyi.
All
Şimdi
right,
daha iyi.
now
Tamam.
it's a bit better. Well, sorry about that. Well, we have a little bit of technical problems here.
Evet,
I
ekranınızı
tried to
görüyoruz.
share my screen. Are you able to see my screen? Yes, we can.
Agriculture, forest and vegetation, freshwater resources, sea level, energy, human health and biodiversity can vary to unrelated effects. Climate change is social and economic. It can create pressure on agriculture as a cause of problems due to climate change, changes in soil and water regions, and agriculture production and success is in the danger. Climate change in the long run, stress on water and other resources, the inefficiency of the land, aggravation, destruction of agricultural land, and causing widespread desertification, and causing agricultural crops to be harmful and cause disease proliferation, and its effects to destroy the coastal ecosystems by rising the sea level. And today, climate change scenarios constructed by the Intergovernmental Panel on the Climate Change, and after this adaptation and mitigation strategies are applied effectively and these effects are minimized. And over the past 100 years, the global climate has warmed to about around to 1 degree centigrade due to the greenhouse emissions from anthropogenic activities. And this warming up process is continuously to the intense economic activities of today and to increase in atmospheric greenhouse gases. And according to Howden, claims that global warming will continue to increase 1.5 Celsius over the next decade. Even if no greenhouse gas emissions are released into the atmosphere from now on, and climate models in this report known as the Howden predicts that the world will warm up over the next century if measures are not taken to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Along with the above, it is also possible to see some chain effects of global climate change with social and economic life. As a result of the rise in the world population growth and human welfare, climate change has brought agricultural production and treatment security situation. And maybe around 2.1 billion people in developing countries are forced to earn their life from agriculture in the 2012. And the extent to which climate change can affect human well-being will be shown. Also today, around 75% of the world's population live in rural areas. For this reason, agricultural production and food security is becoming more important.
Kaymakçı çıktı. Mustafa Kaymakçı çıktı. Belki izlemek istersiniz.
Telefon ettim, konuştum.
Öyle mi?
Ama ben buradan 2'ye nasıl geçeceğimi bilmiyorum.
The people's living conditions make it hard even when, after treating the health of all people, are putting food security at risk. And food safety is defined as the physical and economic access to healthy, safe, and nutritious food for all the people live and active and healthy life by the World Agriculture Organization. Diversity, possible food crisis, and food security are endangered on a global economic scale. It leads to bigger problems in the social and political field. Being able to cope with this situation will be possible by reducing the adverse effects of climate change on agriculture and adapting to these adverse conditions. And climate change especially impacts on the agriculture and food security data and assumptions that might help to predict climate change scenarios for years from if it's possible. In this study, the negative effects of climate change on agriculture and the ways of coping with the problems were tried to explain in the framework of the climate scenarios. And what is the relationship between climate change and agriculture? And scientific circles have a great deal of consensus that today's climate change is early and will continue to increase in the future. The negative effects of these ongoing changes in the climate can affect the already disadvantaged people more because of the regions and living conditions they live in, especially poor people living in rural areas and engaged in agriculture. The receiving effects of climate change are quite much more. Climate change is expected to threaten the health of the poor by making access to clean water difficult, and particularly the underdeveloped and developing Africa, Asia, and the agriculture production and food security. Climate change is, and also the Latin America countries is compromised due to the effects. It will not be expected that climate change will be more effective on agriculture in the coming years when more than 1 million people in the world are thought to be inadequate feeding because they cannot easily access the rich basic food sources. And according to Salon, agricultural production is largely influenced by climate conditions. And the increase in the temperature after the climate change and the increasing amount of carbon dioxide seem to have a positive effect on the number of agricultural products in some regions. But in the long run, this compost can cause a decrease in product quality and production quantity. Increasing the temperatures and the amount of carbon dioxide is not enough to increase agricultural production alone. In order to, for the increased temperature and carbon dioxide to effect on a product, the soil structure and quality must be suitable for agriculture. And in addition, they are ideal for moisture and water areas for agriculture to be able to access, and it is essential to create a suitable environment through agriculture met these conditions. Even if all the above conditions are met, it is expected that the long-term average effect of climate change will be negative. As a matter of fact, the growth and the extreme climate conditions, such as the sellers, which are caused by the climate change, are starting to be experienced frequently and severely affect agriculture production negatively. On the other hand, in spite of climate change mitigating effects on agriculture production, it is necessary to improve the level of agricultural practices and to develop new agriculture technologies in order to keep production at least at the off level and to prevent the decrease of production. Effects of the climate change on agriculture, despite advancing irrigation techniques and advanced technologies, climate and precipitation temperature values continue to be important factors in terms of agricultural production. Plant psychology, seeds, rainfall, and changes in soil moisture, but there is no clear estimate of how much the effects of agricultural pests and pathogens will affect agricultural production. Apart from all these factors, food, sun, growth, forest events, and seasonal fluctuations of rainfall, which are frequently experienced today, largely determines the quality and quantity of the product items. Also, changes in temperature, changes in rainfall, and moisture content of soils, as it changes the psychology of growth, agriculture pests, and pathogens massively and leads to longer survival, resulting in an increase in the foodborne illnesses. Climate change is changing the terms of agricultural production. This reduces the productivity of agricultural products and creates stress on the world food supply. In the late 19th, the United Nations and Agriculture Organization estimated around 790 million people in various countries don't have enough food, unfortunately, but nowadays this figure has pushed to 1 million people despite all advanced food technologies. So it is because food safety. FAO has identified regions and groups at risk countries and stated how the population is in Central to South and East African countries are inactive and malnourished. In the last projects on agriculture production, it is anticipated that the European Union countries and the United States will be positively affected by the increase in temperature of the Celsius, while the other countries are adversely affected. And what still claims that the average temperature increase above 2 Celsius are predicted to have negative consequences for the European Union countries. In addition, a temperature increase of 2.5 Celsius until the year 2018 is expected to lead to risk of hunger for close to maybe more than 50 million people. And climate change affects the sector in 4 ways. What is these are supply of food, food accessibility, effective use of food, and stabilization of food systems. These effects may occur in the short term due to the extreme climate events, while long-term changes in temperature and precipitation regions food safety at risk. And it is possible to list the reasons why climate change affects agriculture production in the following ways. Use of herbicides and pesticides to fight against pests, extinction and rainfall, extreme rainfall and floods, increase in yield and harmful effects, loss of livestock, distribution of testing grounds, and growth of agricultural pests and diseases. On the contrary, for researchers according to non-source, who say that the cost effects of climate change on agricultural production may apply to some regions, resurges in some regions of northern China, North America, and Europe by the prolonged global warming, growing and harvesting season, and creating carbon stabilization effects. It will have to maintain these positive effects, such as increased agriculture production with warming air with high textures, or the cultivation of areas previously unavailable for cultivation. The effects of the climate change on the welfare of agriculture and people, the biological effects on agricultural products, the effects of agricultural products on price production and consumption, the amount of calories consumed per capital, and the inhabitants by nutrition of the children, assuming no carbon dioxide fertilizer effect in developing countries, there is a decrease in agricultural crops by 2050 compared to 2000. It is expected that the most crop loss in these countries will be in rice and wheat-grown with irrigation systems. In developed countries, on average, climate change is less affected by these effects than in developing countries, and seeing climate change is a positive effect on the amount of some agricultural products in developed countries.
Sayın Melike Bahçeci, 2 dakikanız kaldı. Hatırlatmak istedim.
The results of the analysis agrees the findings of other researchers, and according to Fisher and in Lane, the greatest need for extreme growth and the new varieties towards growth is latent in the technology and financing in plant breeding. In most countries, and especially in developing countries that need it, planting support is still innovative. A survey of 90 African countries, according to FAO, show that financial support for plant breeding in 2005 was even later than in 1985. It shows that countries are now openly listed and need development. Today, crop researchers immediately turn their attention to the recently restituted climate change. The following should be done, and virus of product resistance to drought and heat should be introduced and flowers to be cultivated in suitable or unsuitable areas at this time. And according to main plant leadership study of breeding varieties that have greater tolerance to local abiotic stresses, for example, drought, flooding, and extreme temperatures, and also continue to breed for resistance to pests and diseases. And we can see that another research is created from the ideas. And what can we say totally? Environmental factors considered as natural factors and human activities are also considered as the reason for the decrease in agricultural production amount, incorrect land use, drought, barren soils, extreme drought, hot weather, soil drift, and extreme rainfall. These declines in food supply also make it difficult for people living in underdeveloped and developing countries to show a healthy development. And climate change effects on human, plant, and the environment threat by day, areas which is suitable for cultivation should be increased. And also, climate change effect on human, plant, and environment threat by day, areas which is suitable for cultivation should be increased. And governments and also people should consider of this global issue. Everybody should pay attention to for this global issue, since people should do a consideration of next generation. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Melike Bahçeci. Your voice was not clear, but fortunately, the PowerPoint was clear, so I think we could follow your presentation. You presented on the effect of climate change on agriculture and adaptation of agriculture. And you pointed out that the world will warm up over the next century and the situation will worsen if measures are not taken properly. And you also mentioned that your aim was to give information about climate change and adaptation of climate change in agriculture. I can see that we have a number of questions in the chat box, but please let's answer the questions following, at the end of the panel. Evet, şimdi de üçüncü panelistlerimize
We
geçiyoruz.
will proceed with the third presentation. Nihalcan Ağırbaş and Sibel Sarıçam are from Eskişehir Osman Gazi University.
Bildiriyi Sayın
And their
Nihalcan
presentation will
Ağırbaş
be made by Ms. Nihalcan Ağırbaş.
Eskişehir ili kent
Their
merkezinde
presentation is
yaşayanların iklim
titled The
değişikliği
Awareness of the
konusunda
Residents
yerel
of
yönetim
Eskişehir
ve
Downtown Area
kamu
about
kuruluşlarınca
implementations
yapılan
on climate change by
uygulamalarla
local
ilgili
authorities and
farkındalıkları
public
başlıklı
agencies.
bildirisini sunacak bize. Sayın Nihalcan Ağırbaş doktora eğitimini Ege Üniversitesi Fen Bilimleri
has a
Enstitüsü
PhD
Tarım
from Ege
Politikaları ve Yayın
University's
Anabilim dalında
Sciences
tamamladı.
Institute on
2012
Agricultural
yılından
Policies,
itibaren
and starting from
Eskişehir Osman
2012,
Gazi
she
Üniversitesi'nde görev
has
yapıyor.
been teaching at Eskişehir
Tarımsal
Osman Gazi
politikalar,
University.
tarımsal
She teaches on
desteklemeler,
agricultural
tarımda
policies, agricultural
örgütlenme,
subsidies, organizing and cooperative activities in agriculture, agricultural operation and production planning are some of her fields of interest. And she also works on the effective use of agricultural investments and modeling and projection about agricultural use. And recently, she has been working on global climate change, food safety and security, and specifically creating an awareness over these subjects. So I will turn the floor over to Dr. Ağırbaş. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. I had to take off my headphones. I'm sorry. Esteemed members of the association, dear participants, it gives me great pleasure to address you on this third Congress, and we wanted to speak about the awareness of the residents of the city of Eskişehir about the practices on climate change carried out by local authorities and public agencies. And let me share my screen with you. As you can see on the screen, the effects of climate change are now visible in our daily life above and beyond scientific data. Okay, I think you can see the screen now. The first time carbon dioxide was seen as a force absorbing heat was actually revealed in an experiment in 1858. And since then, there have been a number of studies, and since 1989, global warming became a reality, and researchers started to see the research the ways in which this would impact the climate. There were a few scenarios which were developed that entailed certain natural disasters. Despite these projections, global population increased and the countries started to make big, continued to ignore the warning and continued to invest in energy, technology, and other activities that increased global warming. Cities are the main target of climate change, and in that sense, they have to work very hard to create the necessary climate policies. However, during the past decade, in work trying to adapt to climate change, a series of activities were undertaken. We see that the future of the climate is seen to depend on how the cities will handle the adaptation work. According to the 5th assessment report, it was indicated that adaptation to climate change is essential for all levels of the government. However, local impact of climate change will vary, so the adaptation work will best be handled locally. Of course, climate change is a global problem, but many countries, including Turkey, will be impacted by it. Turkey is located in the middle band, so it is expected to suffer the consequences of climate change the most. So Turkey wants to contribute to work on reducing the impact of global warming, and it prepared its own policy. In 2023, there will be a local climate change action plan drafted by 30 metropolitan municipalities in Turkey called YİDEP. And furthermore, the parliament recently promulgated the law on the ratification of Paris Agreement. And according to Turkey's participation statement, greenhouse gas emission increases will have to be reduced by 21% by 2030. And many cities in Europe have started adopting their individual policies of climate change. And different infrastructure, amenities, telecommunication, energy, gas, water, waste disposal are all expected to have an important impact in this regard. So there are two different activities under the headings reduction and adaptation or mitigation. For mitigating climate change, the development of transportation, increasing bicycle routes, using clean energy sources, etc. As for adaptation, modernizing infrastructure and buildings, changing policies, water management programs, rainwater management are some of the measures accepted by municipalities. So along these lines, in Eskişehir, there were also a number of activities undertaken. The Eskişehir Metropolitan Municipality does not yet have a local climate change action plan. However, people are becoming more sensitive to climate change. In terms of increasing the awareness further, they have also started stressing the use of renewable energies, waste management, preservation of green areas and increasing them, and supporting urban farming. And Tepebaşı municipality, one of the local municipalities, has a number of activities. There is a special directorate on climate change in this municipality. It's a member of Sustainable Urban Development Network. It signed the Declaration of Cities for Climate. It is also a party to the Covenant of Mayors supported by the European Commission. It works to disseminate solar power plants and the use of clean energy, and they also have an earth ecology school project. Another local municipality, the Odunpazarı municipality, is also working on waste collection, preservation of green areas. And another important project, carbon release project.
Ses donuyor sık sık.
Sorry, we're not able to follow you. You are frozen, Dr. Ağırbaş.
Sanıyorum bir bağlantı sorunu var.
I'm afraid there's a connection problem. I believe it's the connection. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you now. I think sometimes the network is overloaded. The main material for our research are surveys done on 384 people on the internet. The internet was done online due to COVID-19. And the documentation and data we received from the various public agencies were available through their websites and also through some interviews. The survey was analyzed on SPSS 26, and gender, age, education, membership to NGOs, income levels were some socio-demographic features that were looked at, as well as seeing whether they were aware of any activities of municipalities in Eskişehir about climate change action. The findings and discussion, very briefly, you can see it, I believe. So in terms of the survey participants, 54% of the informants thought they knew about the practices, 34% said they didn't know, and 12% said they had no idea, or they did not have an opinion. And those 12% are closer to the 34% that know, but also may include people who have knowledge but do not want to disclose that. In terms of the practices of local municipalities about climate change, seeing how well this is known, 93% of the informants said that they knew about waste and garbage recycling. This was the best known item. The second one was green areas and forestation, tree planting. The third one, 65%, was focused on public transportation, the use of bicycles, encouragement of renewable energy resources. These were the best known practices. As for the reasons, why are these best known by the informants, by the participants of the survey? For the past 20 years, there is residential garbage recycling in Eskişehir, and there are special recycling bags handed out, and the municipality collects those. And also building waste and frying oil, batteries are collected all on different days. So it's become a habit and people have become more knowledgeable about it. The second one is about green areas and the planting of trees. Eskişehir has a very big area of parks and green areas. 2.5 million square meters is the total green area. So people are aware, they enjoy these green areas and they are accessible to people. So the fact that those green areas are located centrally in the city and each neighborhood has parks and green areas creates awareness in the people about them. And likewise, the use of public transportation. There has been a rail system established in Eskişehir. Actually, it is very well known by people because they have been using it since 2004. As for where the participants live, 62% live in Odunpazarı, 38% live in Tepebaşı. And looking at the differences between the residents of these two different neighborhoods, of course, their levels of awareness were actually quite similar. And the statistical analysis also showed that there was not a big difference in terms of people living in the two different neighborhoods. And as for the gender distribution of the informants, 57% were women, 43% were men. And the correlation between gender and awareness of practices by local authorities, we see that about 59% of women and 47.9% of men knew about the practices of local authorities on climate change. And you can also see the result of the statistical analysis. Considering that women have more responsibilities at home, it's natural that they should be aware of things about water, the energy use, and seasonal changes. That's why we can say perhaps they have higher awareness of these issues. As for the age distribution, the biggest cohort was middle-aged, with 51% between 35 to 54 years of age. The 34% were young and 15% were in the older age group. The correlation between age and awareness, looking at the percentages, we see that the younger population has higher knowledge, and the older age groups have relatively less knowledge. And we see statistically that age is an important variable and is significant statistically. And of course, aging groups are usually have higher levels of self-control, and this may have to do with the situation. As for the educational level, we see that the highest proportion were university graduates. The lowest group, the lowest number belonged to those who were graduates of elementary education. You have 2 minutes left. Oh, is that all? Okay, I'll just move on to conclusions. Again, a correlation between education and awareness is quite high. And income levels, again, there is a positive correlation. As you see that the higher the income level, the higher the awareness level. But we can say that the relationship between awareness and income levels may be due to different factors. NGO membership, 72% of the informants were members of NGOs. And when we look at the correlation through the statistical analysis, we see that NGO membership means that members know more about these climate change practices. And it also may have to do with the fact that these people have more communication. So in short, we can say that the people of Eskişehir have quite high levels of awareness about local practices on climate change. It looks like the percentage is high, 54%. However, around half of the population do not know. And that means that municipalities have to have training and awareness raising activities in a more intensive and planned manner. And of course, local authorities can do this using different approaches. They can have partnerships with public agencies. They can have campaigns on the use of clean fuel. And there are many activities that the municipalities can undertake. However, it's important they have the necessary fund and financing support. So central authorities should develop certain recommendations and sanctions that will enable the local authorities to use these. Mitigation of climate change and adaptation activities are actually regarded as being less important at the local level than at the central level. Although European adaptation strategies appear to be significant, both central and European policies are not binding, but still they're important as guidelines. On the other hand, in terms of their authorities, local governments have more limited impact. So mitigating the impact of climate change and adapting to climate change can only be achieved through partnership with local authorities. And participation in that sense is a very important principle. So again, very briefly to sum up, as you have higher levels of awareness in the community, policies will have a transformative role and can become an important force towards affecting positive change with public support.
Sayın Ağırbaş, çok teşekkür ediyoruz. İlgiyle dinledik bildirinizi. Eskişehir ili kent merkezinde yaşayanların iklim değişikliği konusunda yerel yönetim ve kamu kuruluşlarınca yapılan uygulamalarla ilgili farkındalıkları üzerine bildiri sundunuz. Sorunun yerele özgü değil, küresel boyutta olduğunu söylediniz. Ancak çözümlerin yerelden başlaması gerektiğine vurgu yaptınız. Küresel iklim değişikliğinin sorumlusu olan insanın farkındalığı, sorunun boyutu, kapsamı, bunlarla ilgili değerlendirmelerimiz oldu. Tekrar teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi de panelimizin 4. bölümüne geçiyoruz.
We will be listening to the fourth speaker in this
Profesör
session.
Doktor Meltem Yılmaz ve
We would like to give the floor
Nergiz
to
Amirov
Professor
var.
Meltem
Kendileri
Yılmaz.
pandemi sürecinin iç
Professor Meltem
mekanda
Yılmaz and
tarım
Nergiz
pratiğine
Amirov prepared
etkisi
a research on the
başlıklı
effect of
bildiriyi
pandemic process
sunacaklar.
on indoor
Bildiriyi
agricultural
Profesör Doktor
practice.
Meltem Yılmaz
The
sunacak.
presentation will be delivered
Meltem
by
Yılmaz,
Professor
Hacettepe
Meltem Yılmaz.
Üniversitesi
She's from
Mimarlık
Hacettepe
Fakültesi
University,
dekanıdır.
Faculty of
Orta
Architecture.
Doğu
She's the
Teknik
Dean of the
Üniversitesi
faculty.
Mimarlık Fakültesi Mimarlık bölümünden
She's
mezun
a graduate
olmuştur.
of the Faculty of Architecture
Yüksek
of Middle
lisansını
East Technical
Hacettepe Üniversitesi
University.
İç
She
Mimarlık ve
had
Çevre
her
Tasarımı
graduate studies in
bölümünde
Hacettepe
tarihi çevreler
University in
üzerine
internal
yapmıştır.
design and
Doktorasını ise Ankara
architecture. She
Üniversitesi
had her
Sosyal
PhD in
Bilimler
Ankara
Fakültesi
University,
Kent ve Çevre
Social
Bilimlerinde
Sciences
mülkiyet hakkı
Department
ve
in
sürdürülebilir
the
kentleşme
field of
konuları ile
property
ilgili
rights and
çalışarak
sustainable
tamamlamıştır.
urbanization issues.
2013-2016 yılları arasında
Between
Hacettepe
2013 and
Üniversitesi Güzel Sanatlar
2016,
Fakültesi
she
dekanı olarak görev
served
yapmıştır.
as Dean of Fine
Meltem
Arts
hocamız YÖK
Faculty in
Engelli
Hacettepe
Öğrenci
University.
Komisyonu da üyesidir.
Meltem is also a member to
Sürdürülebilir
the
mimarlık ve
board of
sürdürülebilir kentleşme üzerine
disabled in
çalışmaktadır ve bu konularda çok sayıda
educational board,
ulusal, uluslararası
and
yayınları,
she is working
bildirileri ve
in this
kitapları
field.
bulunmaktadır.
She has a number of
Meltem Yılmaz
articles,
hocamızı
books and
ilgiyle
publications
dinliyoruz.
in this
Kendisine
field.
mikrofonu
We
veriyorum.
would like to give the floor now to Professor Meltem Yılmaz. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Well, you can see that my name is presented as the person who would be delivering this article. So first of all, I will start, and then I will be giving the floor to Nergiz Amirov. So we will be talking about pandemic process and urban agriculture. Urban agriculture has been existing since the very beginning of the cities. It's a method used by people living in urban areas. But again, we have seen an increase in these practices of urban agriculture during the pandemic. Well, this is a positive impact of the pandemic. Usually we're discussing that there are various negative impacts of pandemic, but this is one of the rare positive impacts of the pandemic. During the pandemic times, everybody started to do agricultural practices, cultivate their own vegetables in their balconies, in the areas of available areas all around them, independent from the economic and social structure of the families, because the safest food is the one that you cultivate. That is why we trusted in the ones we're cultivating. And as you know, the vegetables that we bought from the supermarkets were put in solutions in order to clean them. And since 2019, actually, in our campus, we have agricultural practices also implemented, and we also shared the results during the second Congress, International Congress on Agricultural and Food Ethics. Here in this Congress, we would be happy again to share the results of what we're doing, and you're going to see also the follow-up pillar of our research. So as it is implemented in our campus in the complex of the university, we would like to call it as campus agricultural practices. I don't want to take too much of your time, and I will be giving the floor to my younger colleague. But lastly, I would like to say that it's a fundamental right for every individual to have access to quality food, and we should attach importance to equality in terms of having access to safe and quality food. Lastly, it is of course of critical importance to ensure its sustainability, and I would like to also emphasize the importance of agricultural land surrounding our urban areas. Unfortunately, cities have been eliminating the availability of the areas, agricultural areas around, but we need to take that into consideration. So I have completed the first part of our presentation. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to my PhD student, Nergis Amirov. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Professor. I would like to say hello to everyone. I'm very much happy to see all our professors here. I think Professor Cemal is also around. As it is mentioned by Meltem Yılmaz, we also participated in the second International Congress on Agricultural and Food Ethics. We discussed the starting point of our project, and now we are very much happy to be here again with you today. I don't want to take too much of your time, and I would like to start right away because we have a lot of things to tell. I hope you do not have any problems in terms of my voice or the visual items such as screen share. Are you able to see my screen? Yes, we can see it. If you are also able to hear me clearly, let's start right away. The impact of pandemic process on the agricultural practices implemented indoors. So this is the title of our article. Throughout the world, there are several items which are coming to the forefront of the discussions in terms of food safety. We would like to also touch upon these subjects as well. In order to come up with sound interpretations, we need to first of all understand these practices, and we should be also discussing the impact of such items on agricultural practices in Turkey. Of course, we would be happy to discuss this all together, but I guess it's not going to be possible until the end of the session. In the light of all such issues, pandemic process, what has been the impact of pandemic on the urban agricultural practices? Of course, this is a physical research, and we focus on pandemic process, and we mainly, of course, focused on Ankara province. When we say Ankara province, of course, it's quite a large area. So this is not carried out in general in Ankara. Rather than that, we focused in Çankaya district of Ankara. So throughout this presentation, we will be talking about the effects of pandemic on agriculture and the effects of pandemic on mental health. And then we will be shortly dwelling on urban agriculture. We would like to come up with a certain definition, and then we will be discussing Ankara and urban agriculture relation. And then, of course, we will be focusing on Beytepe agriculture project, which we love the most, which is our favorite subject. Food safety. Last year, during February and March, with the onset of pandemic, people were rushing to supermarkets to have stocks of food. So this is how agriculture and food safety again ranked at the top of our agenda. Food safety became a subject of discussion frequently discussed, specifically in Colombia, in Africa, starting from May onwards, there were several measures taken in order to fight against the problems of livelihoods, and then these were followed by protests and also several plunderings, and we have all seen and witnessed these on the news. When we are to look at the situation about the food safety, it's very rare that all the countries collectively are exposed to food crisis. Rather than that, it's usually the low-income countries, low-income population which is exposed to food crisis, because when there are increases in the prices, of course, it's going to be low-income population which will have a hard time having access to food. There are several researches which focus on the impact of pandemic on agriculture. There have already been problems experienced in the past, and the assumptions are focusing on the fact that these will be exacerbating in the upcoming future. And there are several impacts behind that. For instance, there are general structural problems and inequality problems among various countries and vulnerable community groups. The second dynamic here is that there is the slowing down in terms of the globalization, and especially in the aftermath of 2008 financial crisis, we have seen that economies are becoming more introverted. In addition, there are several concerns all around. As you know, if we are to discuss the first variables, and independently from the pandemic, the food crises are happening all around. Since 2016, FAO, WHO, UNFP, and several international organizations are working on a global report on food crisis. These are annual reports, and in these annual reports, the food crises are tackled at large, and they are focusing mainly on malnutrition and insufficient nutrition. According to the 2016 report, we are talking about a number of people, millions of people who are suffering hunger. And as far as the second dynamic is concerned, we do not have to go too deep in the past. There is the social and economic disruption created by the globalization. For instance, there was Ebola pandemic, which led to a lot of problems in Western African countries in terms of access to food. So all these crises are quite fresh in our minds. In these days, during those times, there was food scarcity among vulnerable groups mainly, and there were threats of massive hunger. So in 2018, again, if we are to check the reports and publications, we are talking about more than 820 million who are not sufficiently nourished. 700 million of people are exposed to hunger, and 1.3 billion people do not have food security. So all these numbers are not very promising, and these are threatening all the corners of the world. Let's focus on Turkey now. If we are to look at the official numbers, coronavirus did not lead to food crisis risk. Rather than that, the official data mentions that necessary measures have been taken in order to mitigate negative impacts of the pandemic on agriculture and food. There have been several reports published in this field. The the health measures, in addition to ensuring food security and safety, we also saw that the allocation of unused lands will be allocated to farmers, and this would help fighting against the risks of food scarcity. Because of COVID-19, during the lockdowns in March and June last year, we could say that with a relative comparison, apart from several exceptions, we did not have food crisis, because the pandemic was not widespread among agricultural workers. So, but these are, of course, relative comparisons. Again, let me underline that fact. We have several questions in our minds in terms of the continuation of this process and in terms of what we can do, what could be our actions. This is, of course, not up to the agricultural engineers only. This is also a problem of us in terms of designers. The food that comes to our table goes through 3 phases. First one is production, having access to food in the second phase, and the pricing phase. We may not be able to observe the impacts of pandemic right away. However, we have seen that the supply chain was disrupted immediately because of the impact of the pandemic. There were several uncertainties, there were shocks in terms of supply and demand, and there were also several large and major problems. Now, at that point, we need to discuss the situation of agriculture. As the inputs are becoming more expensive, lack of access to input, of course, creates a crisis in terms of foods. And as you know, pesticides are also important. Without pesticides, it's not possible to come up with agricultural production. Supply problem would exacerbate the risk of disruptions and collapse of the system, and the producers are also indecisive. Here, it is of critical importance for the states to take the lead and take the necessary decisions. When you have a disruption in supply chain, then you're going to see empty shelves in supermarkets and high prices. And unfortunately, we're going through that kind of a phase in our country these days. This is quite unfortunate, but I regret to say that coronavirus is kind of a rehearsal of what we would have because of what we would go through because of climate change. So what could we do as citizens in a short term? Well, this is a period of opportunity. We need to seize this opportunity, because otherwise climate change will lead to worse impacts in the upcoming future. Already we have a quite vulnerable supply chain. Supply chain is very long, so this leads to a lot of waste. As citizens in short term, what can we do in Corona days? Well, the first thing to do is to eliminate uncertainties. If it is possible for us to do so, we could start with cultivation. We could have horticulture. We could install short supply chains. In addition, local authorities could take the lead and take responsibility and start initiatives. The conscientious municipalities have already done that, actually. We have seen several examples in Ankara too. Well, you're out of time, so could you please speed up? Well, how is that possible that I'm out of time? I've just started and we started a little bit late. You just have 20 minutes. Well, there's also a 20 minutes, which is going to be at the end of the session for Q&A. So, okay, let me try to speed up as much as possible. Let me check which parts I can skip. Let me focus on our practice in Ankara and urban agriculture practices. As a matter of fact, we first and foremost ask this question: what is happening in Ankara? the catering sector almost came to a halt, and there was an increase in terms of consumption and production at homes. And because of fear of scarcity, people increased their stocks at their houses. And sometimes we also had chaotic days where there was plundering, looting in supermarkets. All these point out a very major problem. In Çankaya district of Ankara, we got to know that there are micro groups who are working on plant cultivation. So this means that problems in terms of food security and safety led to people taking their own initiative and starting these types of practices. So it was kind of a cycle in Ankara. The problems brought with this pandemic process and increasing food prices led to the fact that people took actions. We contacted 60 households. These are micro scale houses with practices. So these are small scale examples which are taking place around the buildings. If you can see my cursor there, you can see minimal area, but even that small area could actually lead to very enjoyable times. People are really enjoying this. And for instance, this is an area around the dormitories and the buildings, the residential areas belonging to the police workers, and these are and balconies, we can call them also indoors. And of course, we did not visit these people because of the pandemic, but they sent us their photos, the pictures they took. So as far as economic aspects are concerned, we also carried out a different analysis, and the results were quite surprising. Urban agriculture practices are arising because of poverty. 70% all around the world of such practices show us that it's usually the low-income communities which focus on these types of practices. However, in Ankara, the situation is a little bit different because we're not just talking about poorer parts of the population who are just focusing on urban agriculture practices. So this is quite important to say. Now let me dwell on our own project. And while all these have been happening in Ankara, we also continued our project, our urban agriculture project in Beytepe. As mentioned before, we informed you on the first phases of our project in the second International Congress on Agricultural and Food Ethics. Of course, we continued in 2018, 2019, and 2021. When we first started, we had this formula, seed equals to freedom, which equals to democracy. We started with a small area, and then it increased to 15 square meters, and then we increased the number of the seeds we had. And this year, we became more professional. So we are right now starting to work on a very large area, including indoors and outdoors. Our aim was to increase the air quality, settle down the culture of agriculture, and especially in Beytepe University complex, we wanted to have this area so that it could be an example to the other generations as well. We started with the small, small pots, and we wanted to have areas which could be used, which could be employed by people of different age, people of different sex. And we also used wood waste while carrying out agriculture on these pots. It was a small area, it was not really exposed to light, but during summer times we were there, and actually we also used the products to feed people in the campus,
Evet,
university
Nergis,
campus.
süre doldu.
So Nergis, you're out of time.
Belki heyecanla dinliyoruz. Belki
well, we are very much
da o
excited to
söyleyemediklerini
see, but
söyleme
maybe you
doğar.
will be sharing with us later on if there are any questions to you, addressed to you. Okay, let me come to the conclusion. Well, when you experience that, it's really very difficult to give up. I could say this, well, based on my personal experience. During the pandemic, we started to cultivate a lot of things in our balconies, in our gardens, in our houses. Despite being small, these are, of course, meeting our needs. In addition to that, it helps us to empathize with the producers and the phases that they're going through. Plus, you also have the advantage of knowing what you eat very well. So we need to understand, or we need to remember that we're going through an era where we are exposed to common problems all around the world, but it seems that we're still undermining ourselves and our situations. I guess we will be also digging until there is no water anymore. Up until now, the world thought that they knew what they do, but I guess we do not know it at all. And let me also finish by saying that urban agriculture is good. Thank you very much.
Profesör Doktor Meltem Yılmaz ve
Thank you very much, Professor Meltem Yılmaz and Nergis Amirov, for this presentation, tackling the impact of the pandemic on agricultural practices. And they were showing us the mobilization of the local population in starting agriculture farming at home, indoors, and indeed offered us very interesting information. I would like to now proceed with the last presentation of our session, to be presented by Nazlı Özcan and Didem Saloğlu. They're from 19 Mayıs University, and their presentation is titled Hospital Wastewater as a Source of Micro and Macro Pollutants and its Place in Water Pollution Control Regulation in Turkey.
Öğretim görevlisi
The presentation will be presented by Nazlı Özcan Çöken, who is a lecturer.
Cumhuriyet Üniversitesi
Kimya
Mühendisliği
graduated from the Chemical Engineering Department of Cumhuriyet University, and she has an MA at Yalova University on Chemistry and Process Engineering. And in this, nowadays, she is also enrolled in the PhD program in the same university. She's about to graduate, and she also teaches at 19 Mayıs University at the vocational school there.
Görev yapıyor. Evet, ben mikrofonu
I would
Sayın
like
Nazlı
to
Özcan
give the floor
Çöken'e
to
veriyorum.
Ms. Nazlı Özcan Çöken now. Hello, Professor. I would like to bid a warm welcome to all of you. I'm very happy to meet you. You really explain things wonderfully, and I don't have anything to say about introducing myself. My PhD topic is on pharmaceutical micropollutants and their disposal. And I wanted to present the subject in this ethical Congress. And rather than sharing the analysis of my PhD work with you, I wanted to approach the topic from an ethical perspective. And I wanted to take up the issue of water waste at hospitals and micro and macro pollutants in that wastewater. So I'll talk about their classification, how these are discharged, and the secondary legislation in Turkey and abroad. So if you allow me, I would like to share my presentation with you. Hospital wastewater as a source of micro and macro pollutants and its place in the water pollution control regulation in Turkey. First of all, there are pollutants in hospital wastewater, which are very different from residential wastewater. There are pharmaceutical, pathogenic microorganisms, heavy metals, and disinfectants, which are not available in residential wastewater. In my presentation, I would like to talk about the classification features of hospital wastewater and problems, environmental problems that may be caused by their disposal, and the methods that are being used to prevent the discharge of hospital wastewater to the environment. First of all, hospital wastewater activities vary from area to area, from region to region. It has to do with the capacity, geographical location of the hospital, as well as the level of development of the individual country. And the pollution stemming from hospital wastewater varies from country to country, and it can even vary depending on the number of patients in a given hospital, the number of admitted patients, outpatients, etc. So their discharge and micro and macro pollutants in a hospital may change in terms of their concentration level during any given day. First of all, let's take a look at the different services, departments in a hospital and the waste coming out from there. You have medical units, surgical units, laboratories, and cafeterias. So you have solid, mud, and liquid, usually disposed in a container. And these are the solid mud or the slurry and liquid type are usually disposed in accordance with the relevant regulation, while wastewater coming out of the hospital is covered by the same regulation as residential wastewater. And although it consists of a lot of micro and macro pollutants, it goes to the municipal wastewater treatment plant, and it's not totally treated, and it's discharged to mix into the underground and above the ground water, and then it becomes a part of the chain of drinking water. So I would like to tell you a little bit about why hospital wastewater is not fully elaborated, not fully detailed in the legislation. I'll try to share my views with you. Hospital wastewater are indeed very different from residential wastewater, as they contain lots of cancerogenic and mutagenic material, as well as bioaccumulation and pathogenic materials. So they have material that threatens human health and the ecosystem. And these pollutants also have an impact on the endocrine system, its normal functioning, and they actually imitate certain natural hormones when they're ingested and may lead to sexual dysfunction in some alligators and birds. Even literature has shown examples of sexual disorders, and there can be a reduction in the number of sperm count and feminine features in male organisms and reproduction problems. Some examples to environmental problems originating from hospital wastewater, again based on the literature, can be summed up as follows. Especially estrogenic pollutants may create liver growth in fish. This has been proven in literature previously. And likewise, another study shows that waste coming out from a treatment facility can cause problems on Japanese fish and mollusks in terms of their oogenesis or embryogenesis. In another study, again, Radix peregra, which is a type of mollusk, and other macrospineless groups living in the area had reductions in their incubation rates. And epidemiological research has revealed that there is a lot of correlation with cancer and increases in cancer. Another threat on the environment is that certain resistant organisms may emerge. Resistant genes may find reservoirs in, or may build reservoirs in hospital waste, and they can form great threats on the environment. In terms of the classification of hospital waste, there are pharmaceutically active components, and then biological and microbiological coliforms, bacteria, viruses. Another type of pollutant would be heavy metals, gadolinium, mercury, platinum, zinc, cadmium, copper, nickel, lead are some heavy metals, and physical chemical parameters, high biological oxygen need, higher biological oxygen need, chemical oxygen need, high nitrogen content, and large biodepletion. These are the types of wastewater coming out of hospitals. And as for the pharmaceutical components, we see that there are analgesics and anti-inflammatory, antibiotic and hormonal agents, anti-diabetics, contrast material agents and analgesics have large concentrations in hospital wastewater. And they actually make up 40% of the total pharmaceutical waste, and anti-inflammatories, psychiatric drugs, beta blockers, anti-epileptics have lower concentrations, but still make up 20% of the total concentration. As for the microbiological pollutants in hospital wastewater, Verlici and his colleagues have shown that E. coli, enterococcus, fecal coliform, total coliform, rotavirus, adenovirus, and norovirus concentrations are quite high in municipal wastewater. They are actually 2 or 3 times higher in the areas where hospitals are. And in terms of the heavy metals, the concentration of hospital wastewater have cadmium, platinum, zinc, lead, and these are typically seen in hospital wastewater in similar concentrations. But gadolinium, mercury, and platinum are heavy metals which are more prominent and have higher concentrations in hospital wastewater. As for the physical-chemical parameters of hospital wastewater, there aren't too many differences. The biological oxygen need, chemical oxygen need, suspended solid material, and nitrogen levels, as shown by Verlici and his colleagues, have quite high concentrations in municipal hospital wastewater, and 2 or 3 times higher than municipal residential wastewater. So given this information, the difference between municipal wastewater and hospital wastewater, we see that there is a lot of difference, both microbiologically, microbially, and pharmaceutically, also in terms of heavy metals, in terms of their concentration. And municipal wastewater usually treat residential waters, and the disposal or the treatment of hospital wastewater in municipal wastewater treatment facilities has to do with the fact that there are big gaps in the legislation. There are 4 cases in which hospital wastewater can be discharged directly, either directly to the environment, secondly, by mixing to sewage wastewater and being treated in municipal treatment plants. A third case would be, the third and fourth cases are actually recommended by the World Health Organization, that the hospital wastewater is treated in its origin, and then after being treated at the origin, to be sent to municipal wastewater treatment and to be subject to a second step of treatment. This fourth step is recommended by the World Health Organization, while in Turkey, most hospitals actually have the second stage, that is the disposal of wastewater into the sewerage and their treatment in municipal wastewater plants. Given this big environmental threat, the legislation has to be revised and improved, and wastewater should be treated at the origin in the hospitals. Several measures need to be taken for that. There can be methods of advanced technology for the treatment of hospital wastewater. Some of them have higher performances. So I wanted to show you a classification of all these possible treatment methods. Pharmaceutic active components can be treated via ozone adsorption, UV, and membrane bioreaction treatment methods. Viruses can go through chlorine, UV, membrane bioreactors. Physicochemical pollutants can go through active slurry processes, membrane bioreactors, mobile bed bioreactors, waste stabilization pools. And bacteria likewise can go through chlorine or UV methods treatment. These are possible advanced treatment options for hospital wastewater. And just a few examples from the literature. In terms of the active slurry process, ultrafiltration and the active slurry process are used to show that high levels of treatment can be achieved, up to 78%. And we see that active pharmaceuticals are treated at a rate of 78% from the wastewater. And due to the complexity of their structure, agents such as diclofenac require special treatment methods, and these two processes have low levels of treatment for these agents. Yuan and his colleagues have carried out some research on hospital wastewater in China, and showing that the two full criteria active slurry processes were used, and it was seen that pharmaceutical active components were treated at a rate of 84%, and in the second process at a rate of 39%. And agents such as olanzapine were treated at a rate of 93 to 98%, very high percentages. And airing and chlorine can be used to complement the active slurry process, and the chemical oxygen need, biological oxygen need, and nitrogen treatment were identified as 75, 85, and 84% in terms of their treatment rate. Another advanced treatment technique is membrane bioreactors. And looking at the summary in the literature in a study, membrane bioreactor was used on pharmaceutically active agents, and 75% treatment levels were achieved. And agents such as estradiol, trimethoprim, and ibuprofens These are pharmaceutical micropollutants, which are widely available, and nearly all of them were actually treatment through this methodology. And membrane bioreactors likewise, two examples to their use in a hospital in China, biological oxygen need and requirement and ammonia were treated at a rate of 90%, and likewise in a membrane bioreactor, 98% of chemical oxygen requirement was treated, 99% ammonia treatment was achieved. As for mobile bed bioreactors, ammonium was treated at a rate of 99% in a wastewater treatment in a hospital in Denmark, and 33% of pharmaceutically active components were treated. Ibuprofen and clindamycin had treatment levels over 90%. As for the chlorine processes, these usually in microorganisms, fecal bacteria, E. coli, total coliform. So these are pathogenic pollutants. High pressure filtration and chlorine processes, along with the active slurry process, are used. And in the literature, it was showed that E. coli, coliform, and enterococcus numbers were reduced at a rate of 99% very effectively. As for the literature on the use of adsorption, I would like to give some examples from my own PhD work. I have 3 different research. One of them is about naproxen, anti-inflammatory drug, and I looked at, I synthesized biopolymers, and the first one I use alcohol biocomposites, and I realized 97% disposal of naproxen. Your time is up. Özcan, can you please sum up? Okay, this is the conclusion actually. Okay, and I'll just move on to the legislation. And for alginate beads, I achieved 98%, and with active carbon and silica aerogel, I achieved 90% treatment. As for the legislation on the wastewater coming out of hospitals, we see that WHO has a special guideline dated 1999 and updated in 2014. It's about the safe management of waste coming out of healthcare activities. There are certain recommendations in this document. They're recommending a primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment units, and the bacteria in the water can be eliminated at a rate of 95% in municipal wastewater treatment plants, and the residues of mud can be subject to anaerobic rotting, and low-level toxic materials, cytotoxic, and antibiotics, radioactive materials should be reduced to a minimum. And there are different types of documents, international documents. One of them is a WHO one on the safe management of wastewater originating from healthcare activities in China. There is 1991 directive. In the US, there is the Environmental Protection Agency's legislation on standards and waste directives. And in Turkey, we also have 2 pieces of legislation on the water treatment, control of water treatment and wastewater treatment. In terms of the general control in the world, this can be done quite successfully. However, in Turkey, the 2 legislation available only provide for limited classification and control. and they have very limited discharge concentrations. And I can just say that this legislation classifies hospital wastewater as residential wastewater, and therefore they are treated in municipal wastewater treatment plants. And we do know that they are very different from residential wastewater. There are pharmaceutical, microbiological, physical, chemical pollutants in them. Therefore, their classification and discharge concentration limits need to be revised, and there is need for a new legislation there. Thank you for
Çok
your attention.
teşekkürler.
Thank
Gerçekten
you.
de çok önemli bir konuda bildiri dinledik. Kirleticilerin su ve karasal ortamlara girerek tüm doğal hayatı ve su yaşamını tehdit ettiğini söylediniz. Arıtma yöntemleri üzerinde durdunuz. Çünkü bu geleneksel atık su arıtma tesisleri işe yaramıyor. Gerçekten çok önemli. Ve ayrıca da bu atık suların kaynağında arıtılması üzerinde durdunuz. Bunu da çok önemli buluyorum. Böylelikle 5 panelistimizi dinledik. Birazdan bu platformu sorular ve cevaplar için açacağım. Şöyle kısaca bir toparlamam gerekirse,
Starting the question and answer session, but before that, if I am to sum up, I could start
üzerinde durdu. İkinci konuşmacılarımız 5 kişinin hazırladığı bir bildiri. The effect of climate change on agriculture and adaptation of agriculture başlıklı bildiriyi sundular. Melike Bahçeci sundu bu bildiriyi. Daha sonra Nihal Can Ağırbaş ve Sibel Sarıçam'ın hazırladıkları Eskişehir ili kent merkezinde yaşayanların iklim değişikliği konusunda yerel yönetim ve kamu kuruluşlarınca yapılan uygulamalarla ilgili farkındalıkları dediler. Sayın Nihal Can Ağırbaş sundu bu bildiriyi. Dördüncü olarak Sayın Profesör Doktor Meltem Yılmaz ve Nergiz Amirov'un hazırladıkları pandemi sürecinin iç mekanda tarım pratiğine etkisi başlıklı bildiriyi dinledik. En son olarak da Nazlı Özcan Çöken ve Didem Saloğlu'nun makro ve mikro kirleticiler üzerine hazırladıkları bildiriyi dinledik. Ben şu anda artık gerçi az bir zaman kaldı. Yaklaşık bir 11 dakika kadar sanıyorum zamanımız var. Sorulara ve cevaplara açıyorum platformumuzu. Şimdi bu chat box'a bakıyorum. Oradan okuyacağım soruları.
Chat box in order to read questions if there are any. To start with the first question, Uygun Aksoy asks a question to Nergiz Amirov.
Kent tarımının pandemi sürecinde
Increase of urban agriculture during pandemic
ve
process.
benzerleri kısıtlanmaları, evde vakit geçirmeleri etkili oldu
Do you
mu
think
diye soruyor.
the
Onarıcı
travel
tarımda çok sık
restrictions
kullandınız
and
mı diye
lockdown
soruyor.
and people spending some time at
Kentteki
home, do you
kirliliğin
think
ürün
these have had impact in terms of
güvenilirliğine etkisinin
increasing
farkındalar mı
urban
diye
agriculture?
soruyor.
And do they use pesticides in rehabilitative agriculture? And
Evet,
are
çok
the
güzel geliyor.
producers aware of this pollution in urban areas and its impact on products safety? Well, I have also typed an answer to the person who addressed the question, but let me also tell this verbally. I did not have, of course, enough time to explain this, but if we are to look at the reasons behind the increase in urban agriculture practices, are as follows. Well, the first one is the lack of food security and safety. Well, they believe that, well, these are, of course, based on the responses we received from the people. They believe that because they do not know the origin of the products, this might increase the rate of contamination and infection. Secondly, as is mentioned in the question, one of the most important factors was the increase of time spent at home because people were not going to work. They were staying at home, so they were saying, well, we have the time, why not produce at home, cultivate at home? So there was also another part of the question mentioning the pesticides. I think he's asking us in our agricultural project. Well, we did not use any chemical input in our project. We received seeds from different parts of Turkey, and we have actually seeds which could be enough for the next 10 years. We did not use any chemicals. We did not use any pesticides. We use the soil that is present in Beytepe campus. The landscaping department made an analysis of the soil. So when we were starting, the argument they had was you wouldn't be able to cultivate anything in this soil. But we cleaned the soil, we sorted out the stones, and we were able to get really good products. It was delicious. Well, definitely, I agree. Well, indoors and outdoors, these were different agricultural practices, and the newly established Faculty of Architecture was the place which we used, and we had fresh onions, for instance, and we planted products which could be cultivated indoor. The other products were not that good, but we had very good results with fresh onions. And there are also several techniques that you could employ indoors using artificial light, and our venue was quite suitable in that sense. We could have artificial light on the walls so that we could ensure high growth and the development of the products. But we didn't want to do this because we wanted to have everything happening naturally. So it was close to the Faculty of Architecture, and we moved it to the road across, and we are experimenting still. Theoretical knowledge is, of course, very much important, but you also learn a lot out of your experience, and I guess it really motivates everyone. Also helps us a lot in that sense. She contributes to the campus, and she established a soil ethics research center, and she's really working there, and she's leading an example. So I would like to say that we're very much pleased to start this initiative in our campus, and I believe it's going to be maintained. We also tasted what we produced. There are also other people around, for instance, school children were very much interested in what we were doing. We were using those pots, wood pots, recycled out of waste wood. So in addition, I can say that we're implementing surveys about it. Maybe you will have the
Meltem
chance
hocam
to
çok teşekkür ediyorum. Toprak
deliver the
ettiğinden
results of the
bahsettiğiniz için. Çok
surveys in the next Congress. Well, thank you very much, Meltem, for also mentioning soil
yorum
ethics.
var, onu bir
There
okumak
is one
istedim
comment.
hemen.
I could also read that maybe
Sayın
from the
Levent Şaylan,
Levent
Meltem
Şaylan.
Hoca'ya ve Nergis Hanım'a kent tarımı ile ilgili verdikleri bilgiler için
We would
teşekkür
like to thank
ediyor.
Meltem and
Burada
Nergis for the information they
dikkat edilmesi
provided on
gereken en önemli
urban
nokta,
agriculture. I
bilhassa
guess the most
gelecek
important
yıllarda
point we have to pay attention
karşılaşabileceğimiz
to
kuraklıklar
is
nedeniyle
the droughts
şehirlerdeki
that we
su
might
kaynaklarının
experience,
kısıtlı
and these
kullanılması
droughts
olabilir. Bunun
leading
da
to the fact that
kısmen
we have
çözümleri
to
vardır. Ancak
use
kent
the water
tarımı
resources in a
şehirlerde
very diligent manner. Of
yaşayanların
course, there are some
tarımın
solutions to that,
önemini,
but the urban
mesela birkaç
agriculture
metrekarede bile bir
also
domatesi
makes
yetiştirmenin
people
nasıl
aware of
meşakkatli olduğunu
the
anlaması
challenges of the
dolayısıyla
difficulty of
üreticiler ile empati
cultivation. So it is
kurabilmesi
possible
bakımından
to
bence yararlıdır
empathize
demişler.
with the producers,
Katılıyoruz
and
Sayın
even
Levent
just for that
Şaylan'a.
reason on its own,
Ercüment
urban
Genç
agriculture
yakında
is
su kanunu çıkacak demiş.
important. Ercüment
Bu sorun
Genç
o kanunda da
mentioned that
öngörüldü demiş. Bir
water
başka
code,
katılımcımız
Law and Water
bu
will be
ilgili mevzuat
enacted
hazırlıkları
soon.
bu sayede başlayacak
And
demiş.
another participant
Yakında su
mentioned
kanunu
that
çıkacak.
relevant
Hastane
legislative
atıkları
activities will be
sorunu
starting, and
kanun taslağında
when
da
the law will
öngörüldü.
be
Bu sorun o
enacted,
kanunda
the
da
hospital
öngörüldü diye
wastewater
yorumlarda bulunmuş.
is
Evet,
also going to
Sayın
be
Levent
stipulated there.
Şaylan'ın Sayın Melike
Levent
Bahçeci'ye bir
Shaidan has a
sorusu
question
var.
to Melike
İngilizce olarak
Bahçeci. It
yazmış.
is
Şöyle demiş.
start in English.
Dear Bahçeci, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask you more specifically, what kind of studies have you done or are doing in your research institute on the effects of climate change on agriculture and adaptation, for example, in the Mediterranean region diye sormuş. O zaman ben şimdi
This is the question
mikrofonu
asked.
Sayın Melike
So I
Bahçeci'ye
can give the
vereyim
floor to
cevabı için.
Melike Bahçeci for the answer.
Melike Hanım hiç gelmiyor
Well,
sesiniz.
Melike, we're not able to understand you properly.
Yani çok boğuk diyeyim.
It's not really easy to understand. I have also shared the answer in written form with Levent, but let me repeat about climate change adaptation. We're working on impacts of climate change in our research center. We are working on the plants breeding which are resistant to water scarcity.
Ben çok iyi duyamadım ama
I have not been able to
umarım
hear
diğer
you properly,
katılımcılar
but I hope this was not the
duyabilmişlerdir.
case for the rest of the audience.
Melike Hanım'ın cevabını. Ben bu chat box'ta diğer yoruma geçiyorum.
Let
Çünkü
me
çok az
proceed with the
hani
next
sanıyorum
comment in chat
zamanımız
box.
doldu.
I
Sanıyorum
think
şu
we
anda
have
ara oluyor şu
we're out
anda.
of time. Normally we were supposed to be taking a break,
Nergis Amirov
but let me move on. Nergis
bir
Amirov
yorumu var. Onu okumak istiyorum.
typed her comment. Let me read that.
Efendim?
Well, Professor Ufuk, I have typed actually what I have just mentioned, and in addition, I also
Evet,
wrote down a few
ben şu
details
anda
about the
görüyorum o
pesticides.
limon suyu
Okay,
falan
I
ben
can
okuyayım.
see that you mentioned the
Yani
lemon
Nergis
water and so
istersen
on.
sen
If you
söyle.
like, maybe you
Daha
can
güzel söyleyeceksin
express
eminim.
that. Well, when we say that we have used everything in natural way, everything we used were natural, maybe people witnessed, if you also do the calculation, for instance, maize attracts a lot of ants. We also had the same problem. There were a lot of ants around. So we did not want to use pesticides there to fight against that. And so it is actually possible to use lemon and also vinegar in order to discourage ants. So while doing something nice, of course, you shouldn't be having a bad impact on the rest of the environment. Ants are innocent, of course. It's not their fault. So that is why we try to come up with natural solutions.
Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you very
Ben
much.
şimdi bakıyorum chat box'a, başka soru göremiyorum. Yasemin hocam da artık bitirmek durumunda istiyor. Ben bütün konuşmacılarımıza bu çok faydalı ve çok ilgi çekici ve hepimizi gerçekten
presentations, all your presentations.
Ne diyeyim, heyecanlandıran diyeyim. Bütün bu önemli konulara parmak bastıkları için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ve tekrar uluslararası Target 3. Uluslararası Tarım ve Gıda Etiği Kongresini düzenleyen tüm değerli hocalarıma çok teşekkür ediyorum. Beni de oturum başkanı yaparak bu önemli kongrenin bir parçası yaptıkları için ayrıca çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ve buradan hepinize hoşça kalın diyorum. Çok teşekkürler.
This Congress. Thank you very much. Thank you. This session is adjourned. We would like to thank the chair of this session, Madam Ufuk Özdağ, and valuable speakers. Next session will be starting at 5:30 Turkish time. Thank you very much.
Bırakıyorum.
Actually, I would like to begin like this. Dear participants and the professors, I mean Dr. Bart Grumman and Dr. Rod McRae and Dr. Robert Zimdal. Welcome. In the first place, I want to express my pleasure to be with you at the Target Symposium again. So I feel very good because I feel okay. It means good to see you. Thank you in advance for your acceptance of sharing your ideas with us and the experiences with us, because you are the authority in your files, because you are here, our respectfully invited speakers as. So, following the recently developing approaches, what I mentioned in the message of the online meeting in webinar style, today we are happy with this organizing. Therefore, this session, after you have made your speech without any interruption, what I mean, at the end of every invited speaker finished his speech, I will be kindly announcing that I can select the questions that the participants will deliver and send them to you. So in the first speech, an ethical compass for agriculture, Dr. Bart Grumman, Wageningen University, philosophy guru, the Netherlands. Please, we are trying to listen to you. Please, welcome.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me today again on this third conference. Last time I talked about a very concrete thing. It was about gene editing. Today I will be speaking about more general issue about ethical theories in agriculture, a little bit abstract, so I apologize for that. And yeah, we'll see if you can do something with it. I'll share my screen. So the title of my talk is An Ethical Compass for Agriculture. And I would like today to develop this in a few steps. Oh, does it work? Stop sharing. I have to. Maybe it will work now.
We are exciting.
Okay. So this is the best I can do, I think. So agriculture is under fire. There is a challenge to double the total food production in the future. And this is rather difficult because of all kinds of stuff like soil degradation. 50% is already degraded of the cultivated land. We have pesticide use issues, animal welfare problems, environmental problems, CO2, etc. So there's a lot of societal and political protest also from farmers themselves. In my country, the Netherlands, farmers went to the parliament with their machinery and blocked roads, but also were violent against the police. So a lot of protest going on. On the other hand, agriculture is, in my view, very special. Without agriculture, most people will die. And the organisms in agriculture only exist because of our humans. If we stop, for example, eating meat, drinking milk, and do not use eggs anymore, a lot of our livestock will disappear. There's the human organism in general relationship where animals, plants, and soils, they are producing, not us or machines. So it is very special that living organisms are producing, and we only provide, you could say, the infrastructure. Also, there is not an individual level. It's not one animal or plant, but there is a whole group, a herd or a crop producing. And we, as people, have a hands-on approach striving to maximize control, but that doesn't work in many cases. So we have four questions now about farmers. Do they know how to do things the right way? I think so. That's, you could say, a management and technical issue. And there are a lot of sorts of agriculture now, also organic. And so we have a lot of technology in place. Is it legally allowed what farmers do? I think so. There are, of course, sometimes exceptions, but in general, it's within the boundaries of the law. But the question is, of course, do farmers do the right thing, right things? And I think no, because in all kinds of countries, societies more or less have problems. So you could ask, is there a moral compass for farmers that they could use to do the right things? And let's find out. This is a compass, and a compass I use as a metaphor. And you see the needle and the red dot on the needle, and it's pointing at the north. And this is, you could say, the only thing the compass is doing. It is always pointing at north. And a compass also makes the magnetic field of the Earth visible by pointing at the north, because that is more or less the explanation, the physical explanation of a compass. But morally, what is the north? The north is the good, you could say, to which the moral compass is aligned. The moral compass, therefore, does not immediately provide a set of normative rules for action, but a basic orientation towards the good. And could even say that the moral compass makes an underlying ethical theory visible as explanation of these rules or norms and values. So the question now becomes, what could be the moral north in the history of ethics? And there are three main classical basic orientations. Probably you know them, so I will not explain explain them in depth or in detail. So the first is the utilitarian theory. And you could say the basic orientation is their consequences. And especially within utilitarianism, it's all about that we want to have pleasure and not pain. And so that's, you could say, the main entrance point for the North in the compass. On the other hand, we have the deontological theories about duties and rights. And that's another, you could say, way of defining the North in a moral compass. And the third is the virtue ethics, where we have character traits like to be brave or to be honest. And sometimes, like in the case of Aristotle, for example, he has these three basic orientations in his writings. So until you could say this century, or last century, sorry, these classical theories have survived, and all of these three are anthropocentric. So humans in the center, and organisms are only instrumental for instrumental value for the humans. And you could say that also in classical Greece, only the rich, the free, white adult males had a moral status. And moral emancipation just started in the 19th century. And here we see this emancipation in the literature. It's called the expanding circle, where it starts already in the 13th century, but you could say that really it started in the 18th or even 19th century. And this is still about people, humans, and only in the last century, 1970s, nature is more or less also emancipated, you could say, has moral standing. And this is this nature part, and the endpoint of the anthropocentric era. There are you could say, four approaches that are interesting. The first one is contract ethics. The second one I call welfare ethics, is based on zoocentric material, and the rights ethics, biocentric, and ecocentric is the origin of ecoethics. So these four approaches, more or less, have emerged in the literature, where it started with the zoocentric, only animals, some of the animals. Later, you could say more or less all animals. Biocentric, not only animals, but also plants and other organisms, and ecocentric, even complete ecosystems and rivers and mountains. So you could say the emancipation started with some of the humans, and then went on to via animals to plants and other systems. The anthropocentric approach, there are a number of theories, and I more or less chose the contract ethics, because you could say it is still valid in a sense that if you make a distinction between humans and all other things, there is one thing that you can, like Locke and Hume, preserve, that is generalized self-interest of every person. So someone, they say, someone who is obliged to consider other people would in reality only do so out of self-interest. And the moral rules are those agreements that in the long run best serve the self-interest of all the members of a society. But there are two requirements. There is this agreement, a contract between sensible, independent, and long-term self-interested individuals who have something to gain from entering into an agreement. And these persons must be able to conclude an agreement. Now, these two requirements more or less exclude not only animals, but also every other organism from the moral order. So that's why it's anthropocentric. And you can see this in, for example, business or in other industry sectors where there is, and also agriculture. For agriculture, you could say there's a contract between stakeholders where farmers, for example, have a contract with a kind of supermarket and maybe also with other consumers. And it's completely between humans. So in this theory, the contract theory, contract ethics, all organisms have no moral status. And of course, this is now, in our time, for most people, completely unacceptable. Then there's this zoocentric approach, and it developed only in the 70s. Peter Singer, already this morning mentioned by a few people, he followed Bentham, a utilitarianist, and he says that some animals can also suffer. So ethics is not about rationality or having language. No, it's about being able to suffer. And only, of course, some animals can suffer. And later on, you could say this was expanded, this view, the zoocentric approach to, you could say, kind of animal welfare ethics, where even plants they also have a kind of welfare issues. So Singer said that humans are committing speciesism if they just are staying anthropocentric. And he more or less said that awareness and sentience was the moral status, the basis of the moral status of some of the animals. Their interests can be harmed, but they are still individual living beings. So the zoocentric approach is more or less, for me, the source of welfare ethics. The biocentric approach, the rights ethics, giving rise to right ethics, then all living beings have a moral status, not only animals, or some animals, but also plants. This means that they have rights. And for example, Taylor says that living beings have a good of their own. And that's why they have inherent value. And according to Atfield, all living beings have an interest in being able to flourish after their own kind. So both focus on individual living beings as persons. And I know that also mentioned this morning already by somebody that this remark that all living beings are persons, almost 90% or more of all people will reject this. We have the biocentric approach now as the source for the rights ethics. And last but not least, we have the ecocentric approach leading to ecoethics. And this was, you could say, already in the former century, in the 20th century, in the beginning, that animal ethicists were criticized as that they didn't make any distinction between rare and common animal species. For them, it doesn't make a difference between killing a whale or 20 chickens. And they focused on individuals. So the zoocentric and the biocentric approaches, they focus on individuals. And here the focus is on complete ecosystems. There are ecological relations and processes in these systems. And as one of the first eco-ethicists, Aldo Leopold says, a thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise. And this ecocentric approach is the source of ecoethics, as mentioned. So this, you could say, is the summary of the ethical approaches to the human-organism relation. On the left, we have the anthropocentric approach, and on the right, the non-anthropocentric approach, where the humans are included. And we see the three approaches: zoocentric, biocentric, ecocentric, and some of the people who contributed to these approaches. And I will now call these approaches welfare ethics, right ethics, and ecoethics, and contract ethics. How do the four ethical theories fit in an ethical compass? Because, as I maybe already alluded, that each of those four is not able to cover the north of a moral compass, because for some, the ecocentric, for example, agriculture is almost non-existent. Only, for example, the reindeer or some herds that they once a year are checked by the farmer. So in general, also in the welfare ethics, there is no place, if it's only welfare ethics, there is no place for agriculture. If it's only right ethics, there is no place for agriculture. And because organisms are persons, you cannot put them in an agricultural system. So only in contract ethics, agriculture would have its place. So I try to fit those ethical theories in an ethical compass, not a moral one anymore. I have two criteria. One is the level of the organism, from a single organism to the whole of all organisms, vertical X, and the level of control, from control to no control, to total control to no control. And this is how this looks. So there's the whole of all organisms vertically going via the group to the single organism, and from total control to no control, and there is limited control in the middle. And maybe you can already guess the middle is agriculture. So I've got, by applying those criteria, I've got a matrix of 4 places, and I can fit in the 4 theories, like so. And the ethical theories, they are combinations of the directions, of the 2 lines, the vertical and the horizontal line. And the contract theory ethics opposes the right ethics, and the eco-ethics, the welfare ethics. And also, you could say there are a lot of societal debates where, for example, eco-ethics and welfare ethics clash, and also contract ethics and right ethics. Agriculture is in the middle, where it is a kind of, you could say, using all the 4, but not completely, only parts of those 4. And it can also be seen, it is dynamical. So it is, for the most part, in the contract ethics, because agriculture is for humans and not for animals. And we use this, we want this, but welfare ethics is important, not so much right ethics or eco-ethics. But this can shift, of course, in maybe in future, this can go down or to the right. Like if we have companion animals, the use of companion animals, this this scheme would like, the matrix would like, if you see this, there, it's more or less welfare ethics and not so much contract ethics and a little bit of right ethics. So the moral status now of organisms is that organisms in contract ethics are things, objects, and you can do with them whatever you please. There's still, of course, you could say a little bit the issue of cruelty to animals, but this is more or less in the literature that you show that you are able also to be cruel to humans if you are cruel as a pre-stage to being a criminal. Then you could say ecosystems ethics. Then you're part of the ecosystem as an organism. And there's almost no agriculture. And in the rights ethics, the organisms are persons, and so there's no agriculture possible at all. And in the welfare ethics, the organisms are more or less like relatives, family members, like your cat and your dog. And of course, you don't see any possibilities for agriculture here. And this is really, you could say, an important point here is that the relation is completely different than in agriculture. But the subset of the ethical theories in agriculture, in the middle, has an own name, care ethics, and has these characteristics. The human interests are central, and the organisms are vulnerable and dependent on humans. The care ethics itself arose in the context of human healthcare, and the care ethics focuses on values that are important for maintaining and flourishing relationships, such as involvement, dependence, responsibility, and caring. So it's all about the professional caring for animals and plants and soil and the environment. So the care relationship is the most important. And moral dilemmas now can be interpreted as clashes between ethical theories in care ethics. So these, for example, groups with a different ethical view, for example, with the eco-centered view, they can, of course, say that something is wrong with inside agriculture, so inside care ethics, and innovative solutions can pull towards ethical theories. So when there's a moral dilemma and there is a kind of solution, then you can go dynamically with care ethics to more of one of the four ethical theories. For example, if there's a new way to select between male and female chicks, and there's to look into the egg, for example, at day 7, this is pulling towards, for example, more animal welfare, because you are not going to kill them anymore at day 1. But maybe it still is a little bit of contract ethics where you have control and you want to get rid of all the males. So it is still debatable where this innovation leads to, but it's, you could say, you pull towards different ethical theories. So the discussion is between these four when there is a moral dilemma. Conclusion. A moral compass for agriculture. There is no moral north because there is no one classical or applied ethical theory which could function as a kind of magnetic field to explain the norms and values in the north. So what you need is kind of ethical compass where there are 4 directions. in a matrix and arranged by 2 criteria. And care ethics in the middle is a dynamic subset for 4 ethical theories, and is, you could say, agricultural ethical theory. The ethical compass can be used to interpret moral dilemmas and also to interpret their possible solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, in this point, may I say something as maybe as a question or just a comment to Dr. Graham? May I?
Yes.
Okay, dear Dr. Graham, actually, I mean, in ethical compass for agriculture topic, I guess just a few of us understand what the point where agriculture and production technologies actually which started with the settled life of humanity. So we have reached today is the explanation of all living and non-living beings in the environment. So I think that the population increases directly related to the developments in agriculture, maybe pharmacology, and also health subjects in the first place. So it has caused us to come to this situation. Just my comments, I don't know what you think, but I think in this effort to provide that the types of ethical approaches can be interchangeable sociology and also philosophically within the classification, I mean details, and that human beings make these transitions to themselves in the most correct way, I guess, whatever you trying to understand. But overall, all the approaches, I mean, I know this nowadays, at least from the new research in agricultural area, you know that the use of genetically modified organisms can be considered as molecularly detectable. So, I mean, some genetically modified organisms easily detectable, at least for certain agricultural products. However, some CRISPR-Cas9 applications can be preferred because it is a gene kicking and also maybe other words, gene silencing technology it is. And also it's not accessible to easily detectable. So at this point, what do you think should be the ethical approach in ethical concept? I mean, genetically modified organisms or genetically changed modified organisms or CRISPR-Cas9 technologies, new ways. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I don't know how to respond to that, but I saw a question about care ethics, and only value claim you can take into consideration is the value attributed to them by human beings and their understanding. Yes, so care ethics is more or less inspired and done by people. So as all ethics is done by people. And there is no, you could say, we have not encountered other organisms who do this. So indeed, this is still anthropocentric from that point of view, where we are interpreting and understanding things. But like in, you could say, in human healthcare, there are babies and there are people in coma, and we also take care of them in a good way. So care ethics is also, you could say, in contact with animals and plants and tries to understand them in a good way, like those patients. So it's a kind of analogy with that.
Thank you very much. So if you want to say maybe some last words in this session, maybe at the end of the session, some questions will come, I don't know. So at that time, we can start another speech from Rod McRae from York University. I mean, the Faculty of Environmental and Urban Change from Canada. The topic is building more resilient food systems, lessons from COVID-19. So I want to thanks again Dr. Bart Graham, and please welcome Dr. Rod McRae.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. And what I want to talk about today is the way in which the pandemic has exposed vulnerabilities, a lack of resilience in our food systems. In many ways, these are things we already have known. We've known for a long time, but the COVID-19 has made them very visible. And if I'm feeling optimistic, I would say that perhaps now there will be some impetus on the parts of decision makers to try and build resilience in food systems. And I'll say some more about that in the second half of my presentation. As a little bit of context, you know, what was agriculture for most of human history? Well, it was a very localized production, consumption, recycle system in which there was essentially no waste. Whatever wasn't consumed went back into the soil and was used by soil organisms as nutrients to pursue the next elements of the cycle. That's not what we have today. Obviously, what we have today looks more like this. Complete chaos, millions and millions of actors, millions and millions of processes spread over hundreds of thousands of miles. It's an inordinately complex system. And on some level, it's a miracle it actually works. And this complexity and scale is actually part of our resilience dilemma, which I'll come back to later. Now, this system is dominated by particular rules, high productivity, obviously, but that requires then high inputs to generate that productivity. And those inputs are themselves problematic from the environmental and social side of the scale. High volumes, it has to be very efficient in scale terms, which then creates this drive for increasing size. And of course, in many markets, what it's really about is trying to have low-cost products, and the low cost creates all kinds of health problems and also problems, particularly for producers who aren't making a decent living. The companies that basically dominate this system are preoccupied with shareholder value, and they're trying to dominate their respective markets. There's a tremendous amount of centralization going on in the system and distancing, which again partly explains the complexity I showed in that previous slide. And of course, many countries, including Canada, where I'm from, the focus is very much on export. Canada is the 5th largest food exporter in the world, but also the 5th largest importer of food in the world. So we're very engaged in international trade. This notion of value added is not about nutritional value. It's about how to extract more dollars from the consumer. And part of that, of course, means having to homogenize taste. The more everybody wants the same goods, the more then, of course, you can build scale efficiencies, because you're basically making the same thing over and over again and distributing it to markets on a regular basis. And in this system, a lot of problems, health and environmental problems, are externalized. In other words, they're not, the costs of these problems are not borne by the firms that create them. They're borne by us in terms of our health, or in the environment in terms of degradation. And a lot of the things that we might be particularly attracted to and think are desirable, food quality, health promotion, organic foods, these kinds of things, are tolerated in the dominant system as long as they remain niches. As long as they're only a small part of the system, they're tolerated. But if they start to grow, and in their growth, they start to challenge the rules of the dominant system, then the dominant system reacts and tries to reject them. So we have a contradiction. We have a food which is fundamentally a public good, because food, air, and water are so central to the survival of most organisms. But at least in the Canadian context, and in fact in most of the industrialized world, the food system is a private system. And yet we know that a nourishing diet is central to health and well-being for humans. And in Canada, we have publicly funded health insurance, which effectively means that we're all paying for each other's food choices and the health consequences that flow from them. So in my mind, this is a tremendous opportunity for governments to intervene in the way the food system operates, since they're having to pick up the costs of this private system through the tax system and through the funding of healthcare. So the food system isn't resilient. There's lots of vulnerability in it because of these issues I'm talking about. And COVID-19 has exposed the brittleness and lack of resilience in the food system. I think the best that can be said is that redundancy and inefficiency create an uncoordinated margin of safety, which is largely a product of the sheer numbers of actors in the system. And to some extent, their creativity, certainly within the very bounded rules of the system, many firms and many individuals tried to be creative in the face of the pandemic. But in the wider sense of what actually creates resilience, it can only be described as a limited creativity. So essentially then what we have is a system, a food system that's built at the expense of the vulnerable. I'll say a bit more about that in a moment. And changing all this is not going to be a short-term fix. So in Canada, we have fairly high levels of food insecurity, which for some people is a surprise, given that Canada is a relatively wealthy industrial nation. But 1 in 6 Canadians before the lockdown were suffering from income-related food insecurity. And post-lockdown, it rose to 1 in 7. So roughly a 15% increase in people reporting they were food insecure. The charitable food bank system, which is highly entrenched in Canada, reported 20 to 50% increases in demand for food donations from their clients. Now, the rate amongst First Nations is at least double the national average, which is equally shocking. And then 1 child in 6 lives in a food insecure household in Canada. Racialized households are much more likely to be food insecure. And we know that there's a complex interplay between household resources, incomes, assets, access to credit, and expenditures, including on food, that these things are all part of explaining why food insecurity exists in Canada. And we also know from studies that the food insecure have poorer diets and they have higher healthcare utilization. In other words, per person, they are a bigger drain on the system, so to speak, because they have more health problems and therefore require more government expenditures to address their health problems. We've also seen shifts in prices. The good news, I suppose, for Canada relative to many other countries is that the price shocks have not been nearly as acute as we're hearing reports of in many other countries. But still, household purchasing had to shift dramatically, 20% increases in restaurant purchase, in food store purchases, while restaurant expenditures declined by 27% because most of the restaurants had to close. And of course, this would be a bigger impact on low-income people because they were not necessarily eating out a lot in restaurants in the first place. So having to make that kind of a pivot would be significant. And the food price jump is thought to be about 5% in cost. So for an average family of 4 in Canada, we're looking at an extra $700 a year in food-related expenditures associated with these price increases. So this is significant, again, especially for low-income people. Now, one of the big debates in Canada that happened when the pandemic hit was, what is essential? And of course, this is related to what the government understood to be essential services to remain open. And so they largely said, well, we're going to allow the supermarkets and the pharmacies to stay open, but many other things will have to close. So essentially what happened was food access was compromised outside of the dominant supermarket system. There was a loss of public markets, of community gardens, of school food programs. The shelter system had to close in many cases, and therefore people who used the shelter system couldn't access food through that mechanism. Many community food projects, which were not allowed to operate in their normal way, had to pivot to direct delivery, which was much more expensive, both for the organization and then also for the participants. So essentially, the choice of what was deemed an essential service in the food system reinforced the existing inequities in the system, particularly for Indigenous, racialized, and low-income communities. And there are also numerous reports of breaking bread together, commensality, and mental health being compromised as a result of all these changes related to the food system. There were also numerous supply chain problems, many of which still exist, even at this later stage in the pandemic. And I document these problems in much more detail if you want to look at them on my research website, foodpolicyforcanada.info.yorku.ca, where I go through these things in much more detail. But essentially, working conditions deteriorated significantly for food system workers, and Canada's reliance on what are called TFWs, or temporary foreign workers. Canada imports many workers to work in agriculture and also in food processing, especially in the meat sector. And so our reliance on temporary foreign workers was very clearly exposed by the disruptions. Many temporary foreign workers were unable to come to Canada or decided not to come. There were many cases of COVID in the temporary foreign worker population, including a number of deaths. And so it became much clearer to a wider array of people how reliant Canada is on temporary imported workers. The corporate concentration was also exposed because in Canada, we have very few companies controlling meat slaughtering. Roughly 80% of beef slaughtering in this country, for example, is controlled by 2 companies out of 3 plants. And Canada is a huge country, obviously, so that this is a huge level of concentration. And some of the plants had to close because the workers, too many workers, had COVID. And so this caused significant meat chain disruptions. There were problems with slaughtering. A lot of farmers, realizing that they wouldn't be able to move their animals to market, deliberately aborted some of their animals and also had to euthanize young animals because they knew they wouldn't be able to get them to an abattoir. There were widespread worker shortages reported in trucking, in food processing and food service. Manufacturers were struggling to pivot from a focus on food service, which declined for them by 70% of sales, to food retail. And this is especially a problem in Canada because manufacturers are now very specialized. They produce either for the retail market or the food service market, and the way they prepare and package goods is not readily adjustable if in fact their markets are shifted. So they struggled with that. They also operate on just-in-time delivery models, and they couldn't deal with the sudden shift from restaurant to food service, nor with the hoarding that happened. A lot of people rushed into the grocery stores and bought out everything on the shelves in a panic buying that gradually dissipated over time. But the original levels of hoarding were significant. So all this generated significant amount of food waste. The farmers were dumping milk, mushrooms, and greenhouse production was disrupted. Flowers, fish, food service, packaged goods, all these things were effectively destroyed because they couldn't be moved properly. And related to all this is we had significant failures in the small to medium enterprise sector, or the SME sector. And this is particularly acute in food service. And we're still, of course, struggling with this, as many restaurants have closed and are not reopening, partly because they can't find workers. There was also disruption in international trade and movement of goods. Fortunately, Canada-US trade continued because the US is our biggest trading partner. But of 93 governments have imposed some 200 restrictions affecting trade. Shipping was disrupted by port closures. There was no travel for replacement crews. There are many reports of food truckers being unable to find places to eat along their route or washroom facilities. Canadian exports were projected to drop 12 to 20%, which is highly significant. But luckily, they stabilized due to a series of factors that actually had nothing to do with COVID. So we can say that Canada dodged a bullet here with a particular amount of good fortune related to forces beyond our control. And you may be reading now many reports about the problems with shipping containers. There's a lack of shipping containers. This is particularly a problem in Canada because what's happening is shipping containers are coming into the port of Vancouver on the west side of the country from Asia. And instead of going to the interior of the country to pick up agricultural goods, they're going straight back to Asia empty. So we're having now major problems moving certain goods that rely on container traffic. So what do we do about all this? Well, there is, of course, a body of literature, theoretical literature that explains the transition to resilience, what transition resilience actually means. There's an ecological interpretation, which is self-reliance in socioeconomic systems has its analog in natural systems. As a general rule of natural process, we have to expend energy and other things as close to the point of origin as possible. On the economic side, we know that there are higher economic multipliers with local distribution rather than export-focused economies, which is what Canada is. So the strategy is to emphasize import minimization, but to continue to export where appropriate. On the nutrition side, there's some evidence that there's less nutritional loss with shorter distribution than long distance distribution. And on the community side, we generally know that there's greater community vitality associated with increased local exchange and economic activity and more vibrant local services. Now, in Canada, one of the something that is a little bit ironic is that we have a federal environmental management, or EM, framework that addresses resilience. And it's a reasonably good definition of what resilience is. You can see it there. And basically, it's about trying to minimize vulnerability, dependence, and susceptibility by strengthening social and physical capacity in the human and built environment. So we have this as part of our overarching statement of emergency management, but it doesn't really affect the food system, unfortunately, and I'll come back to that in a moment. So in terms of thinking through the process of change, because this is a long-term agenda, I like to use a transition framework called the Efficiency Substitution Redesign Framework, or the ESR framework. And basically, it's a way of thinking through the changes that make sense, how to order them, how to sort through which ones can be effective and which ones cannot, given any particular moment in time. And it basically is designed to highlight that the efficiency strategies, or the first stage ones, are those that are relatively quick to implement and don't require a lot of resources. The substitution ones are more second stage. They take longer to implement. There's going to be more resistance to them, and they require more resources to bring into focus. And then finally, where we want to go down the road is redesign of the food system for resilience. And that will take a longer time, and there will be many more resources required, and it will also create much more opposition from the dominant powers in the food system. Now, the good news for Canada, at least out of the pandemic, is that we did see a few encouraging things that we might be able to build on in terms of this transition to a more resilient system. So there's more interest in local sourcing. A lot of food companies that focus on local have been over prescribed. There's way more demand for their goods than they can provide. More people are interested in cooking from scratch and buying less processed food. The federal government set up an emergency response benefit basically a way of subsidizing people, and this sets the stage for the possibility in Canada of a guaranteed annual income. There's a lot more interest now in seeing justice for temporary foreign workers and essential workers. And finally, a discussion is starting about having a national school food program. Canada is one of the few countries in the industrial world that does not have a national school food program. In terms of this question of the emergency management and its connection to food, unfortunately, food is a minimal preoccupation of the emergency planning system, and there's no robust systemic approach. The presumption on the food side is that the market will always work, which I think the last year and a half has shown us is a false presumption. Many provinces have advisory groups from the food system, but they're comprised of the dominant food system actors. So that helps to consolidate the authority of these dominant actors. Much is about reinforcing the food safety roles of existing authorities, which is obviously important in an emergency, but is not sufficient to really address these questions of resilience. No federal, provincial, and territorial governments, FPT governments, mention agriculture in their emergency plans. And the provinces can require municipalities to have emergency plans, but few of the municipalities actually name food in a substantive way. So basically, despite this lovely statement in the emergency management framework, there's little focus on prevention to address potential food system problems in the emergency management architecture. So what are we going to do? Well, and again, I go into these things in much more detail on my website. But at the efficiency stage, we have to more fully put food in the legislative regulatory framework. It has to go beyond just issues like government procurement and price setting. There's a substantial overhaul is required in the existing legislation. And as part of that, we need to expand our conception of resilience and prevention in these frameworks. And we also have to expand the advisory networks, because right now, as I say, they're dominated by the big players, and all the smaller actors who are often the ones who are providing certain kinds of service to the marginalized populations that I was talking about earlier. They're not participating in these discussions. At the second stage, the substitution stage, we want to be going back to the lessons we learned in World War II. During World War II, Canada actually had what could be called a coherent and robust national food policy. We implemented all kinds of measures to forestall market failure, which were largely successful. And then we abandoned all those things after World War II. Well, we have to go back and learn the lessons of that period, and re-implement some of the measures that were successful during that period, obviously adapted for current conditions. At redesign stage, it's all about building capacity and resilience. So we need diversification at all stages of the system, and part of that is having shorter and less economically concentrated supply chains, because a highly concentrated sector with large-scale actors is not resilient. Canada has the most corporately concentrated food system in the Western world. And so we have to do a major amount of work to diversify who has economic power in the Canadian food system. And we need to be reducing scale and have a wider approach to governance. What happens in Canada is the decision makers focus on the 20% of the food system actors who produce 80% of the food. And this just reinforces their dominant position and reduces our overall resilience. So on my website, and this is my last slide, on my website, foodpolicyforcanada.info.yorku.ca, I have many detailed proposals on how to build resilience. And I'll just give you a few of the areas I touch on. One, of course, is having to build more sustainable food production, because part of our resilience problem is the vulnerability on the farm itself. So we have to create a more sustainable food system. We have to create a more robust competition act. Right now, as I say, the levels of corporate concentration in the food system in Canada are so high that it basically becomes impossible to build resilience. So we have to reduce that level of concentration, and the Competition Act is very weak in Canada and needs to be strengthened. We have to do a much better job of integrating the food and healthcare systems. Right now, these systems function as if there's no real connection between what you eat and your health, which is bizarre. but that's structurally the way they're organized. And so there has to be a better job of integrating them. We also need a new income security architecture. And as I say, the federal government did some things during the pandemic, which basically revealed the possibilities of a new approach to income security in this country, which could go a long way to reducing levels of food insecurity. We need more equitable access to food distribution and retail. We have to get over the idea that it's just all about the supermarkets. We have to really build up the innumerable small scale projects that already exist and make them more robust. And we also need to do a better job of supporting self-provisioning. As the pandemic showed, a lot of people are much more interested in gardening and acquiring food for themselves through their own means. And we have done a poor job in Canada of supporting that. And my website has numerous proposals on how we can build that up. Well, thanks very much for your time. And if there are any questions, I look forward to answering them.
Thank you for your great presentation, because it's extraordinary dynamic, at least for my style. So actually, one question already I just noticed to Professor Bart, but just yours, I wanna read this part, and I have also one comment and one question to you. So from Professor Nehire Yasemin Yalın, she trying to ask like this: my question is, what can you say about the average people reaction towards existing food system? Will they endorse the diversification?
Well, in Canada, I would say that we have a relatively small percentage of the population that wants to see things move in the direction I've described. Maybe 8 to 10% of the population is already quite committed to this new kind of direction. And then there are a significant number of people who are kind of interested in it. You know, this might be something in the range of 40% of the population who are interested. You know, they'll, for example, they'll occasionally buy organic food, or they'll, you know, focus on local purchasing, but they're not really committed to it. And then there's probably another 40% who either don't understand it, don't care, or are entirely opposed to the new direction.
So, dear Dr. Rowe, in this period, you stressed that the agriculture and food sector had reached a susceptible and strategic position because of the extraordinary condition. I understand that, please. So we understand also from your speech that the supply chain from the producer to the consumer should not be disturbed to ensure safe food production and consumption. At least I'm trying to comment like this. So the COVID-19 period, that will be a candidate as a unique historical era for the future, has taught humanity that food ethics and insurance can only be possible with only the responsible aquaculture practices. So can we say like this: the global effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have disturbed the norms of human beings? I don't know.
Well, that's a very good question, and I don't know for sure. In Canada, one of the problems is that we have had many moments in the past where we could have acted very effectively to improve the food system. And as I mentioned, probably the only period where we did that effectively was obviously World War II, which was a very particular circumstance, even more particular than the pandemic.
Yeah.
So in World War II, we learned the lessons that had been exposed from World War I, when Canada didn't really act. It didn't really intervene in the food system in World War I. And there were massive food shortages, and there was hyperinflation. So that's part of the reason why they acted in World War II. They did actually absorb the critical lessons from that earlier period. Will we do that again with COVID-19? I'm not particularly optimistic we will. And the reason is because Canada has what's called a major implementation gap. We're very good in Canada at making bold statements and often prescribing very interesting policy direction and then not implementing it. Canada goes to a lot of these international conventions and international meetings. The Prime Minister or the Minister of Agriculture is often a star at these events, says all the right things, and then they come back to Canada and do effectively nothing. So this is why I say we have this massive implementation gap, which I also discuss in various parts of my website. And so part of the Canadian challenge is to make us more effective at governing and managing things, which again, I'm not particularly optimistic we'll do that in the short term.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very welcome. Thanks for having me.
And you know what? I know you feel very exhausted, but one question from Mustafa Koch, also he also from Canada, I guess. So he asked like this: given this existing power structures, government resistance to change, and lack of interest within civil society, how do you propose to affect some of your proposed changes? He asked like this. Sorry for my pronunciation, because I couldn't express myself easily in English. You can understand me.
Yeah, no problem. Well, my good friend Mustafa always knows how to find the core of any particular issue, and that is basically it. I mean, he's described, and he knows very well from his own research and his own participation in trying to organize civil society, that we're in a bit of a bind because we have, we have power structures that are in the way. We have governments that are really kind of complicit with these power structures on many levels and unwilling to change. And we have civil society actors who are doing many very important things on a relatively small scale and providing a large amount of benefit to a relatively, unfortunately, small group of people. And they don't necessarily have the skills and the resources to ramp up to make much bigger those particular initiatives. And as they do try to get bigger, they usually are confronted with the power of the major food corporations to oppose them, or they can't rely on government to provide the right kind of supports. So this is the fundamental dilemma in Canada right now. And again, my website, I go through all this in much more detail. And I also talk extensively on my website about what civil society needs to do to become a better policy advocates. In other words, although we love the idea that civil society actions and community mobilizing could solve food system problems, my feeling is that they can only take us a little bit down the right road because they run into these other structures that don't want to accommodate what they're doing. So we have to break down those structures. And that means that civil society has to become much better at policy advocacy. So I spend a fair bit of time on that on my website.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just would like to claim that question. This is Mimi Lam. I'm actually from Canada. So it was my question.
Hi, Mimi.
Thank you.
Sorry. I just want to say again, thank you very much, Dr. Rode. So thank you. And we can go with the Dr. Bob Zimdahl from United States of America, and also he's from University of Colorado. So he speaks on agricultural sustainability and Daniel. So thank you and welcome, Dr. Zimdahl, please.
Thank you. I assume you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay.
And also
I'm going to start with these slides, and I'm going to do the screen sharing, I think. I'm going to try to do it. Not too well. Now, can you see my first slide?
Actually, not yet, but maybe maybe a little bit.
Got to get to the screen sharing.
Okay.
That's a problem. I knew I'd be, let's see. Unfortunately, we haven't got this done well.
Maybe Melike can do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got to get down to where I could do the screen sharing, and I'm not able to quite get there for some reason. Give me some help. Some electronic person who knows what they're doing here.
Okay, maybe in the first place, you can share. You can click the share screen in the green button.
I can't find the screen sharing is normally at the bottom or at the top, and I cannot see it. So we're going to start over again here.
So, dear professor.
Now you can see it. Okay.
Okay.
Now I'm back to where I want to be.
And you know what? You solve your problem electronically.
Well, I may have solved the problem. We will see whether I've solved the problem.
Okay, it's nice.
Now you can see me, and now what can you see? Can you see? Yes, now you can see the
Yes,
first
completely,
okay.
completely.
Well,
We can.
At the risk of being too repetitious, I'd like to repeat the comments my colleagues have made. It is a distinct honor to be with you today, to have been invited to speak to the first two and the third Turkish Congress on Agricultural Ethics. I live alone. I was a kept man in 2 delightful marriages over 54 years of my life. Both my wives died, and I never learned how to cook. Now, I don't enjoy the process of cooking, and when I'm done, I don't often enjoy the results. What I have to say to you today is similar, with one important difference. I have really enjoyed the process of preparing to speak to you about agricultural sustainability. I'm not sure you will enjoy the results. Even a casual review of current thoughts about agriculture reveal it has a truly enviable record of production, especially in the world's developed countries. It has transformed the earth. It is equally clear that achieving sustainability of agricultural practice has achieved the generally revered status of God, which is different in many countries. All cultures have devised or retained a god or gods, while there is disagreement on the specific character and purpose of their god. Everyone is in favor of motherhood, which has also achieved a kind of revered good status in most societies. There's little debate about its nature. Everyone and nearly all organizations seem to favor achieving agricultural sustainability, but in spite of the nearly universal approval of sustainability, there's little agreement on it or God and motherhood. We disagree about what can be sustained, what must be sustained, who decides, how to proceed given individual and institutional denial of the necessity of achieving sustainability, and we don't know how to proceed. Sorry, I'm not going to tell you. That's not my chore today. When one enters the philosophical realm, as I continue to try to do, it doesn't take long to learn that philosophers have the habit of they don't tell us what to do. They ask us annoying questions. They questions that the prevailing culture doesn't like to ask or answer. Societies typically ignore such questions. There are at least 80 definitions of sustainability. Problems occur with those definitions because they don't tell us they're not sufficient to determine meaning, They're not sufficient to enact regulatory legislation achieving sustainability. They don't resolve opposing worldviews, and they don't deal with rising material expectations around the world. There are three primary uses of sustainability in agriculture: to sustain food production, let's feed everybody; to sustain ecological balance in the environment, to preserve and conserve renewable resources, and while not polluting the environment or disrupting ecological balance; to sustain agricultural practice to protect local communities and local agriculture. Prominent questions: is achieving worldwide food sufficiency possible as the population continues to grow? Can modern agricultural techniques be sustained? And if so, for how long? What must be done to achieve sustainability, and for how long? Who benefits from the quest to achieve sustainability? What are the costs and who pays? Where is achieving sustainability possible? Everywhere or just in some places? It's clear that old technologies are not sustainable, some of them: plowing, inter-row tillage, furrow irrigation. There is a need for new technology as we struggle to determine what must be sustained. Is it production, the environment, rural communities, or all three? The assumption that what must be sustained is the present agricultural practices. And what must be sustained is the process of innovation, the process of making things different and making things better. And that's going to be difficult. There's a need for new technologies. There's no question about that. We persist with present agricultural technology? Is that the only way to achieve sustainability and solve the problems? Agriculture has problems. Some have been identified already: loss of biological and cultural diversity, pressure on wild habitats and fisheries, contamination and loss of non-renewable resources, technological risks to humans, to other species, to ecological health, global warming and climate change. You all know about this. You've heard about it already. The effects on global ecological life support systems. There are related problems that agriculture needs to think about. They're not necessarily agricultural problems, but agriculture's problems are also social problems. 2 billion adults in our world are overweight or obese. That's not just an agricultural problem, but it's an important part of achieving sustainability. Overconsumption of resources by us, by developed nations. Social, psychological, and physiological effects of overconsumption. Persistent poverty, hunger for about 2 billion people in our world. Proponents of the widening gap between and within countries is an important part of the problem. Proponents of agricultural systems say these are real problems. There's no question about it. But it's not agriculture's role to solve them. That's not what we do. They are scientific and moral problems, but we produce. We don't solve all the problems. That's not our point. That's not our job. At this point, one could conclude, because humans believe we are the most intelligent creatures on the earth, it logically follows that coordinated action to achieve sustainability would be the norm now. It's not. It's not. It's something to be achieved, not that we are necessarily achieving. The status of God and motherhood have eluded us. We're not that good yet. The results conflict with humanity's intent to achieve what most agree is desirable, a sustainable agricultural system. Whenever possible, today's farmers and ranchers take advantage of economies of scale to produce more and earn more. Costs are lower because large size allows ranchers and farmers to take advantage of economies of scale to produce more and earn more. Getting big has been good from an economic point of view. Costs are lower. Modern technology has encouraged growth in farm size. To survive and make a living, Farmers are forced to become large because the profit margin on a unit of product is low and declining with time. From 1910 to 1990, the share of agricultural dollars received by farmers in the US dropped from 21 to 5%. It's not too far off the mark to say that many farmers have been reduced to the equivalent of hamsters on a treadmill. In the 1970s, Earl Butz was former Dean of Agriculture at Purdue University and Assistant Secretary of Agriculture in the federal government, told farmers, adapt or get out, get big or get out. He meant farmers must adapt to the economics of agribusiness. His comments coincided with the rise of major agribusiness corporations. His policy always implicitly included the ruin of small farms. They're small, they're inefficient. And make things bigger and more centralized, making them both more vulnerable and more dangerous to everything else. Yields of nearly all crops are high in the world's developed countries. Chemical, capital, and energy-dependent developed country agriculture produces high yields, but the required technology creates persistent environmental problems, and sustainability has been elusive. There are problems. The World Bank predicts the number of extremely poor people who live on less than US $1.90 a day may increase by 150 million for the first time since 1998. More will descend into what's called multidimensional poverty. They don't have housing, they don't have shelter, they don't have the things that we consider essentials of life. 60% of the energy, the BTUs per year used in US food production is used by agriculture. Others respond by saying, wait a minute, agriculture's task is not to produce energy, it's to produce food, and we do it very well. One must agree that agriculture in developed countries is a productive marvel. It's a record that many industries would be proud of. Enough food is produced in our world to feed everyone a minimally adequate diet per day, 2,600 or so kilocalories per day. But due to poverty, waste, and inadequate or lacking infrastructure, all the productive success does not feed the world. My country, and I expect many of yours, has tried very hard and often succeeded to command nature, but we cannot. We can, perhaps with great difficulty, command ourselves to do what is right for all. How successful can we be, or should we be, in controlling and manipulating nature and its ecosystems? We've been quite successful. We are an intelligent species, but are we intelligent enough to live on this planet in a sustainable way, preserve biodiversity, and maintain healthy, just, livable communities under the influence of developing capitalism? Mainstream agriculture has ignored its role and responsibility to achieve sustainability. Agriculture's reputation and future success, in my opinion, are in jeopardy if that continues. I recommend all adopt the position of being radically in favor of knowing the scientific basis of our success and knowing the ethical dimensions of agriculture or the lack thereof. The adverse effects of pesticides on human and environmental health are well known to the public. They're concerned about it. There are pesticide residues in food and water. They shouldn't be there, people think. And the response often is, oh, it's just concentration. It's so low, it doesn't matter. That's a scientific answer to a moral question. And we've got to begin to learn that and avoid just quoting the data. Agricultural scientists in all their varieties see themselves as helping to feed and clothe a rapidly growing human population while being stewards. We take care of things. The public, on the other hand, regards agriculture as often a destroyer of nature, wasting water, eroders of land and genetic resources, polluters, and handmaidens of agribusiness. Many agricultural scientists continue to seek technological solutions to problems of social and economic inequality. That view is consistent with the view that more and better science is the way to solve the problems science and technology has created. Science and technology are certainly required to provide solutions to some social problems and are necessary to achieve agricultural sustainability. A less kind view of this scenario is continuing to do agriculture and agricultural science in the same way to achieve a sustainable system. A different result is expecting a different outcome from the same methods. We surely know the way we're inhabiting the earth is not working very well. The evidence I've shown here is everywhere. We see it. And although we know these things and see the evidence every day, we just keep walking down the same road, seeing the same problems, and assuming somebody's going to fix it. We must transform ourselves from a species that had believed it was not only possible, but desirable to continue to exploit the planet for our personal gain and recognize we are responsible for some of the harm and for the well-being of our planet. We suffer from a couple of false beliefs. The first is our extractive economy and our agricultural systems are sustainable. And the second is the flawed notion that quality of life is linked to wealth. Getting richer is the right thing to do. The dominant assumption is that improving the present technological solutions to food production will reduce and eliminate hunger. We must conclude or consider the conflicting moral perspectives regarding the sustainability of agriculture and any other enterprise. We have to incorporate ideas about the social dimensions and the cultural politics that may encourage or constrain agriculture. Who's going to do it? Who's involved? Well, we all are. Agricultural scientists, administrators, state departments of agriculture, and all the rest of us who eat. Everybody's involved in this discussion. We all should discuss, debate, and argue about the road we are on and on the destination. A threat to debate is how we talk and think about the problems and about agricultural ethics. And often we don't talk about agriculture. Most people don't think much about agriculture. The claim that improved science and technology will solve the problems science and technology has created ignores the Jevons paradox. Jevons was a British economist in the 1800s. His fundamental proposition was technological progress that increases the efficiency with which a resource is used tends to increase, not decrease, the rate of consumption of the resource. Reducing the amount needed for a given use can increase efficiency and often accelerate economic growth. The paradox applies to agriculture because increased demand for food and fiber will cause an increase in overall resource use, which demand lower prices, etc. For agriculture, it makes progress towards sustainability much more difficult. The challenge is not simply to increase production. If sustainability is achieved, production may be assured. Agriculture is not just a productive activity. We don't just produce. We are not sufficient unto the day, or we know or should have learned that we're not sufficient unto the day because we do not and cannot have answers to all the agricultural questions. We may have to begin by determining what the important characteristics of sustainability are. I have a couple of suggestions. It must be ecologically sound. It must achieve species diversity and resource efficiency, conserve resources, etc. You know the argument. It must be economically viable. Agriculture has to make a profit for the producers, or government has to provide it. It must provide adequate income to the producer. It must be socially just. It must distribute resources and power equitably, so basic needs of all are met and rights are assured. And we have to talk about who has rights and who should have rights. It must be humane. Bart talked about this. The practice of animal agriculture has changed a great deal. We have an interdependent relationship with animals and with the environment, and we have to learn to care for both. A sustainable agricultural system must also be politically acceptable. Any system that satisfies each of the four elements but is not politically acceptable is probably going to fail. How successful can we be at manipulating nature? We've been quite successful. Tinkering at the margins is not going to work. It's not going to be successful. It can't make modern agriculture as it is more sustainable or more profitable. Can we operate lower levels of purchased inputs? Other conditions have to be satisfied to achieve sustainability. Agriculture has adequate economic criteria and lacks an ethical foundation. Embracing agroecology and working with rather than against nature is important. But do we have an obligation to the future? Protecting the Earth's capability to produce food for however many people, our future people democratically decide is in their interest to support, preserving and developing scientific knowledge and technologies to assist our descendants in providing sufficient supplies of food, clothing, and shelter subject to their own environment and cultural values. Creating and preserving democratic institutions. We've tried to do that, often not very successfully. Creating and preserving traditions of moral trust. Who do you trust? Who gets to make the decisions? Productive capacity and institutions to enable that capacity must be sustained by those who precede. Sustainability is about the future. Today is fleeting as we live it. Tomorrow may be too far away. It seems clear we want to preserve something for tomorrow. What is not clear is what our obligation to the future may be, if indeed we have one. What we do now in agriculture will surely affect future generations. We inherited a world that supports us, and we can choose to assume an obligation to treat the world in such a way to pass it on to those who follow in as good or better condition than it was in when we received it. It's a shared obligation, and therefore it's essential that societies work together with all involved in agriculture to define and create the economic, educational, and political institutions so that all can act on the obligation to achieve what everybody seems to want, sustainability. For two reasons, the moral noun ethics does not comfortably take the scientific adjective agriculture. First reason, the few philosophers who focus on agriculture are not read widely within the agricultural community, and their thoughts have not yet had a major effect on conventional agriculture. Second, those who have the truth are not searching for it. Those who already know our system is right in every way are not considering the options. Those in agriculture are sure that food and fiber production are among the most ethical things that we could do, that anyone could do, and they're not the proper focus for other ethical questions. Those philosophers just get in the way. But if agricultural practice is to achieve the desired but elusive virtue of sustainability, the focus must include the good end of food and fiber production and the examination of means to that end. Agriculture cannot continue indefinitely without an environmental ethic. How to achieve an environmental ethic and agricultural sustainability is both a scientific and a moral question. An environmental ethic must become part of agriculture's ethical stance and will alter and aid the quest for a sustainable system. Agriculturists must reinterpret the basic ideas about agriculture and how it should be practiced and how to achieve sustainability. It will require careful and difficult thought about growth. Sustainable development of people and technology is possible. Sustainable growth of everything is not possible. There are limits to growth. We all know that. Many in our society, unfortunately, think acknowledging growth limits to growth is intellectually wrong. Growth is required. Many are sure that growth is the solution to poverty and is required to achieve the moral obligation to feed the world. But why bother? In a pure utilitarian calculus, the adverse consequences of agriculture are more than balanced by the fact that the world is now able to feed more people a better diet than ever before. However, in our world of material abundance for some and hope for more abundance by millions of others, a dilemma is that to pursue the utilitarian greatest good for the greatest number may lead to destruction of the resource base on which the greatest good is dependent. The dilemma is what Durning calls the conundrum of consumption. Limiting the consumer lifestyle to those who have already attained it is not politically possible, morally defensible, or ecologically sufficient. Extending that lifestyle to all would hasten the ruin of the biosphere, which is a result we don't want. On the other hand, reducing the consumption levels of us, the consumer society, and tempering material aspiration elsewhere, though morally acceptable, is a quixotic, a difficult proposal. It bucks the trend of centuries, yet it may be the only option. The stepped up appropriation and commodification of nature may destroy nature and the culture that provided us with and fostered the idea that there is a greater good. The agricultural ethical debate will help resolve the tension between production and consumption. It'll help us work out, do we want to protect family farms or do we want the efficiency of large farms? Losses of biodiversity versus productive monoculture. What exactly is it that is to be achieved in the quest for sustainability? However, one is still left with the question, what exactly is it to be achieved in the quest for sustainability? What are our goals? And that's what we need to decide. Why should we work to achieve it? Finally, I said earlier that we should be in favor of the radical position of in favor of knowing. It may open people's eyes. I told you at the beginning that we need to determine the characteristics of a sustainable system. And I offered some characteristics of places and times. There are many views of sustainability. We don't know quite what it is. God and motherhood appear to be safe. Whether we in agriculture will join them with sustainability, I don't know. I leave you with a Buddhist parable. The first day, a lady was walking down the road and she stepped in a big hole in the sidewalk. She hit her leg. The second day, walking down the same street, but forgot the hole was there. Same thing happened. She stepped in the hole and hurt her leg again. On the third day, she makes a point to watch for the hole, but she gets distracted and steps into it again. On the fourth day, she decides to walk down a different street. And the fifth day, she does walk down a different street. If it makes you uncomfortable to think of walking down a different road, remember being uncomfortable in agriculture and in other parts of life is a prelude to making progress. At the beginning, I warned you about my inability to cook and dissatisfaction with results. I was and remain concerned you may not like the results of my comments, but I thank you for listening. I am one of these people. Any questions? Better yet, any answers?
I'm sorry, my microphone already, I just noticed. So really, it was really nice. I learned lots of things, at least maybe all the audience, all the participants affected, because in the context of agricultural sustainability and denial, I'm pleased to express that I agree with all your words. So, you know what? I think we gained a pretty good perspective thanks to the Target Symposium session chair, because this evening I feel really good, because we listened to 3 different high-quality speeches from the authorities, and we learned significantly new approaches. And plus, I want to share my comment and question with you, Dr. Zimnov, on sustainability. Sustainability actually is not possible both philosophically and biologically. For example, can we say that the sustainable fishing approach is exploitable fish stocks?
I can't say that, no. That's one of the questions I leave with you. What are the characteristics and where can we accomplish it? Who will benefit, who pays? They're all important questions. I'm sorry, but today I'm better at questions than answers. But I think it's a discussion that not just those of us in agriculture have to begin and carry on and be sincere about it. We have to involve other people. I think one of the problems with agriculture is most people don't think about it. They go to the market, they go to the supermarket, everything is there. It's always there. You can buy strawberries in December in the US. What's the problem? Food is abundant, but they don't recognize the complexity that McRae talked about. I mean, the complexity of the whole system. They don't even know the system exists.
Yeah,
they don't think about agriculture because they don't have to, because food is abundant. Other countries, that's not true.
You're right. You're right. At least one tomato cultivation, we need lots of bees, lots of insects. Just it is also a little maybe unknown parts of this. Maybe in the greenhouse, if you want to cultivate some vegetables, you need at least bees. So just this perspective, the common understandings is extraordinary limited. So thank you very much for your nice presentation, and I want to say really good to see you again.
Thank you. My pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. So if you don't mind, if dear professor, I mean from Wageningen University, dear Dr. Bart Gremmen, one question from one of the valued professor from Ankara University. She asked to Dr. Gremmen, she asked like that, my question is, in care ethics, you have to take into consideration the values of others. What is the interest of crops or animals in their relation with humans? So she continued like this. I'm afraid only value claim you can take into consideration is the value attributed to them by human beings and their understanding. Thank you. Your compass is still human then.
Yes. Yes, I agree with that the whole, of course, business of philosophy and ethics, as we know it, is more or less human. And so as an enterprise as such, but inside it, you can more or less focus on animals and plants, but also on other systems, and then it more or less, it becomes unnecessary to do that, because if you say plants and animals are persons, then we can stop with all these activities and with thinking about it, the care ethics, because that's not necessary anymore.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you very much. So it was the last question, all of us. I would like to close this session. I really pleasure to be with you, and thank you for all of us for your great speech. And I would like to thank the Target team for their organizations, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Çok değerli katılımcı dostlarımız, 3. Uluslararası Tarım ve
We have come to the end of the first day of the International Congress on Agricultural and Food Ethics. We would like to thank our chair, Ercüment Genç, and valuable speakers in the session. Tomorrow, we will be conducting the second day of the Congress. Unfortunately, the first speaker is in hospitalized because of COVID-19. That is why we're not going to be able to start at 9:30. Rather than that, we will be starting at 10 o'clock Turkish time. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Good evening.